Welcome
We are
to
live.
Virtually Assembled. My mic on? You guys hear me?
Yeah,
Cool.
we can hear you.
All this time.
Loud
I
and
can hear
clear.
you. Loud and clear.
Good. All right, we're good. Everything is live, folks. Virtually Assembled. An assembly required experience. This is going to be an experience for sure.
We've been working up to this all week long. Well, for months
Not just a
now,
week,
but
it's been months. What are you talking about?
all week
year.
long we've been going. Whew.
All right. So my name is Matthew J. Casal. I am the creator of Assembly Required. I represent Unboxing Asheville as well as MJC Toys. And we are here with my co-hosts.
Mr. Blank. I'm with Mr. Blank Toys.
And I'm Figure Fetish.
Oh, woo!
And in a couple of minutes,
You're going to be
see this
seeing
guy.
some Toybox.
Toybox,
Oh, no, not here
America's
again.
favorite cartoon witch. So a little bit of history on what Assembly Required is. Assembly Required is a designer toy bootleg and art toy expo that I created here in Asheville, North Carolina. It was created as an in-person event a couple years ago. 2019 was our premiere event, and 2020 we had a second successful event. Obviously, due to our situation, Corona and whatnot, we are going virtual. So we're here virtually, trying to do our thing, and hopefully next year, all things being equal, we'll return to an in-person event.
Maybe we'll still do this too.
Wear your mask. Get your vaccine.
Whoa. Spoilers.
Well, yeah, we'll see.
We'll meet about that afterwards. So a little history on what designer toys are. Designer toys, artists, they echo the molding and production, packaging, marketing techniques of traditional toy makers. They are essentially pop art sculptures. They're not really made to be played with. Some, embrace the posability and articulation. So some, you can move around, but you don't give them to your kids because they'll probably break them. I have a 9-year-old and he will break them. So I know that. But the designer toy movement has been around for the last 20 years. It's grown in that time. I mean, it existed in smaller ways before that, but because the materials are now available, because the production methods are a lot easier for the artists to study, we were embracing those qualities. So today and tomorrow, you're going to see on our event page, our homepage, you're going to see our schedule, which looks something like this. This is just a little bit different. But on the homepage, you're going to see everything listed out by time. We've got such things as our interviews, with Yo-Yo Dine Toy Division at 1:30. You got our events listed, by time on this side. We've got
Lots of
interviews,
artists coming up.
And yeah, we've got the exclusives we're going to be talking about in these time slots behind me. Over here are the studio tours and the interviews. So you've got the Yo-Yo Dine Toy Division, Feond. You've got the studio tour. The studio tours happen at 3:00 every day.
Every day. Both days.
Yep, we've got interviews, Labmonkey number 9. You can check them all, read them all here. I'm not going to read them all for you because the schedule's on the homepage. But this will pop up every once in a while. You'll see everything that's going on.
And don't forget, all the artists have their own Zooms going on too.
Yeah, that's what
artists.
I'm about to get into.
Yeah.
We've got streaming live. We're going to stream live on the homepage, 1:00 to 9:00 Eastern Standard Time, today and tomorrow. And all the artist interviews, including listed over here, already talked about the artists interviews and studio tours. But the artists participating, we've got Baykid Dead, Benjamin Maurer, Visual Arts, Blue Monday Press, Cherry Moth Cake, Chickenburgerdisco, Choose Plastik. I'm reading off a list because I can't memorize.
There's a lot of them.
Cosmic Evil Toys, Dan Jaworsky, Edwin Salas Art, ERA Sculpture, or Era Sculpture, LLC.
Don't forget to go check out the exclusives on the market as well.
Designer toy market.
Right. I'm gonna get to that in a second. We've got Figure FETTish. He spoke up on our just on cue. We've got Goodwin, we've got Greenplastic Tunnels, we've got Labmonkey number 9, Looming Doom, we've got Magitarius, Manor Monster Studios, Medusa's Wild, Michael Morse Art, MJC, Mock Toys, Mothman Republic, Mr. Blank Toys, Mutant Pulp, Oniromancy Toy Works, Pikmin Vinyls, Quest for the Beasties, Remakes Plethora, Simian Cheese, Slug Toys, Think Outside the Toy Box, Toybox, America's Favorite Cartoon Witch, and Yo-Yo Dine Toy Division.
Hey, Lindsay. There's people in the commenting already, so we got some of those.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We got lots of animations coming up. We've got short films. We've got commercials. We've got all kinds of cool stuff coming up for everybody.
We do. And like they mentioned, we've also got Zoom links on the event page, the virtually assembled event page. So you can hop over there and click on their Zoom links. They've got some times that they might be, that they're on most of the time, but if there's a variance in the schedule, you'll see that listed on the event page. They've got URLs for also their shop, their online shop, so you can visit their shop while you're talking to them. You can purchase their materials. And, of course, the designer toy...
Uh-oh. We're losing Matt's mic a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
You're back.
Talking about the designer toy market where all the exclusives for Assembly Required can be found.
Yep.
Thank you.
All your exclusives. There's tons of good stuff there. We also have a few pieces left over from our soft launch, so there's even more there that you can browse through and purchase. So.
Do you got my mic now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Thanks for picking up that slack. I'm going to depend on you guys a lot.
Yeah. Well, throughout this broadcast, we might have little glitches and stuff, so we have to make it through. You're glitching a little bit. Your voice, your mouth isn't matching your voice, but
well, that's what we got.
Special
throw your
effects,
voice
folks.
at me. I'll move my lips, and you just talk, and I'll go.
He's saying, just check out the Assembly Required webpage right now. You can find all the information there for both days' events.
Yep.
And now
I bet you that's synced up even worse than me just talking. So yeah, we've got a lot lined up. We've got a lot lined up for our show. It's going to be pretty exciting. What are you guys most excited to see?
Oh man, my favorite's the toy commercials. Like, I had a lot of fun making mine, but I had more fun watching everybody make theirs. It was really cool. Like, it was like, most of these conventions, nobody really has done that kind of stuff until having this platform to do it. So like that made it all the more fun. So
for me, I can't wait to see some of the artist interviews because we got some really great interviews coming up with really awesome people.
Right. Yeah.
And so yeah, but overall, just everything. I want to see it all.
Yeah,
I want to take it all in.
Well, we're really excited about. I'm most excited about the Stephen Geddes interview that we have tomorrow night. This is all leading up to that grand finale. We have an artist with Kenner artist during the 70s and the 80s, Stephen Geddes, who you'll see a 2-part interview on our schedule tomorrow. If you go to our homepage, you'll see it now where it is on the timeline. But he's actually the father of one of our artists participating, Greenplastic Tunnels. Mm-hmm. So we've got them both on, and I was really excited to be able to talk to Stephen and to pick his brain a little bit about the things that inspired him and essentially the things that inspired us growing up.
Yeah. So we've got a lot of comments coming in on the chat. You want to tell everybody where they should go? We doing the chat in one place?
Where we should go? Facebook. We're going to try to consolidate things to Facebook. Yeah. Obviously, it's streaming on our homepage. It's streaming on YouTube. It's streaming on Facebook. It's streaming on Twitch.
Yep, we're all over.
But if you all want to communicate in the same place so you can see each other's comments, we advise all going to Facebook. That way, at least you can interact. We can see all your comments here from all the different platforms, but that doesn't help you to see everyone else's comments. So go over to Facebook if you want to comment.
And have fun talking about stuff in the chat because, there's a lot of content that we'll be showing these 2 days. We've got a lot of toys to talk about. We've got a lot of interviews. It's going to be pretty fun, and we'll bring in your comments like that. There you go. Thanks, Dan, for joining us. We appreciate it. And so send shout outs, tell us your favorite toys, tell us your favorite parts of the broadcast. Like, and we'll try to be in there as much as possible. Of course, when we're live like this, we can't get in there except for the couple that pop up on screen. So, hey Scott, what's up? How you doing?
Where's Scott? He's right here.
There he is. Yep, Scott's going to be...
Toy Division.
It's all exciting. Yes, it is.
It's all exciting.
I love that picture Scott's got with the 3D glasses. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, this is a great setup. We've been working with a lot of different sponsors and producers for the event. We've got Morgan's Comics as a sponsor. We've got Asheville FM. We've got Appalachian Pinball Museum. We've got Designer Toy Market. We've got Toybox Theater. We've got Resin Underworld. We've got Chickenburgerdisco and Joker TV. You get 2 points right there. We've been testing this for a very long time on Joker.
I guess I can throw my plug in. Check out Joker TV every Thursday night at 6:30. That's Eastern Standard Time. We play music videos. We play short films. We have all kinds of craziness and weirdos artists on our show. So the last month, I mean, you can go on our YouTube channel and see all our episodes, and the whole last month has been featuring assembly required and virtually assembled stuff and a lot of artists, so you can catch up on those if you missed them. But just join us every week. We go live at 6:30. So
I think I saw a message from Cousin TL. Did you guys see that?
Yes.
Oh no! Wow, I missed it. Sorry. Hey,
Cousin
Baykid.
TL has been our
there he is.
Donetta.
Yeah.
There it is.
TL's been our
What's
DJ
up?
at our last 2 in-person events.
Give him a plug.
Well, you can catch Cousin TL on Asheville FM, Stike Free Radio, Saturday nights.
What'd you
TL's
say?
been really great and supportive of our event locally as well. And actually did a 2-part interview on Sandbox Hour for Asheville FM with Cousin TL. There's Toybox Theater.
That's left over. I think Toybox might still be stuck in the Fantastic Plastics land.
You think so?
Yeah, all that hype.
Last night over on Twitch.
You got to bring the hype on the Fantastic Plastics show.
I hope he's going to be able to make it in time for our show.
Oh yeah, well, he's probably still recovering from last night.
Somebody shake him, wake him up.
Just in case anybody doesn't know, Fantastic Plastics is a stream over on Twitch. Go check them out.
Up next.
It's the Fantastic Plastics, and they've been heavily involved with the creation of Assembly Required.
Yep.
Thank you, Jay. And they did our opening closing song. And I think that it's time to wake up Toybox.
I think it might be. Yeah, we're gonna have to.
Oh no!
I think we're going to him next. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah. Let's check it out. Go to Toybox.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Greetings! It is I, Toybox, America's favorite cartoon witch. Now, if you don't know who I am, well, I just told you. I'm America's favorite cartoon witch. Now, I will be here all throughout the day helping to co-host this amazing event. For those of you who may be just tuning in, a bit of a recap. What we're doing is an 2-day massive toy festival dedicated to the art of designer toys. So all of the toys that you'll see are independently made by a variety of artists, and I'll be providing spotlights throughout the day of everyone in the festival. Some very exciting and awesome things. I've already been looking at all of it, and well, I don't know if I'll have enough money to buy everything that I need, so, you know, at any point, if you want to just send me a donation, or just buy me a toy and send it to me, that's fine. I will graciously accept it. Now, as our home team just told us, we will have a designer toy store that's in 2 places. One is on the homepage for Assembly Required. That's where you can find links to all the artists, and special for this event, there's an amazing launch of a brand new thing called the Designer Toy Marketplace. It's a new website developed by Mr. Blank Toys to sort of see all of your designer toys in one place, sort of like an Etsy or something, to go and shop for just designer toys. And that is where we'll be hosting all of the exclusive toys that are debuting at this event. So if you're interested in something that is just for this event, go to the designer toy marketplace and buy those things. Now, I will warn you right now that many of those are very limited editions. Some of them only have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different ones that you can get. And then once those 10 or 12 are gone, they are absolutely gone. And people are tuning into this event all over the world. So go there right now and just buy everything. And then, if you get it and you don't like it, then send it to me, because I'm sure I will love it. So that would be delightful. Also, throughout the day, we'll have interviews with many of the amazing artists that are part of the festival, as well as every day at 3 o'clock, we will have studio tours. So every day at 3 o'clock, we have a couple studio tours where you can go and get some behind the scenes from some of the amazing makers that are part of this event. So tune in for that. And as Matt said, we have a very amazing and exciting grand finale interview with Stephen Geddes. If you don't know who that is, he was, one of the lead designers at Kenner Toys. So a lot of the designer toy scene was actually built around this man's work and some of the things that he made. So, you want to see that tomorrow, just hang out with us all day. And then in between, we'll have animation tracks that have puppet shows curated for my event called the Wham Bam Puppet Slam, as well as cartoons, animations, commercials made by the artist, as Mr. Blank said, which are very exciting. Some of them are quite excellent. I've watched all of this stuff over and over again, and I'm ready to see it even more today, so that's very exciting. Now, let's talk a little bit about some of the sponsors of our event. We have a bunch of sponsors, and they're all amazing. If we could, let's see here. What do we have? Well, first we have Morgan's Comics. Now, Morgan's Comics is a comic shop here in Asheville, North Carolina. If you don't know, it is actually the first female-owned and operated comic book store in North Carolina. So isn't that amazing? I go there myself quite often when I can, and if we can see, they have an amazing selection of books and handmade art, designer toys, real toys, commercial toys, video games, graphic novels, all sorts of stuff. Any geek-related items that you are looking for, apparel. They even have records. So they have vinyl. They have a selection of vinyl toys. They even have Garbage Pail Kids. Isn't that awesome? Like, still in the package, under the cabinet, you can just get a pack of Garbage Pail Kids and chew on some plastic, because that's what this show is all about. It's all about plastic. And so the Garbage Pail Kids come with a little piece of plastic that you can chew on and pretend like it's gum. Now, also, let's see here, and here is Morgan herself. So let's give a big shout out for Morgan. Hopefully, I think that they're streaming this show live in their store today, so all of us that are here she can see us and we can say hi. So let's say hi to Morgan. Whoop. There we go. And thank you, Morgan, for being part of our event. Always delightful, always wonderful to have you, and we appreciate your support. Now, next on my list, I do have Mr. Blank Toys. Here's a piece from Mr. Blank that's very cool. Some sort of goblin creature with an interesting card art. And we'll just look at a few pictures from Mr. Blank Toys. There's one, another designer toy that he made based off of an indie comic book. I think Anxiety Boy or something like that. As well-versed as I am in comics, I don't remember that. Oh, now this one I absolutely love. He did an out-of-work Jeffrey figure from our beloved Toys R Us that is sadly no longer with us. And now poor Jeffrey is begging for toys on the street, which has been a reoccurring theme for Mr. Blank for many years. We talked about it the other night on an interview we were doing where he actually dressed up like a homeless Jeffrey at a toy event and was peddling toys made out of trash in front of the event, and security tried to kick him out, and he said, "No, I'm supposed to be here." And it's a funny story. So maybe check in with Mr. Blank later, and he can tell you more details. I wasn't actually there, so let's see what else we have from Mr. Blank. Oh, and here we have some pieces from MJC, which is Matt Casal, who is our host and founder of the event. Now, you will see this character all throughout the day and into tomorrow. This is Ferdy, and Ferdy is our official mascot. So there we go. There's some Ferdies, and there he is, just going right by there. Oh, he went that way. Let's see what else we have here. We have this little fellow, also made by MJC. It's some sort of militaristic snowman centipede creature. Delightful. And these are lots of fun. Let me see if I can get out of the way a little bit. Which way do I have to go? Here we go. Some big picture. So MJC has been working on these versions of retooled Fisher-Price Little People, if you remember those. And many of them are based on, he's doing Little People based on classic properties from the 70s and 80s. These here are modeled after, of course, the beloved Micronauts line. And then here we have, next in our photos, we have these Little People based on the cult favorite film, Flash Gordon. And then after this, we have a few pieces here from our good friend Figure Fetish, also one of our hosts and sponsors, and we'll be seeing more from him throughout the day. Delightful. I should point out also, if you haven't seen it, of my show, What's in the Box, on my Facebook page, we've done special episodes with MJC Toys and with Figure Fetish, and we have one coming up with Mr. Blank Toys. So tune in for that and check out past episodes, and you can learn more about these artists and see lots more of their toys. So here's another very interesting and ironic and funny piece by Figure Fetish. And next we have some pieces by Magiteris. Magiteris and Figure Fetish also work together as a collaborative called Resin Underworld. So together as a duo or a trio or a conglomeration of superheroes, I'm not sure, but there's all sorts of behind-the-scenes people working with these people. They're making toys. Here's some more from Magitarius, part of Resin Underworld with Figure Fetish, sort of a $6 Million Man Chewbacca. And also, one thing that I really love about Magitarius is he's doing all of these pieces now based on classic yokai, which is traditional Japanese folklore. So this is a kappa, of course, which is a sort of water spirit, turtle water spirit, and he does a lot of yokai monsters as well as some really fantastic kaiju figures as well. So a lot of his work, I think, is based heavily on the folklore and mythology and popular culture from Japan, which is very cool. Let's see what else we have. Very cool kaiju monster here, and let's see. And now here's our friends, the Fantastic Plastiks. Now, the Fantastic Plastiks have come on board and become a huge part of our festival. If you don't know, they hosted a pre-show on Wednesday and a pre-show last night, Friday, which was our pre-party event. You can go back to their Twitch channel and watch those shows. They were very fun, very funny, and they're fantastic. They are fantastic. I mean, they're not lying when they call themselves the Fantastic Plastiks. So these are toys made by Chickenburgerdisco, who is the mysterious third member of the Fantastic Plastiks. And Chickenburgerdisco has been working with us at the event to help us create all sorts of things, animations, commercials, cutscenes, and more. And he has debuted for this event a whole line of toys. Now, last night on the Plastik Show, they were talking about a lot of those toys have already sold out. So go and check out Chickenburgerdisco's toy shop, and maybe you can still get in on that. But some of them have already sold out, which is amazing. Hopefully all everyone's toys will sell out throughout the weekend. Don't forget, I have my own shop where you can buy toys from me. So that's what we have there. And then coming up very quickly here, we will have a bunch of pieces from Yoyodyne Toy Industries. So that's our first artist spotlight for the event. We'll have an interview coming up very quickly. And I really love Yoyodyne Toy Industries. Very interesting sense of irony and puns. A lot of the toys are very fun puns. I do like these Cheech and Chong figures. I selected these pictures myself. Let's see what else we have here. Trek Wars. So this one is Dr. Spockticus, right? That's hilarious. I love it. Let's see what else we have. McFly. There we go. And that's it. We didn't have there was no other one. I thought there was, there was a Snake Eyes and Drag that I thought I had picked, but that was my favorite one. I can't believe I forgot to put that in the, must have been my mistake. You know, sometimes I do make mistakes, and we should point that out, that this is an amazing live feed, so who knows what's going to happen throughout the day. Well, you can figure out what's happening throughout the day by going and checking our schedule. It's posted on the Assembly Required homepage, so you can go there, and that's also where all the toy stores are that you can visit. And you can also check the toy schedule for the artists doing their virtual tables there. And as I did mention, Chickenburgerdisco is going to be running many of his animations and toy commercials all day long on his stream there. So if you want to go and watch some of those, they're absolutely delightful. I do recommend that. And also, our friend Professor Pickman has created a whole stream of entertainment himself. So check out his schedule as well. I'm quite impressed by what they've put together for this event. So we're almost out of time, but I will be back, and I will have more antics and toys and who knows what else. I can't wait.
Greetings, Starfighter. How you doing?
I'm good. I've been chosen by the Star League to fight Zur in the Kodan Armada. I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Somehow that became my thing. I don't really know. That just
mine's Greetings program. Same era, different movie.
Well, no. Sometimes I drop that in there. Greetings program, but I stuck with the Starfighter thing. I don't know.
Yeah, that's cool. They're both they both have a special place in both our hearts, I'm sure.
So let's start with an introduction. Tell attendees who you are and a little bit of background.
My name is Scott, and I also go by Yoyodyne Toy Division on Instagram and other various social media outlets. And I'm a sort of bootleg toy maker. I work in resin. I do a lot of customs as well, in the same spirit of sort of the same kind of mashup-y stuff that most of the resin community does. And I'm also currently working on my PhD on character licensing and sort of the political, the cultural economy of like bootleg toys.
That's fascinating, and that's something I want to get into in a little bit. But regarding the characters and the work, I was looking at your page before we signed on, and I saw a lot of mostly 3 3/4 characters. Is that pretty much your comfort zone? Do you work in 3 3/4, or do you do anything outside of that, larger, smaller?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I've actually got a couple of, I think I'm up to 8 sort of mashups with He-Man figures that I'm working on. Mm-hmm. I just have to finish the package design, and then those are ready to go. But mostly, yeah, I think 3 3/4, like, as many of us did, like growing up in an era where that was the dominant sort of like cultural form of the action figure. I think it's what resonates with me the most. Mm-hmm. I was never super into sort of like the He-Mans, and then I'd sort of aged out by the Ninja Turtles. at that point. I mean, you know, I was still kind of like watching the cartoon and stuff, but it just doesn't have there's something about the 1/18th scale that just like resonates with me. And I think it's also because of the form of the packaging as well, because that was such an iconic and like integral part of like my experience of those things.
So when you first started, like, how long have you been in the designer toy industry and working in that under that?
Probably approaching like somewhere in 2018, I really sort of started getting into it. I had done a bunch of like customs and other things for myself. I've been a collector of designer toys probably since the early 2000s. Like back like Friends with You and like the Peekle series and like all the Kozik stuff that was sort of like coming out around, you know, just sort of like post millennium. Gary Tex Alley, Gary Baseman, like those kind of lowbrow artists that started moving into toy design. And like with Medicom and like their Cause line, sort of that hybrid street art sort of like designer toy thing. So, you know, as a collector, I've been like collecting on and off for like, geez, it's crazy when you say close to 20 years. But I've always been interested in things that sort of fit outside of like the sort of traditional aesthetics of action figures, as much as I sort of play within a really kind of recognizable like subsection of it. So I love weird stuff. I collect bootleg toys mostly now over vintage. If you heard a sneeze, that's because there's a cat hiding like directly below my laptop here. And
I thought.
I'm just gonna move.
No worries.
Yeah, and then after a whole bunch of, I was working in Mexico City a lot. In 2015, I curated an exhibition at their New Media Art Biennale about video games and sort of political and social resistance. And then in the 2 weeks that I was there for that festival, just like really encountering like the street culture, like the sort of street market culture there in bootleg toys, and it just like it kind of lit a fire in me that I hadn't felt in a really, really long time.
Well, why do you think that is? Because that was actually going to be my next question: is why did this speak to you?
Part of it was just, you know, I've always sort of been like pretty enthusiastic about pop culture, and sort of seeing how pop culture is just like, you know, in North America we have this very kind of, what's the word I'm looking for, like antiseptic kind of retail culture with stores and malls, and here it's just spilled out everywhere on the streets, and it's just, you know, in near one of the central metro stations in Metro Hidalgo, if you go around to the back entrance, every day from basically sunrise to sunup, there's a couple of dozen street vendors who put up blankets full of vintage and bootleg toys. And it just, there was something about that. It felt kind of like a lot of like other DIY culture, but at the same time sort of like recognizing like, just like, it's interesting to see sort of like second world interpretations of like first world popular culture and how those things sort of like get consumed and then recirculated. And it really just, it really just excited me. Like, and it started with collecting, like buying a bunch of Lucha Libre stuff, because I went to my first live Lucha Libre match at Arena Mexico. And it was like, and it was just something about it. And then on my second trip there, when I went back, I taught like a game design intensive for like first time game makers for the Multimedia Center at the National Art School. And while I was there was a toy convention that I discovered. And so I went, and one of the things I really loved about it was how like sort of Mexican bootlegs, or like bootleg toys in general, were just sort of like, we're given the same sort of cultural weight and value that like the licensed stuff does. And I found, and I'll just grab it because it's right here. And this is the thing that's got me into like sort of really like getting passionate about the idea of making them, is that I found this Superman. And this, I don't know how well you can see him, but he's like,
right.
He's pretty anemic. There we go. And he's got like a plastic cape, but there's a staple on the back of him, like holding the cape on. And I fell in love with this figure for some reason. I was like, this is a figure that some kid in like grew up loving, and this was his Superman. And then talking to another friend of mine after I found it, he was like, that was the Superman in the 1980s, like around the time the Christopher Reeve movies were out. And there was something about the abstractness of that figure, like in relation to sort of like what we see with like ultra detail photorealistic sculpts and ultra articulation and stuff. There's something about this that appeals to me because it had a very different life than some of the stuff we see now.
Well, you brought up you used the word antiseptic, which is really interesting when it comes to like the stores and what's the mass market.
Mm-hmm.
And do you think that that the designer toy culture has basically is starting to blow up now because there is a more why do you think? Let me ask you first. Why do you think the designer toy culture is basically starting? I feel like it's starting right now. I wouldn't use the term exploding, but I think it's on the verge of it right now. And I think that has something to do with the term antiseptic when referring to the major stores and the major outlets and the major companies.
Yeah, I think, I mean, the antiseptic nature of it for me is just the sort of like the cold nature of retail. Like it feels very impersonal. And like, if you walk into one Walmart or Toys R Us, you might as well be you could be walking into any one of like a myriad of them because they're set up the same in order to get people to move through them in the ways that they're familiar with. Right. And there's something about like messiness and lo-fi-ness that I find it sort of has a more like feels more lively to me. But in terms of the designer toy thing, I think a big part of it right now that we're seeing is how it's sort of aligning itself with things like sneakerhead culture and these kind of like luxury conspicuous consumption like design cultures. Right. Like, I think we can see that with the way that like sort of Medicom's Bear Bricks have sort of had this reemergence and new sort of explosion and people are freaking out about them. And that has a lot to do with, I think, like the ways in which like even celebrity culture is starting to sort of like attach themselves to some of those objects. And then people start consuming them in the same way, like, designer sneaker culture and all of that kind of stuff. Sort of
yeah, it was really funny. I stayed at a hotel a couple of weeks ago. It was last month. I think it was out towards Charlotte. And the hotel in of itself was this designer art architecture, as well as the art that was in it. It had the designer toy inflatable, the little balloon-like puppies, the dogs that I forget what the artist's name is, but
Jeff Koons.
Yeah, they were all over the place, and the wall inside the bathroom was wallpapered with, it had cassette tapes all over the wallpaper, which was really cool. But there was no functionality to that place. The shower had no shelves. It had no hooks. Quite literally, I was like, all right, I'm putting the soap and the shampoo on the floor. I can't hang a towel in, like, I have to leave the shower to get a towel. Like, it was just so non-functional, but it looked really cool.
That is not what we would call user-centric design in the case of yeah, totally. Yeah. I think that, like, sort of contemporary art culture and designer culture is kind of like infiltrated like pop culture in it over the past like couple of decades in like a really real way. The way that like things like the Biennale in Miami, like the Miami Art Fair, not the Biennale, the Miami Art Fair, is like as much about like sort of celebrity culture as the Oscars are to a certain extent, right? So I think there's this desire, like I saw an ad on Facebook for Super Plastik, and they said they were like a luxury item brand now, and so that's sort of where I think designer toys are sort of situating themselves, is in these designer brand sort of categories.
So were you doing mainly like kit bash stuff before you discovered the designer toy culture? Like I was a sculptor before I stumbled upon the designer's toy culture and was doing kit bash stuff. And I saw some of your early work, and was wondering, at what point did you, discover the resin and discover, that process?
It all sort of like, in terms of like, since I've sort of emerged and started putting my stuff out in the world, like in the last couple of years, it really did start with like a desire to do resin work. And then I kind of fell into doing more kit bashy custom work, because I felt like there was something eminently more satisfying about just having something, finishing it and putting it in the world. And some of the ideas that I have, often I feel like, if I'm going to go through the process of taking this thing and like making a mold and pouring it in resin, do I think there's an audience for more than one version of this thing?
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes some of my friends are like, your pop culture deep cuts are so obscure that like, I'm like, well, maybe that's why there's one, right? Like maybe like if I can find an audience of one for one particular idea that I have, then I don't think it's necessary to sort of like blow that out into like a larger sort of series of work. I think that, I mean, there's so many different like material practices that people sort of in the bootleg toy scene do now. But kit bashing seems to be like a pretty like fundamental like baseline before all of the sort of like the more mass production, small run like mass production sort of stuff. But at the same time, there's lots of people who are doing nothing but original sculpts. There's people who are working with digital first, like, and like modeling something and then printing it on a resin printer and then going through the analog process after that digital workflow. And for me, there's something really kind of meditative about just sitting there with like a single figure and like sculpting elements onto it and like modifying it and kit bashing it and stuff. That reminds me of like my time I spent with my grandfather, because he cast his own metal, like white metal military model figurines and painted them.
Oh, really?
And so he had a workshop in his basement, and I spent like, that's where I kind of first started to learn this stuff when I was like pretty young. And that led to like a teenage, like a misspent teenage years of like painting lots of like D&D and like miniatures and all of that kind of stuff, and playing RPGs and tabletop games. And,
well, that's interesting that you say that, because I think the designer toy culture is growing exponentially right now because the materials are more accessible.
Absolutely.
But you bring up an interesting point about your grandfather doing this. Like, how was he doing that? Like, materials. How is he coming about materials? Like, how did he? So
commercially available hobby stuff. If I had 20 minutes to dig into the bottom of my closet, I've got an old tank shell, a wooden tank shell case from when he was in the military, that's full of model molds by a company called Prince August, which was a British company. They did fantasy models and military models in like the sort of like Green Army Men scale. I don't know what scale that is. Like that big. And you could buy ingots of white metal, which is, I think, a combination of pewter and tin. And so you could buy these giant metal ingots, and then it's soft metal, so you can sort of like cut it with like a handsaw, put it in a little skillet on a burner, you melt it, you add talcum powder into the mold, which helps mold release, and then you pour the mold and let the metal cool, and then boom, and then you assemble the figures, and then you paint them.
So he was a designer toy artist.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's sort of like DIY of a different generation. DIY for that was much more about like sort of like domestic kind of home space hobbies, whereas DIY culture sort of in the later part of the 20th century with like zines and all of that other kind of stuff is a little more public facing and community. I mean, there's communities around that stuff, but like there's a different kind of public facing thing when you're like making a zine and selling it at a zine fair, or making a toy and selling it at a toy show, rather than sort of having these things at home and maybe you war game with some buddies and stuff like that. So for me, that's like the spirit of the thing that brought me back into doing that, is like I spent like, I spent my early 20s making zines, and then I've done like curatorial, like sort of independent curatorial work over the years, and like indie games and video games and new media art. And so I've always sort of like worked within and sort of paid a lot of attention to sort of DIY culture in different ways. And that's what brought me back to this. And the idea that now we can consider action figures to sort of be like zines, I think, is one of my favorite things. Like there's something about it. It's like, this is like me with a photocopier and a stapler in like 1997. But now I'm like making action figures in a very similar way. So that's kind of how I feel about it. Yeah.
So, obviously, your spirit towards the entire culture and toys in general is obvious. But, in your bio, you had mentioned that you were going to be writing your PhD on
Yes.
the bootleg culture.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Well, the good news, and I mean, I know this is airing in February, and we're talking like before that. I don't know if we're supposed to break that fourth wall or not, but
yeah, no, yeah, that's fine.
The good news is that yesterday I found out that I just got ethics approval from the university for interviews and questionnaires. So I'll be putting that out into the world very soon, over like my Instagram and stuff.
So it's okay that we air this then, because it'll already come out. Like I would have ruined it if I just mentioned it live now.
Well, I don't think there's like, it's not really much of a spoiler. Oh, I got ethics approval on my PhD. A bunch of people I've never met said that my interview questions meet the basic requirements for ethical like interviews. Great. Okay. It's sort of like a step you have to go through. So, right. Yeah, I was writing about, like, my master's degree was about sort of DIY hacker cultures and mashup cultures on the Sega Dreamcast, the video game console. And I was going to be carrying over some of that work in video games, but over the last few years, like a PhD is kind of it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And over the past few years, as I sort of like rediscovered that, like starting with that like street culture in Mexico City around toys, and started thinking about it more, and then started getting into this, I sort of took like a very big left turn, and then decided that I was going to write my dissertation about like character licensing and toys.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly I wanted to write about bootleg toys, but in order to get there, you sort of have to talk about the history of licensing and all of those other kinds of things. And so mostly it's this kind of hybrid of a little bit of toy history, sort of thinking about the politics of toys and character licensing, and then sort of like the nature of appropriation as like appropriation art, but also something about how unsanctioned and unlicensed objects that are made, ultimately, regardless of where you sit on any sort of copyright argument, the underlying philosophy is granting access to people who may not have had access to that thing before. And this is what you're saying about sort of like economies of scale in terms of like designer toys and like prototyping now, and even kit bashing and resin casting. There's something about the accessibility of the material now that sees more and more people sort of like getting into this as an idea to make these things.
Right.
So that's sort of like, how do we get from the action figure, which is like 12-inch G.I. Joe in 1964, to like a shitload of Tiger King figures in March of 2020, made by people and distributed on Instagram. Right. And so that's sort of what I'm interested in doing. So it's like, I'm going to be talking about sort of like regional vintage bootleg toys, sort of other kind of like art projects that sort of align themselves in different media, designer toys, and looking at sort of the politics of designer toys versus bootleg toys. Because I think that the most bootleg toy makers call themselves art toy makers rather than designer toy makers, and they're making distinctions. And why is that? Like, I'm interested in those questions, because I think there is something very different between like a Sucklord figure and a Dunny.
Right.
And so, yeah, so obviously a PhD is like full of lots of academic theory and all of this kind of stuff. And I don't want to bore anybody with that side of it, because honestly, sometimes I'm not really, you know, all enthused. And like, I just want to tell interesting stories about like where we've come as a culture, like through these physical objects and how
Right.
we interact with them, and talk about them and share them, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Sure. When creating assembly required, you know, I went through a lot of different evolutions of the name of it and what it was, you know, what it was going to be called. You know, ultimately I landed on the Asheville Designer Toy Expo, just to keep it simple. But I was all over the place. You know, I had bootleg, art toy, designer toy, but like it was just like, where is this going to land? And once I realized that, you know, the designer toy was kind of the base was the trunk of the tree, the family tree, and all the others were branches off of that family tree, I decided, maybe inappropriately so, to combine it over the under the umbrella of designer toys, and just, you know, and considering bootleg toys and art toys and everything within part of the same family. So, you know, I know it's confusing to a lot of people when you're referencing one type of approach to the designer toy culture, and you're, you know, specifically referencing bootleg toys. Yeah, at some point, you know, especially since right now, I feel like the cultures. I keep referencing it as a turn of the century art movement, because it's really, you know, at the beginning of the explosion. And I think we're going to be looking back on this time right now in the last 10 to 20 years as the biggest moment for this growing art form, and see some of the, you know, the Picassos that are coming out of it, you know, someday are going to be looking back on this and be like, oh my gosh, these guys were at the forefront of this, this whole culture. And that's one of, you know, that's why I created the event, was because I wanted to play a role in it. I wanted to give all of these artists a platform to be able to show their work and sell their work, and, you know, present themselves so they can get their name out there.
Yeah, I think that's really insightful to talk about like turn of the century sort of art movements, in the same way that like the surrealists in the last century, turn of the century in the 20s, you know, sort of like bring the ready-made into like into the art worlds, like Duchamp and Magritte and all of these sort of the artists of that era. You know, because ultimately there's that thing about the ready-made is kind of an interesting idea when you think about it in terms of the way that people are expressing themselves through toys, because the form is well established, right? And then they're sort of taking these things and sort of like remixing them and reusing them in new and creative ways, in much the same way that, like, you know, Duchamp's stool with the bicycle wheel worked for that era, or the urinal worked for that era, or whatever. So I think that's actually really insightful. I think I might steal some of that for for the connections to other art movements chapter, because some of that stuff is already in there. I'm really interested in the idea of the action figure as a ready-made object, and then what we do with that object. But yeah, and I think those distinctions, those other sort of categorical distinctions, much like genres in music or movies or whatever, they're not hard set, and they're really porous, and some people care about those conversations, and some people don't. Like, one of the things that I find really fascinating is how the whole, like, a lot of people will put "this is not a toy" on their packaging, or like, "this is not a toy, this is a work of art," and I'm like, are those things necessarily mutually exclusive? Like, because, you know, like it is very much both. And so one of the things that, and I hope that somebody, when I put my questionnaire out there in the world, can answer for me, is like where that comes from. Because even manufacturers like Super 7 are saying that with their reaction line. It's not a toy, it's an adult collectible. And is that because of like cultural considerations, or is it because the ways in which these things are manufactured, they're not passing, they don't have to go through the same toy safety standards that other toys do to reach market? Like, is it like a legal flourish to turn away from the discussion of toys, so you don't have to deal with that shit when you're like designing and releasing toys into the world? Or is it or is it more about sort of trying to highlight toys are for children and these are not for children?
Well, what's interesting about that is we have, by the time this airs, everyone will know, and we have an interview lined up with Stephen Geddes, one of the original Kenner Star Wars line toy action makers. He made, designed the Rancor and designed Yoda's Dagobah set and a handful of figures, and I'll be talking to him actually tomorrow. I have his interview scheduled, and I look at him as an artist, and I look at his work as art, and even though they were mass produced in a size and made easy for children to play with, like, I always looked at toys to a certain extent. Well, I mean, I recognize them now in my my adult age as art, but I always I think that does not take away from the art form, the art that it is. It stands alone to me, and to many, as a work of art. He is a sculptor, and he sculpted this, and he made this, and there's nothing, just because the kids can play with it didn't make it any less of a work of art. It was still.
Yeah, and even like the origin of the word toy actually is, I think it might be related to German, but it highlights the miniature nature of an object that's meant to be displayed. So before we started calling toys and the children play with these things and make sense of the world kind of way, they were things that were collected and displayed and were like, sort of signifiers of conspicuous consumption. Like I found this really weird, old, obscure British book about the history of model soldiers, and they were gifts originally, like the metal figurines. They were gifts from like one noble person in the aristocracy to another. These were made by sculptors and then cast in metal and given as gifts, and then displayed as sort of this, like, so there's a cultural clout there, which is not different than the cultural clout of someone who has a shelf full of Star Wars figures for our generation, right? Like, right. Speaking of which, but yeah, so yeah, it's really fascinating. Like, I'm someone who likes to, and this is difficult when you're doing a PhD, because the idea is that you are narrowing down and getting specific answers to specific questions about these, like, sort of like culture and these objects and stuff. And for me, I've always been more interested in expansive and inclusive definitions rather than reductive ones. And so it's still this key question, like whenever I send out work that I've sold, I always, like, on the customs form, if it's going to the US or elsewhere, I always put toys. I never put art. I'm like, no, it's a toy, and it's art and it's a toy. Like, these things work well together, and that's part of the nature of what we're talking about. It's like, right, but even with Kenner, or like that sort of design side, I would say that the more I've gotten into doing this, the more I appreciate the design and creative processes in, like, the mass-produced stuff. I never used to, as a toy collector when I was younger, think I would ever keep anything in the packaging, and that changed when I started collecting more bootleg toys, often because of the meta conversation between the card art and the figure, right? Which is a little different than the conversation that sort of happens between the art and the figure in commercial work. But that actually showed me, like, sort of like led me to appreciating figure and package design in a new way that like I really appreciate as well. Like, one of my favorite figures, like commercial figures behind me on the wall here, is actually the Batman Forever Riddler figure, because it's just, the card art is just so ridiculous and amazing. You probably can't see it. It's like, it's pretty far away. But
no, I was trying to remember it because I think I might have been working at Toys R Us at the time. Was that made by Toy Biz?
I think it was Kenner.
Kenner? Oh, okay.
I think it was Kenner. I think that was, that's post Toy Biz. Because Kenner got the license after the first movie, because by the second movie Kenner was making all the Batman stuff. So anyway, I really, like, I've really come to appreciate that stuff a lot more.
So growing up, what was your favorite toy or toy line?
It's Star Wars.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, I was born in 1975, so the 1979 like, you know, re-theatrical release of Star Wars like is the first movie I ever remember seeing. I had Star Wars bed sheets.
Mm-hmm.
I had Empire Strikes Back wallpaper. I grew up in like a suburban, like Canadian, like town. My parents were fairly well off, and like I had other stuff. Like I kind of got into GI Joe, but mostly for me it was Star Wars. That was the mythology, and that was sort of like the bulk of what I
Right.
engaged and interacted with. Yeah.
So if you had one element to share with an up and coming designer toy artist, something that you wish you knew back when you first discovered it, what would it be? Is there a certain technique or certain tool or certain materials? What is it you wish you knew back in the day?
For material, I would say that discovering Milliput changed my world.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like 2-part epoxy clay that dries hard in 4 hours, so you can do sculpts over top of stuff. That really did it. And then otherwise, I would say just there is like literally no idea. Like the beautiful thing about this scene that I think people need to embrace more is that like it's full of great ideas and it's full of bad ideas, but they all work really well together, you know? And don't be afraid to just sort of like these are toys. Like we're playing with these toys, but in a new and fun way. And like never, like I always find that people who are trying to like break into an art scene always sort of overthink things and like, you know, will hold back and like just express yourself in the way that you want to express yourself and don't worry about the rest.
Right.
You know, like some of there are figures that I've made that like I thought I would sell right away, and they're still in a long box like a year and a half later, like just sitting in a box. And there are figures I thought nobody would ever want in a million years that sold off my Instagram in like 30 minutes. Like, you know, so just for me, it's always like, what's the idea that I want to sort of play around with and do? How do I want to articulate that? And then I'll just do it and put it in the world. And if someone likes it, great. And if, you know, nobody likes it, great. I still like sort of took a moment to express myself in a way that I found.
Right. You have to enjoy doing it first before.
Yeah. And I spend a lot of time painting figurines and like sculpting and kit bashing and stuff. I find to be like just good therapy. It's super meditative, you know, just put on some music. I can spend hours. I can lose, like I've lost days literally to painting something, you know, and then people are like, wow, that must have taken a while. I'm like, yeah, I can't really register how long it took.
Well, if somebody wanted to find more of your work and see it and buy it, where would they go?
Well, I guess for this, there's going to be a Zoom link posted. So if people actually want to talk to me, they can.
For sure. Yep.
And I'll have my virtual booth at Virtually Assembled. I'm at Yo-Yo-Dine Toy Division on Instagram. I know that breaks a whole lot of rules about brevity, but I like it. I have a Tumblr, yoyodinetoys.tumblr.com, which is an archive of all the work that is out in the world that I've made. And then I have a store envy. It's, you know, Yo-Yo Toys at Store Envy.
Yep. That's cool that you brought up the virtual table, because I got to keep remembering to refer people back to checking that event page out. And
this is nice, but I'm here to sell shit, man.
Yep. There you go. There you go. So hop over to the event page and check out Yo-Yo Dine Toys and buy some shit.
Okay, great.
It's great having you, man.
Yeah, you too. This was a lot of fun. Thanks for the invitation.
Oh, you're very welcome.
This is nice, but I'm here to sell shit, man.
Yeah, there you go.
Greetings. Welcome back. That was a great interview with Yo-Yo Dine Toy Division. And we're about to see his exclusives momentarily. Don't forget to check the event webpage. Over the tab, you can visit the artists and buy directly from them. Their website is up there as well. Their stores. And you can go over to designertoymarket.com to purchase the event exclusives.
Yep. We see some sellouts already.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah. On Designer Toy Market. So you guys should head over there quick.
What's sold out?
Let's see. We have, I think, a Manor Monster. All the Manor Monsters sold out. Cherry Moth Cake sold out already. So and then there's a few toys that we only had one or two of listed, and so those sold out. Like Figure FETTish sold out on one of his little green men. We've
Oh, wow.
yeah, so that was really cool. That was I think that was probably the last one of that you had left. So
Yes.
that's cool. Yeah.
Congratulations, Jeff. All right, well, let's bring up our first exclusive here, right over
So
here.
we just heard from Yo-Yo Dine, and this is the Designer Toy Market exclusive. There it is.
There it is.
Awesome.
And
I'm
this
gonna
is
reel it.
this is our chrome colorway, right?
Yep,
Yes.
this is the Chrome colorway. This is BB-88, the useless assassin droid.
It's available for $40 on Designer Toy Market. I think we have at least 4 of those left. So
And we've got, I'm going to read a little bit from Yo-Yo Dine's description on the Designer Toy Market because it's pretty awesome.
yeah.
BB-88, the useless assassin droid. Limited assembly required Chrome edition. Plucked from an alternate timeline in the Star Wars universe comes BB-88, the useless assassin droid. What cruel fate awaits a droid whose programmed purpose is to hunt and kill when he's got no arms or hands to hold a blaster or a vibro blade? Special limited edition 5 Chrome figures made exclusively for Virtually Assembled comes with no accessories and is blister packed on a custom backing card that marries a mediocre drawing with an amateur Photoshop skills.
Yeah. We were talking.
Yeah,
we had him on Joker TV recently, and we were talking a lot about this and how your when your kid saw this, Matt, his comments on that. I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, he was like, it was exactly pretty much that. He's like, how's he supposed to do anything?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So-
he's pretty cool, and I'm glad that Scott also has some varieties on his individual page. If you go over to the event tab, Scott's also has some colorways over there. He's got the chrome finish edition and gunmetal finish.
And check out his Instagram feed. It's a Yo-Yo Dine Toy Division. It's him and his cats, and he's got a lot of his works posted there. Some really awesome work. And if anybody's interested and you're a toy artist, you want to participate in his study, just hit him up on his Instagram message, and
There you go.
you participate in that study.
Yeah.
Thank you for that plug, Jay. Next up, we got Mr. Blank Toys.
Okay. Yeah, we. This was when we first started putting this event together, and you made the flyer. You had actually, we should have brought a picture of that, but we had your flyer that had the 4 little heads. There you go. Oh yeah, I've got actually.
There we go.
There you go. There's the yeah. So when you created that first image on that flyer, it was like, oh man, I've got to sculpt those heads. So
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
did.
and
So now everybody
I
can get those, and then you've got a head from each of us, and you can create your own kick bashes out of that.
You know you're
Yeah, I
somebody when
apologize
you
for the
have an
back
action
room.
figure made of you.
Yeah, right. And then here's a little special. We announced this on Joker TV, but I have one special colorway, and this is the zombified version. If I can get it without showing you the, you'll see a commercial from me later. But the package is all bloody, and you got the zombie heads floating around there, and you can kind of see they got blood dripping from their mouths.
Now,
So
I'll be
there's-
honest with you, Mux. When you showed that to me, I was like, oh my God, that's so cool. And you're like, yeah, I'm sending you one. And when you said this one, I was like,
Yeah.
oh, it's not the zombie version.
No. There's only one zombie one, yeah.
But this is when I open this again, I think I talk a lot about how my kid responded to a lot of these because, quite honestly, I'm opening the boxes and he's looking at and he's commenting on them.
Yeah.
He got so excited about this. He was jumping up and down.
That's cool.
To see all of us toys, because you guys have met my kid, and he recognizes all you guys, and
yeah.
So he was excited.
Well, I really appreciated your art. I like the art style, and so I wanted to try to, represent that in a sculptural form and make more, it's pretty much making a memento of this occasion. So that was the idea behind this toy, anyway. So.
And we definitely want to see people get them and do whatever with them and post it on Instagram.
Yes, yeah, that's going to be fun. So we'll get those pictures.
So, Mux, do you plan on doing any more colorways or varieties of these?
Well, we'll see.
Besides the zombie one?
That head is a head of a toy that I'm sort of still developing the idea of this platform toy, and it's called an imp. And it'll be a platform toy that's only available on Designer Toy Market. I have been doing little customs myself right now with it, but I'm encouraging other artists to get a hold of me, and I'll send you one, and you can do it'll be free. I won't charge you for the figure, and I'll send you an imp, and you can customize it. But for these, I just did just the heads. So we'll see. Maybe I can do some different colorways after the show and come out with something creative.
That's cool. Yeah, and I should mention you threw in an imp for me, and am I supposed to customize that?
Yes, you are.
Because it was translucent. I thought. I think it was translucent green or red.
I when I made it when I was getting ready for this, and then I did a custom imp for the Back to the Future Designer Con art show, and that was, I think, probably the first custom I did of that figure. I made a little gigawatt is what it was called, the gigawatt.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and I embedded a little wire in there and made it glow in the dark. It was really cool. So when I created that, I had a bunch of extra resin off of pours that I would just pour a couple random imps here and there. So I've got a couple weird different colorways, and if somebody wants one, I'm just going to send you a random colorway. You can paint over it, or you can use that color to be part of the figure, so whatever you want to do. But there's some creative colorways. So.
Nice. Good plug, good marketing.
Anyways, enough about me. What's the next toy?
What do we got? I think we got Figure FETTish.
Figure FETTish. Yeah, I love your toy.
T's, otherwise you go to a different site, right, Jay?
That is correct. That is correct.
And you did, we don't see it in this image, but the packaging of these, you did something really special with.
So yeah, let me talk about this for a second, because
there, he's got one.
This is really impressive. I'm going to show it. It's harder to see because the actual background is translucent, as you can see my hand behind it.
Yeah.
So Jay, why did you do that like that?
I've always loved packaging. I like making packaging more than I do figures sometimes. And
yeah, I get that.
I wanted to experiment with something that is intended to be backlit, and so yeah, that's what I came up with. And this is a continuation of figure line that I made just for Assembly Required. So this is picking up from the previous year's exclusives. This whole idea of the dream inceptors, beings from another world that they build machines and they incept our dreams, and yeah.
Were these characters like you mentioned? I'm glad you mentioned that, because they did look familiar, and I thought they were part of the similar characters were part of some sort of set that you designed for year one or year two.
Yes, I had made a play set, and I had some of these similar figures and their devices that they build.
Now,
this year I wanted to. These are this title is Relics of the Dream Inceptor, so it's supposed to be like monuments to them.
it's hard for me not to wax poetic about this card back. It's beautiful. It's just utterly beautiful. It's plexiglass. I mean, it's just such a showpiece.
I can see it there. I wanted it, like I see little bolts in the corners. What's the bolts there for?
Hung like behind a light source, like a window, or if you had some kind of backlit panel,
like a
an LED
beer
panel,
sign
like
almost. Nice.
Yeah, that's the back. It's got
nice.
but it's
I
just
see.
so gorgeous. It's like it brings back memories of Tron because obviously the grid you got going on down here too.
Yeah. Do you is that artwork in there or is it printed on the plexiglass?
No, it's a clear acrylic sheet that's printed on.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering how you did that.
And you got some hangers. You got some hangers here too.
Yes.
To hang.
Ready to hang.
Nice.
It's really great when you hold it up to a light source. It's not really gonna give it too much justice here on the camera because it's really hard to display this because you really want to put a light source behind it in some way. But it wouldn't. It's just and this character in here. Again, my kiddo was here at the studio when we were photographing these, and he was like, "Who is that? Can I have that?" I said, no, you can't have that. That's mine.
Dad doesn't share his toys.
But when I want to kit bash one of his, I got to make some sort of deal.
We got one right there in the video looping.
Oh yeah, that's him
spinning. So yeah.
So Jay, how many? There's 4 different characters, 5 different.
5.
Yeah, there's 4 out on the designer toy market. Then the one that you have as well. So and there's I think the pictures that I took are a good representation. You can see the backlit pieces. It was shot on an LED lighted plane, so you can see the artwork that's in there.
Yeah, right. Like every toy in the designer toy market has like a gallery there. You can see all the different variants. You can see, the fronts, backs, sides, views of things. So, yeah.
Now, when I have such an appreciation for those artists who spend so much time on the packaging, on the bubble and the card art. It's not. I was talking with Dove on the DKE stream last a couple months ago, and we were talking about how much attention goes into the card art and the backboards and the bubbles, and it's mind blowing because growing up, I never paid too much attention to the card art. I just was excited just to get the figure out of the card, but to see as much the amount of time that you guys, all of you guys, are putting into these card arts is it's mind blowing. And it really honors the culture of which it came.
Yeah, I've always felt like packaging is more important than the figure itself in a way, as far as like being able to get someone interested in it. I mean, it's true for any product you see on a shelf. It's what really triggered us all when we were kids, right? You go to the toy store and there was all the toys, and you were drawn in by the packaging at first. So that's what hit you first.
The graphic design.
Do you think that part of that is due to the fact that most people threw away the packaging and it was the thing that people didn't have as much of?
That's interesting.
I think it's like the packaging is a momentary trigger for anyone, especially when you're a kid. You saw that packaging, it drew you in, and yes, you threw away the packaging, and then you're left with the toy at the end. Yeah. But it all begins with the packaging and being drawn in by it.
But most of these toys are looked at as art toys, and so like you got that piece, it made it so you can hang it up. I know I've done that before in the past. I've seen a lot of artists do that, where it's not intended to open it up and do anything with it, and that's why when you say like the toy doesn't as matter as the packaging that's the reason why. To me, like as an artist, that's the art. That's what's getting your point across. That's what's
the figure is almost secondary.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. Yep.
Now, coming up, we've got an assortment of animation tracks, which
yeah.
are pretty impressive. And after that, we've got another visit from Toybox, America's favorite cartoon witch. Some of the videos that you're going to see are pretty spectacular. I think, Toybox Theater did a great job of curating a lot of these segments. And I'm really impressed by some of the things you're about to see.
Yeah. Yep. And
Easy, Strongpaw. Ho there, stranger. Are you in need of assistance?
Do not interfere with me.
You're going to be trouble, aren't you? Damn.
My turn.
Phantom Starkiller, I am relieved you have returned safely and in one piece.
I have unfinished business down there.
There are more important matters at hand. Your last mission, while unfinished, was not without benefit. This anomaly you flew through has proven most interesting. Of course, with my intellect, I was easily able to command control over it. And now that the power is mine, a multiverse of possibilities lay before us. I have seen such wonders, such power, all for the taking.
Now, ladies, where were we?
Brain Trust action figures, Wave 2, the Fantastic Plastics.
Hey guys, you want to play with the new action figures from the Fantastic Plastics with me?
Dad, nobody wants to play action figures.
Zoe?
Okay, but I get to be Dr. Disintegration.
Dr. Disintegration.
Chickenburgerdisco, we've got to stop Dr. Disintegration. He's out on the lair.
Mr. Computer, give me a readout of Dr. Disintegration's location.
Collect them all. Miranda Plastic, Mr. Computer, Tyson Plastic, and Chickenburgerdisco. Fantastic play action now.
I'm gonna disintegrate you.
No way, dude. It's the Plastics vs. Disintegration. We'll stop you with our sweet tunes.
I got sweet tunes too.
Buy them all and get Dr. Disintegration free.
Hey, Emma. Say, these toys are fantastic.
Do I have to?
Fantastic Plastic.
Kick move.
Wait! Toxic Tyson and Dark Miranda are coming soon.
I'm Morgan Albritton, the owner of Morgan's Comics in West Asheville, North Carolina. It is the first comic book store owned by a female outside of marriage in Western North Carolina. So I welcome you to my nerd sanctuary. This is a safe space for all nerds. All of us to be weird together. All nerds who peacefully attend. Right when someone walks in, then the door will say, "Welcome to the Nerd Sanctuary, guys." A lot of times we'll get to about right there on the floor and they look around and their eyes get all sparkly and where they don't know which nerd direction to go in first, and that's like a connection right there. And so we'll talk about it for a little while. It's always interesting to see which way people choose to go first. Like, do they dive into the vinyl or into the comics or get pulled right into the video games behind the counter? Any of those are good options for me. I will love all of it. I love the store, and I feel like if you guys love geek stuff at all, we're gonna have something you'll enjoy here. So you should totally stop when you see the giant Batman mural. Come and visit.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between. I am Toybox, America's favorite cartoon witch, but I am also America's favorite ranch manufacturer. Yes, I blend mayonnaise and buttermilk with delicious herbs and spices to create Toybox Ranch. You can use it as a dip for your French fries or pizza. It can add that special touch of nasty required in every American-made salad. This ranch is also great for mummifying your dead pets, removing paint from asphalt, and creating biodiesel for your golf carts. I also made new Toybox brand Goth Vegan Ranch, so that you can ruin the earth without ruining the earth. Toybox brand Ranch. Blow your paycheck on it today.
I am the Phantom Star Killer. No, I am. No, I am. No, I am. No, I am. I am the real. No, we are the real. No, I am. We are. No, who I are. Who I am. I am the Phantom Star Killer. Really, I am the Phantom Star Killer. No, you're a bootleg. No, we are a bootlegs.
From the creators of Assembly Required, Virtually Assembled, an Assembly Required experience. 2-day online event, streaming live on assemblyrequired.net, YouTube, as well as other platforms. February 6 and 7, 2021. Virtually Assembled, an Assembly Required experience, including artist interviews, studio tours, artist toy exclusives, artist-made toy commercials, and Toybox, America's favorite cartoon witch. Sponsors include Unboxing Asheville, Morgan's Comics, Appalachian Pinball Museum, Asheville FM, Designer Toy Market, Toybox Theater, Joker TV, and Resin Underworld. Virtually Assembled, an Assembly Required experience. 2-day online event, February 6 and 7, 2021.
Can anything stop the animal? The animal. It's a big, powerful 4x4. But when the going gets tough, it bares its claws to climb over anything that gets in its way.
The animal, the animal. Can anything stop the animal, the animal?
The animal, clawing its way to the top. The animal, each sold separately, batteries not included. New from Galoob.
Hey, stupid ugly monster! Hey, get him! Yeah, get him!
Where is this guy? Probably with your mom.
Hey, stop that. There he is.
Now I've got you.
You monsters are taking our American jobs. Oh.
He belongs to me. No, he's mine.
Why do y'all want me?
Oh, master. Oh.
1, 2, 3, not me. Betsy, we hit a dog. Hey, where did you come from? Get out, you crap, now!
You go, I stay.
Hey, handsome. Need a lift?
Sure thing, mama. Oh, forgot my jacket.
Welcome back! It is I, Toybox, America's favorite cartoon witch. Now, if you're just tuning in, we're here for Assembly Required Virtually Assembled, a designer toy show happening virtually online. Just to remind you all, we do have a virtual toy store on the homepage, so you can go and buy all sorts of things from all the artists you're going to see tonight. Now, here I am, I'm just sitting outside at, in the garden of my toy castle. In my dimension, apparently, it's still nighttime, so, after staying up all night and watching the Fantastic Plastics, I don't even know what time it is and what's going on anymore. We're losing all sense of reality here today, and I hope you're having fun and enjoying that. Now, we put together a little animation track that will be running throughout the day, and we just saw our first one of the day, which I thought was quite splendid. It started with a little cartoon by Brand X Animation, which featured some, fairly famous designer toys. We saw the Phantom Star Killer in there and Hammer of the Gods. Very cool, very awesome cartoon. I saw lots of people in the chat commenting about how awesome that was. So we're very lucky to have been able to show that little short by Brand X Animation. Also in there, we saw a little commercial with me. Some people are asking who made that. That was made by my good friends, Tommy Cannon and Dane Quinton Gore. They are from Phoenix, Arizona, and I work with them sometimes at the Great Arizona Puppet Theater. We also saw all sorts of things. Let's see, what did we... Saw a commercial from Sagittarius. Saw some more from Chickenburgerdisco. We'll be seeing stuff from them all weekend. We saw a piece by our good friend Edwin Salas, who is one of our artists and in the festival, and we'll see a lot of stuff from him over the weekend as well. Also, we saw a little cutscene by Ju Young Che, who's an amazing puppet artist in Texas. And we even saw a little piece from Mr. Bone Tangles, so that's always nice. Now, let's see. As I'm sitting here, I sort of am reminiscing of festivals past. If you don't know, I have been a part of the festival since its inception. A few years ago, Assembly Required, when my friend Mr. Blank told me about this thing. He said, "Did you know there's a toy festival happening?" And I said, How do I not know about that in my omnipotence and extreme magic? How did I not know? Well, I contacted them immediately and said, did you know I'm Toybox and I live in your town and I have a castle full of toys? You should let me be part of it. And of course they said, sure, what are you gonna do? And I said, well, let's do an after party and let's do a puppet show. So some of the puppet shows that we will see in the animation track are actually from live puppeteers that we've seen perform over the years at Assembly Required as part of our after party. But also in my reminiscing on the festival, I started to think of some of the amazing artists that we've had in the past, and some of them are with us again this year. So let's look back on some of them, and they have things in the store too that you can find this year. So first we have our friend Dan Jaworsky. He is actually an artist in Asheville, North Carolina, and he does some very fascinating things. Usually at the festival, he sits at his little booth and he creates these sort of live virtual paintings, which are very, very cool. Some of them are very funny. They all have some sort of ironic twist. And so here it looks like a David Bowie with a bunch of kitty cats. And he creates these live in person while you're watching him at the event. So Dan has been a part of the festival, I think, the entire time that we've had it. I think from year 1 and year 2. I know last year our booth was right across from his, so I watched him quite a bit making these, and they're pretty fantastic. Let's see do we have another one. Oh, this one is delightful. Look at that. It's a little xenomorph playing with a ball of string. How cute. And let's see, do we have any more from Dan? Oh, look at this. It's a little Nosferatu. He's riding on a little dead pony. Oh, so cute. A little cutie patootie undead blood-sucking fiend. Let's see what else we have. Oh, also in past years, we've had the Foo stamps, which is a very cool thing. His booth actually was right close to mine as well. The Foo stamps, now they have a comic book series, and I did purchase one of these comics last year, so I have one. It's great illustration and story. I only have the first issue, so I hope that there's more so I can find out what happens. And it's a very cool kung fu urban sort of fantasy, and we had some really cool, excellently crafted designer vinyl figures that go along with the story. Pretty exquisite sculpt and quality on those. There we see another one. Really, really nice figure there from the Foo stamps. So they're someone that's been part of our festival in the past. And then we have, after that, this fellow, Henry and Max from ERA Sculpture. And these are very cool. I have one myself. And what's neat about this toy, it's got an exquisite and very gnarly sculpt. It is a vinyl toy. It's pretty large and gratifying. Excuse me. And you can twist its head around, and he has another face on the back of his head. So he's two characters in one, which is very cool. And some of them you can customize and paint any way you like. I think we have one more to show. There you go. That's very cool from ERA. So you can get blank ones, or I think maybe you can get fully painted ones. I'm not sure. And I think they're a little bit more expensive if they are painted, of course. And also we have Baykid Dead. So we'll be having he was part of our festival, I think, for the first time last year. Very cool sort of battle kaiju figures. And these I really enjoy because they're all interchangeable. So if you get multiples of them, you can take off the heads and arms and legs and switch them up and make them however you want. Now, I do have examples of some of these toys in my personal collection, and if we have time at the end of the day, I'm going to bring them out and show them as a little recap, so hopefully we get to that. And we are doing a live interview with Baykid Dead at some point. Check the schedule to find out when that live interview is. Offhand right now, I can't think of it because I'm trying to think of all of the things that I'm supposed to say here. I'm getting a little freaked out. Am I saying all of this stuff? Do I have to look at my computer screen to remember? No, I'll come to it. I'll remember. So there's some pieces by Baykid Dead, very cool, kaiju influenced resin figures that are interchangeable, and now this. We have some figures from our good friend Feond. I love these. I first met Feond many years ago at a toy show that I did at Mr. Blank's gallery, and I loved him as a person. He's a great human being, and also very cool. I love his toys, and I do have one myself. So hopefully at some point we'll have time to show that to you. A very classic, sleek design. I love the simple colorway that is also sort of like reminiscent of so many different toys that tap into your subconscious. Very cool mashups of like Star Wars figures and Universal monsters. I think that last one, this looks like a Doctor Doom head here on a mummy, and the last one I think had that, what is it called, from Construx, the Construx alien. If you remember that little guy. I loved that toy when I was a kid, so I think that's what that was. This one is very cool. Of course, some sort of Stormtrooper Warduke mashup with maybe Klaatu, Barata, Nikto arms and legs. I don't know, but it's pretty fantastic. I think that there's some of these in his shop now, so if you want those, they're at very limited availability. So, put in your PayPal account or whatever on your mobile device, or however you do it. I don't know. I can't keep up with all of these things that you're doing nowadays. I live in a castle made of toys and play with puppets all day. I mean, I don't follow everything. I don't have an Instagram page, but I do have a Facebook page, so you can follow that and see some more of my shows. Here's another piece from Feond. Very cool. If you notice, this one has some sort of monster body, and then this is very clever here. What they've done is used a Warduke shield. I believe that is a Warduke shield as a face. I love that. I think that's a very clever usage of an accessory that has been morphed and tapped into our 80s child subculture consciousness, like some sort of dream thing that haunts your memories. I think, and I think Feond does a very great job of that sort of thing, of like mashing up all of these sort of. Yes, here's another one. Beautiful. I love this one. I still kick myself in the pants at the first toy show that I did with Mr. Blank. He had some of these there, and I was like, oh, this is so cool, I should just buy it. And I didn't, and I didn't see this one in the shop either, so, there's a lesson to be learned there, my friends. When you see it and you know it's a rare thing, just get it. Because you don't want to live the rest of your life regretting that moment where you didn't buy the thing. Just buy the thing. Who cares? We'll figure it out later. If your expenses aren't all there, you'll work it out. Just buy the toys. They're fantastic. This is beautiful, and I wish I had one of these. So, Feond, if you're watching, maybe you could be a guest on my show sometime. What's in the box? And you could put together a little mystery package and send it to me, and then we'll do an excellent review for all of our fans on our show. Wink, wink, wink. And that's an open invitation for anyone watching the show. If you ever want to send me a package and be on our show, please feel free. Now, let's see. We do have a few more minutes, and is that the end of our slideshow? It is the end of our slideshow, so let me see what we have here. Using my powers of magic, I'll just go down into my little catacomb lair and maybe pull up a few of the pieces that I was discussing. How amazing that I magically had them here. So let's go, if we could quickly go to the toy cam and maybe we can see some of these. So here we have, I do have one of these Henry and Max vinyl figures. You can see how big he is because I can't even fit him in the whole screen there. So he's a big, chunky, meaty fellow. I love this toy. I got this one because I love the colorway as sort of like that classic fleshy muscle figure. If you remember the muscle figures, the little Keshi 2-inch figures, he sort of is reminiscent of that, but like a giant size one, and he has this gnarly face on his tummy, and then he's got this face, but then you can also turn his head upside down like this. He's got another face. Look at that. Look at how cool that is. So these are available from ERA Sculpture. You can look for that. Here I do have one from Baykid Dead. Let's see if we can see that. There we go. There's his logo. And here is the figure, and it looks similar to one of the ones that we saw that I showed earlier. Now, if you see them live, you can actually select which pieces, or at least at the show I was at, you could select which pieces. So you could select a body, a torso, and legs, and then depending on how many pieces you want, the price goes up or down. And I just picked, this head and this leg combo because I thought it was cool and it looked pretty neat. It's this sort of weird kaiju beast, and I liked that quite a bit. So, like I said, all of Baykid Dead's toys are interchangeable. So if you select one and you select two, then you can mix and match their parts and to make different toys out of them, which those of you that follow me, you know that I love when you can switch up your toys and make new things out of them. Okay, I love modular toys. And here we have here we go. There we go. Here's issue 1 of Foo Stamps, the comic book, which I have here. Very cool. Let me see if I can just open that up and give you a sample of how great it looks on the inside. It's black and white, crisp line work. Very cool. Very fun story. And it a little bit reminds me, is a little reminiscent of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Also, of course, Street Sharks and a lot of 90s characters that we know and love. It has that sort of feeling to me. There's lots of kung fu violence in there. And really great. Let's see if we can... So you can see it's a very high quality comic with excellent artwork and very fun story. Unfortunately, with this one, I only have the one issue. So if there's more issues, I'm going to have to track those down and find them. So that's very cool. Foo Stamps, and he probably has these comics in his shop, I'm sure. I did not check every single shop, but I will be sure to do that after the show when I have a break. And you should do the same, because there's all sorts of cool things that you can purchase. Also go to the Designer Toy Marketplace for those exclusives, because they're going to sell out quickly. We're getting updates throughout the show, and I have received updates that some of the toys have already sold out. There's already exclusives that are gone forever. So go there and check it out. And one last little thing I'd like to show is a figure that I do have from Feond. Here we go. You can see that. Very cool monster on the card art. And then there he is. Sort of like an urban Tuscan Raider, maybe. Cool colorway. Again, nice mashup of different toys that really tap into your subconscious of the monsters of our youth and weird alien characters that we know and love. And, I would also like to say Feond has some very, very reasonable prices. So, you can buy more than one thing over there. So go there, check out the toy shop throughout the day, and buy these toys, because there's some really, really amazing things happening. Now, speaking of Feond, coming up, this is very fun. Coming up, we're going to be seeing a studio tour and an artist interview with Feond, so you're gonna want to tune in and watch that. He's an absolute sweetheart, a delight to behold. Not unlike me. Well, I think that's almost all of my time here. Let me check my timer. I'm almost out, but I'll be back throughout the day to talk about artist spotlights. Remind you that there is animation tracks throughout the day. Each one is a little different. You'll see all sorts of cartoons and puppet shows selected from Joker TV and also from the Wham Bam Puppet Slam. So be sure to follow both of those things if you don't already, because we're still doing our own shows after this. I mean, this is just a special. We have regular programming, so check out our regular programming as well besides this special 8-hour live stream. And we have another 8-hour live stream tomorrow, so tune in for that, 1 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time, just like today. With that said, I will see you soon, my friends.
So my name is Marty Rogers. I live in Athens. I make toy art under the name Feond, and it one way to say it is Feond. I learned so much looking at people's feeds, and it's like when they put up production pictures and they show their molds. Do you know this guy Labmonkey #9?
Yes.
Do you know him?
Yeah, he's involved in our event.
He's on the roster.
He's on the roster, and
guy,
he has it. We did an interview and studio tour with him.
You want to see some molds, brother? You want to see some nice mold making?
Yeah,
like that. Honest to God, when people write me and say like, "How do I get started? What advice do you have? I'm doing something for the first time." I'm like, "Dude, don't ask me.
Right?
Go follow this guy."
That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said.
I'm like, watch this guy save the photos that he puts up of his molds, because he's not showing you step by step, but if you look at his mold, there's so much to learn. And there's a lot of people. He was the one who came to mind. He's so nice. But there's a lot of people who are like that. It feels sometimes like there's always something new to learn. There's always some material that somebody figured out, like, oh yeah, this works great, but you know what? If you stick a bunch of hex bolts in there, it's better than a circle. It's like you get these nice locking, and I'm like, oh God, why didn't I think of that? It's just like, and so I have this stupid. I'm just gonna do this.
Show us.
Stupid tray of all this like dumb hardware and these little hex. Well, you don't see them anymore, but it's like I saw that guy sticking hex bolts into his molds, and I thought like, God, why does that seem like such a technological leap to me? I'm like the monkey with the bone in his hand from 2001. Like I just learned how to use a tool. It's the best. So yeah, learning is exciting on something like Instagram, because you can interact with the people who are teaching you this stuff.
Yeah.
And so that guy's inspiring.
Yeah, I had Andrew is one of the first artists I reached out to when I wanted to get involved, because I did notice I was studying his molds for a long time, and when I made my first mold, I actually printed out a shit ton of his molds, and I literally had a huge poster of just all of his molds there. And as I was like making my molds, I was just like looking up at the keys and the vents, and I was just like using it as reference sort of to like, because the hardest part for me was envisioning the negative. That's the hardest part for me, is trying to envision the negative part. And I really had issues wrapping my mind around where the air was going to go in those molds to make that vent proper,
Indeed. And trying to think of, it brought me back to when I was a kid and having like a geometry class. It's like, you just have to kind of think of things in a different way.
Right.
And you have to kind of think of it the way I make molds. I have to think of it upside down. I have to think of it, as air and liquid traveling through a thing, right? And not as a toy or a sculpture. And it took a while for me to get my brain around some of this stuff. And like venting, I mean, this sounds so dumb, but my first couple passes at trying to make a mold, I just didn't understand at all. It seems so easy now. Like yeah, the bubbles go up. like, got it, but like at the time I didn't get it at all.
Right.
And I was like, why do I keep getting up? And I didn't have a pot or anything like that. I was pouring molds and setting them on the dryer and doing a load of wash so that the dryer would like vibrate the bubbles out of them.
Right.
And trying to think of how it would work when it was finished.
Right.
Right. And like pouring the liquid in, and it's just like, I love
do you still do the dryer technique to shake the air bubbles out?
No, I have recommended it to people who are just getting started who don't want to invest in equipment.
Yeah.
Because I don't blame them. It's like, it seems like it costs so much at first. But let me show you a thing
Show
I do
us.
have.
Yeah. I was gonna ask for some show and tell.
Yeah, here let me see if I can turn this around. I got this. Let me see if it's plugged in. Right? It's like it's a dental supply thing. And it's literally called, hold on, I'm turning the camera around for this. It's literally called a vibrator. And you have to search for it that way. And so it's tough to locate. But it's like dentists use them.
Right.
To make molds of people's teeth. And
Right.
so it was like listed with all this dental equipment.
Yeah.
And I was like, how did anybody know to do that?
Yeah.
But and so like this was before the pressure pot.
Yeah.
But it's like, when I'm pouring the silicone for the mold, I would put it on this, and when I'm doing the resin now, I put it on there too. It's probably redundant. It's probably not necessary. But I got in the habit of, when I'm like, I stand up and I'm mixing my thing, and I turn that on and I put the mold in it to try to get as much of the air out naturally without the pressure.
Yeah. No, I don't know that it's redundant necessarily. I mean, I think I'm thinking that we all take steps probably that we may or may not need to do, but we still do them just because it's part of habit. And quite honestly, a pressure pot's only going to do so much. You still get some bubbles in the pressure pot.
That's right. And I'm not super scientific about it, and I've never been, I'm not a type A. I really don't mean that judgmentally. It's like there are people who really want it to be neat as a pin, and I'm just not wired that way, and so I have to kind of work around my deficit.
Well,
and some of it for me, I tried to attend to that in the design of the mold.
Show us more what you're working on there.
Okay, well, this was like a.
Did you see? Did you see the dental vibrator before you bought it, or did you discover it because it was your solution?
No, I didn't discover it. I read it on a forum somewhere. Maybe it was like a YouTube, like a crafter video. Like it wasn't a guy making toys. It was somebody, making resin copies of something.
I'm gonna look that up because that's a good technique.
It's better than a dryer, and it uses less electricity. And plus, it's fun. And my daughter loves it. She'll just put anything on there and crank it up, and you can.
Right.
It's like this is like you can. It'll eventually pop off, and so it's like you have to be careful. You don't want to just spill like $60 worth of chemicals all over your desk.
Right.
Let's see. This was just like a Harbor Freight cheapie.
Sure.
And there's a tutorial somewhere on how to adapt it.
Yeah.
And then of course, what is a pressure pot without stickers?
Mm-hmm.
And that, like everybody else probably says, that started changing stuff because suddenly I wasn't throwing out 8 out of 10 of my attempts, right? It was like things started to work.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a great. This big stupid looking thing is like I have, where is he? This old like muscle warrior guy, right? And I was like, I want to make one of those. It was one of the first things I wanted to make too, and I never got around to it. And I was just like, he's big. I don't want to take the time to make a nice mold for that. And so I set him up in a Lego box, and every time I had excess resin, I just poured more in. And so this mold took me months to make because it was like an excess,
Oh, so when you just said you poured excess resin, did you mean silicone?
I'm sorry, I meant silicone. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay. Just
the rubber. Sure. Yeah. I was just, I'd have like this much excess silicone, and I didn't want to waste it. So I would just
That's great. That's one of the things that I realized. I wasn't doing dump molds, and I wasn't doing, I wasn't doing that for a while, and I was wasting so much resin, so much silicone. So after I got the pressure pot, I started like creating additional things like dump molds and whatnot to pour the excess in. That's a smart technique.
Yeah, and I keep meaning to make more just because it's fun, and I hate wasting the materials, and that's like another. Again, I'm turning this around because I feel like I got it. The thing that hampers me most is that I hate wasting the materials, and even like I have it in my head that the materials are more precious than they are, and so I'm
they're not cheap.
No, they're not. And in the beginning, I was just like I said, it felt like I was just dumping it all in the trash can, and that was a real bummer. And so that was the other fun part about all this learning is when you figure out stuff that works, it's like, I do a little dance or something. I would like freak out. Yeah. But anyway, this is where I'm at now. And I'm like trying to make these. So they're parts that are more easy to put together. So this mold made these bucks that I'm going to use to make smaller molds. Which again is against all my instincts to make, multiple, to pour more than one mold for one toy. It's like I'm fighting my instincts hard on it, but I think I'll get a better product. And then I can make all kinds of different heads to stick on there. And,
do you typically work in a 2-piece mold or block mold? Do you have a preference?
Dump molds.
Dump mold, straight block molds?
Yes. And as much as I admire Labmonkey's stuff. Let me see if I can find one. I just don't have I can't make it. It takes too long. I don't have the patience. And so I'll set something up and vent it. Let me show you something I'm working on and you'll see what I mean. I'm going to try again with some 2-part molds. But okay, here's like another top secret project I've been trying to not take pictures of because it's like,
oh, exclusive.
Yeah, I know. Here's a big reveal. But and so, I'll set it up like this with vents, right? And then just pour one piece. And then I go through this amazing adventure of having to get in there with an X-Acto knife and try to find the edges of the thing.
Yeah.
But it's just, in terms of process, I feel like it suits me a little better than the 2 parts. 2 parts make more sense, and I think you get better pours, but I just can't bring myself to make them.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm, cutting my fingers all the time with these X-Acto knives and, bricking molds that I just spent a bunch of time on because I screw up the cut, but dump molds.
Yeah. I started with the 2-piece watching, Labmonkey and quite honestly, they are appropriate in certain situations. Not every situation requires the same tool. So I've come to respect the block dump molds, and I think they work better. They're so much easier to work with.
Yeah, and I'm making static stuff mostly. I don't have articulation I don't do well with. Yeah. And so if you don't have moving pieces, sometimes I just think there's no real reason to make a bunch of different molds. The dump stuff's faster. Oh, hold on a second.
Hey.
Are you still with me? I think
I am. I see your name.
Okay, here we go. I'm back. I accidentally pushed the wrong button.
No worries.
And so, here's a bunch of old stuff that I had to just pick up off the floor because I was too embarrassed.
So you didn't want to show it during the studio tour. So now you're showing it to us, right?
Yeah, but this is like art. This makes sense to me as an artist. It's not just crap on the floor. What else am I working on here? So it's like, this is a little more realistic of what my desk usually looks like. It's just like piles of stuff that I'm either painting or I'm looking at to get inspiration, or pieces that I know that I'm going to use, but I haven't gotten around to it yet.
Oh, there's that little armadillo guy.
Yeah, man. Look at his crazy face.
I remember that thing. And the other one, too. Those little plastic things, aren't they from the 70s?
Well, they are. They were making them back then, and they're still making them. It's like you can still go get bags of dinosaurs at Kroger and Publix that have these guys in them. But they're Hong Kong old, it's like somebody said we need toy dinosaurs. and the person who made them had never seen a picture of a dinosaur, and somebody in the office just tried to describe it to them, like verbally,
right.
And this is what they came up with. And
Yeah.
it's like, but what I like about those is that that's apparently, they used these when they were developing Dungeons and Dragons. Like the guys who made Dungeons and Dragons used to play with minis, and they had knights, but they didn't have monsters, and so they went out and bought toy dinosaurs. And then the let's see, I thought I had another one over here that might be a better example. But then like they liked them so much and they were so strange that some of them ended up in Dungeons and Dragons as like actual, sort of official monsters. So that's been that. I don't know. Anyway, this guy has really captured my attention, and I'm trying to do something with him, but I don't know what. And it's like a chemical plant on the desk, so it's like spilled. You can see there's like a glaze of gross, weird goop just like sitting on the desk at all times.
Well, besides the designer toy art world, like before you came to it, were you an artist, and if so, what medium did you work in? Were you a sculptor before you discovered designer toys?
Oh, I was not sculpting. I used to paint and draw and doodle. I mean, and if I had a medium, it's just a Sharpie marker. I just like drawing with a Sharpie.
Right.
And I would paint once in a while. I took a bunch of art classes in high school. I took a bunch of ceramics classes in college, and that was great. I mean, if you want your brain to like completely disconnect and get into the zone, go take a class where you throw pottery on a wheel, and it's just like the most. It's an amazing kind of trance you go into when when they're like pulling the clay up. But then then I put it down, like I said, and I sort of spent years not really doing any art.
Do you ever go back to that?
Clay, no. I'd like to. Right now, I'm pretty focused on the toy stuff, but also collage. Like I kind of can't stop thinking about. In fact, thank you for letting me. I want to show you some of the stuff I'm working.
Sure.
Is like, and the toys have been a. I'm going to flip the camera here. The toys have been a vehicle for this, but it's like, it's going to end up being a card back for figures. But it's like, I'm basically for the past, the whole pandemic, it's like I'm photocopying things and then tearing them up and cutting them up and then gluing it to other pieces of paper. And that's really motivating these days. And because I'm making hardbacks, it kind of adds up, but I just have this sense. I mean, and this is like, if you want to know what was on the floor, the whole floor in this room looked like this. But I think it's going to eventually spin off into its own non-toy related thing. So,
well, that's one of the cool things about, the designer toy community and artists independently is that, the artist drives the art. And if there's something that you want to explore, then, go right ahead, explore it and either incorporate into your art or do whatever. But, we don't answer to a boardroom,
yeah, that's true.
Do whatever we want.
I've gotten very good over this pandemic of forgiving myself too, and saying that like any little things, even if I'm just in here cutting up pieces of paper and it doesn't add up to anything.
Yeah.
It's like, am I sideways now or am I?
You are, but my head was sideways too, so I saw it.
Here we go. So I got some of these out too, and this is just, like I said, I don't have a big collection.
Oh man.
Designer toys.
And robots, I love that.
The Greenplastic Tunnels stuff.
I recognized it. Yep, I recognized it immediately.
I don't know him. He seems like a nice guy.
He's also involved in our event.
Yeah, I was stoked to see that.
Yeah.
I just think the stuff he's doing is so exciting to me.
Yeah.
It's like, there's no other way to say it without sounding corny, but it feels like art to me.
Yeah.
Like,
well, yeah.
and it's like a departure from the toy, but it's still a toy. I don't know. I love it.
Right. Yeah, Andrew's stuff is one of the is very there's a few artists that are just their stuff is very obvious. You can see it in a room, and I told him, when we were talking to him on the interview that that you walk into a room, you can tell Greenplastic Tunnels work immediately. And I was very excited not only for his involvement, but did you know his dad and the history there and the Kenner connection? And
it came up through looking at the feed and stuff that his father was doing stuff for Kenner, and that's really exciting. The kind of sort of legacy, the kind of connection there to that's pretty amazing.
yeah. We have a 2-part interview with Andrew and his dad. Andrew's interview will air on day 1 of the event, and Stephen Geddes, who worked for Kenner in the 70s and the 80s, his interview, even though they were on together, we'll focus on Stephen for day 2. So yeah, I'm really excited that he was on, and I'm really excited because I think for artists such as yourself, if you're anything like me, that's as close to as a celebrity as you're going to get.
It's fun. I definitely take what he's doing very seriously, and I'll be excited to watch that segment. That's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Let's see. What else do you want to look at, man? Do you want to look
Was
at
that
toys?
a Healy made right there?
It is. I don't have a lot of his stuff, but I kind of couldn't pass up this great IG-88
cool
wrestler. He's been doing those wrestlers.
Yeah.
It seems like a lot of fun.
So yeah, flip the camera around one more time. We can wrap it up. This has been a great combination of interview / studio tour. This is what I like that. What was your favorite toy growing up?
I mean, I was a Star Wars man.
Yeah.
And,
okay.
Yeah, and then I spent a bunch of time really interested in G.I. Joe.
Mm-hmm.
And it's weird that I haven't gone really back there. It's like as an older dude, I'm not insult all the G.I. Joe guys in the audience. I went to there's this great Atlanta toy show, Joe Lana.
Yeah.
And Toy Lana.
Yeah.
I think they used to be 2 and they've merged. And it's cool. And like I like the old 3 3/4 inch G.I. Joe stuff, and I've made some customs that are vibing off of that. But like the G.I. Joe guys are obsessive. They're crazy. And if you go to the shows, there's like the sloppy weirdo ex-skate dads, right? Like me, right? And then there's like the comic book guys, right? With the Crocs and everything.
Uh-huh.
And then there's this stripe of guys who collect G.I. Joe figures who are like, they're like paramilitary dudes. They're like super clean cut. They look like they exercise, and they have they have all that tactical stuff. Like they're just like a dad. They're out with their kid, but they have on like a tactical belt with like a first aid kit and a pen light, a flashlight. And it's like, all those dudes are concealed carry, and they're all like, they bug me out, man. I'm like at a toy show talking to Dane Marks, Buzzard Guts,
uh-huh.
And it's like, I'm looking around and I was like, dude, we ended up at some kind of weird, thing, bro. We need to back out of here. And it's like, oh no, that's just the G.I. Joe guys.
Oh, that's just, don't worry about them.
But
that's funny.
So, but I'm sorry, I'm digressing.
I love it.
Thank you for putting this show together, man. And
you're welcome.
I've been the inaugural event I loved. And I came back last year, and I just I can't go to these other shows, and I'm not flying out to California, man. I can't do it.
Right.
And New York, I don't really want to do that. And, that's the idea that you were going to do a thing that's in the Southeast. I think that's cool. Like the regionalist in me is like, cool. This is like, I like this. There's a lot going on down here, and there should be a show in Asheville.
Mm-hmm.
There should be a show in Atlanta. But it was also just fun and cool. And that first year, there was such an awesome vibe.
Yeah.
And it was there the second year. And it just, so, as one human being to another, I think this thing is a good thing. And I like what it is, and I like where it could go, and so I wanted to thank you.
Oh, thank you. No, thank you. I appreciate the feedback. And everything you said was essentially why I created the event. Was like, there needs to be one here in the Southeast. There needs to be another one. There's a lot of artists who are complaining that they can't go to New York and they can't go to California. And then I started to realize, yourself, Buzzard Guts, Mr. Blank, Figure Fetish Magic. Suddenly I realized I was quite literally surrounded by talent down here. And a lot of these people are in the same boat, whereas they just can't afford to travel to these other destinations. And why is there only 2 destinations? And Asheville, living here now for 11 years, I guess 3-4 years ago when I came up with this, is like, this is the perfect spot. Like, there's so much culture and subculture and art in this area. I was surprised that somebody didn't come up with it sooner. So it was just like, yeah.
I mean, both years I was there, civilians wandered in who had no idea what was going on, and they were buying stuff.
Right. Yeah.
And I was like, oh, right, this is an art place. Like, in Asheville, people buy art, and that's rad, dude.
But also because nobody know, like, this culture, this movement, people need to know what it is, and there's not enough opportunity for people to be exposed to it. So another reason why I wanted to do it down here was because I knew people would love it, regardless if they knew what it was. I had so many people coming through the door in year 1 looking at me going, what is this? I don't know, but I love it. And that sort of explains the designer toy culture, because a lot of people don't know how to explain it. And I feel my role is to help explain it for people as this turn of the century avant-garde art movement that, we're going to look back on, or other people are going to look back on and be like, oh, now I get it. And we, Unboxing Asheville and myself, wanted to get in front of that and being like, we're going to help this. We're going to play a role, and our role is to help elevate the artist.
And for sure. And I was thinking about the parallels between, like the old straight edge hardcore scene and the punk rock scene and stuff. Is like, a scene needs bands, right? But it also needs dudes putting out zines. It needs people who are going to like have house shows. It needs people who are going to like let the band sleep on their couch, right?
Exactly.
So, this is a good thing.
Yeah.
Totally.
Well, I appreciate that. Hearing that is it warms my heart, because some days, there's those days where you're like, I love what I do and I love doing this, but why am I doing it again? And then you just remember why you love doing it. You got to remind yourself you love doing it, and hearing feedback like that is important. And I appreciate that.
Cool. Do I need to plug anything before we break? Is there anything
for you? Yeah, because I was about to ask you, where can people find more of your work?
Oh, okay, great. So I'm on. Thank you. I should have written this down on a little card. You'll be able to find me, I'm sure, if you're watching this. I'm at Feond _base, Feond base, and mostly on Instagram. I have a big cartel store that you can get to through the Instagram tag.
Cool.
Or the profile, and I've got loose entry level toys for people. I've got stuff on cards. I'm gonna have T-shirts. I'm gonna have stickers, and so there's gonna be a lot of fun stuff over here. So drop by and say hi. And artists, please come say hello, because that was one of the great pleasures of me for going to these shows, is meeting the other people. So I hope people will come by and tune in. You don't have to buy anything.
That's really important. The community being surrounded by one another was a very large role of the in-person event. So this one's definitely going to be very special when it comes to trying to interact with the other artists. But hopefully the show that we're putting on the mainstream will do that, because interviews like this will be airing as well. So you'll be able to see a lot of your fellow artists, talking about exactly what you're talking about here. And they can go over to the event page, whether it's over there, I'm not sure, but the tab is over there somewhere. And your website will be there, and you will be there, and they can talk to you and they can buy your stuff.
That's so great. Thank you.
I appreciate you, Marty, so much.
Well, good. I appreciate all your hard work, man. And I hope you have a fun show. And don't, please drink lots of water in the ramp up, okay? I know you're working hard, so stay hydrated.
Thank you.
Thank you all, everybody. I appreciate you coming by.
Take care.
That was awesome. I love that interview. Lots of water. Yeah, so that's Baykid Dead. That's Feond base. He lives here in Athens, and we had him over. I think Keith was talking about it earlier. We had him over for a special event here at the house. We have bands play here. In fact, he was talking about letting bands sleep on your couch. This is one of those places. We'll constantly be having bands sleeping on the couch when they're in town. Not anymore, of course, but Uh-oh, we can't hear you, Matt.
Well, while he's correcting that. Oh, yep, there he is.
There you are.
Yeah.
Turn your mic on.
Oh, okay. That's good. That's good because I said something that was totally inappropriate.
Inappropriate.
And that was meant to happen.
Yeah,
Toybox had mentioned. What's that, Jay?
I said somebody standing by with the expletive switch is what it was.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Somebody muted me purposely.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Toybox had mentioned Baykid Dead's interview, and it's a surprise interview that is going to air at 7:15 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. It wasn't on the public schedule, so surprise!
You're hearing about it here first.
Let's bring it on.
All right, so Baykid Dead.
Exclusive.
People definitely need to tune in for that because the few minutes we had him on last night at the test, he was hilarious.
Here,
yeah,
everybody.
I got a little one here.
Here, let me throw it over there. The picture. There it is.
Put it over there. No, that's not Baykid Dead. That's
No,
Eerie
wrong one,
Sculptures.
wrong one.
That doesn't
Sorry,
look like
I
me.
I threw the wrong picture.
That's not me.
Baykid Dead.
Dude, that's not me.
There it is.
Get me up there. Okay, there we go. All right. Don't do that again. No, you're right.
Oh, there's the spinner video. I love these videos. You did a good job on these, Matt. I think, or was it you?
You know what? I got to give credit to Daniel Brunson Photography. If you're watching this, Daniel, he is been integral with this event since its inception. As a matter of fact, I pitched to him this idea of Assembly Required back before I even formed the LLC, and he was there since the very beginning and just supported me with creating this event. So Daniel, thank you for everything you do.
You said Daniel, really great photos.
Yeah, Daniel.
These videos are like superb.
Yep.
The lighting's great. It just makes these toys look so awesome. Like, man, I love these toys.
So this guy, Baykid Dead's character is named Maurer, and you're going to see how entertaining Baykid Dead can be later. No pressure, Baykid Dead. But his description of Maurer is hilarious. It means fin-headed, goofy-looking monster. Maurer means fin-headed, goofy-looking monster. Lore means boots of death. His characters are all original, hand-sculpted, all originals. That's one of the things I appreciate about Bo's work is that they're all original resin sculpts.
I heard you say it a couple times. Say it one more time, the name of this toy. I wasn't sure how to pronounce this.
Maurer.
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 M-R-A-L-O-R. Maurer. Okay.
I know it's easy to. I pronounce water, so
yeah.
It's easy for me to mispronounce stuff.
Well, it's funny. Like on Joker TV, we're getting stuff from all around the world, and sometimes I'm just I don't even know how to start on this pronunciation, but so I assume we're going to get things wrong, but we're sorry. We're sorry if we get it wrong. We're just dumb Americans.
Speaking of pronunciation, here comes an artist that we've all talked about how to pronounce his name. Feond.
Okay. We've got I just wanted to plug one more thing about
Feond.
Baykid Dead's. Yeah, I'm not done with Baykid Dead yet, guys.
Okay. Sorry.
Slow down,
Jumping ahead.
I got stuff. I gotta read stuff. No, one of the things that his colorways for this guy is gold powdered accents and used super secret interplanetary stardust flakes from the exogalactic solar system known only as X419. This is, I asked for a description, and that's what I got.
Awesome.
He also calls this exclusive the 50/50 bar colorway. Do you guys know what a 50/50 bar is?
Mm-mm.
Okay, I didn't either.
Close Encounters of the Third Kind, though.
If you guys Google 50, I'm like, oh, I know what a 50/50 bar is, but I just never heard it called that. It was like this orange creamsicle thing.
Huh. Yeah,
So
I
that's
didn't
what
know.
a
I have to
colorway
look it up. Maybe during the next break.
Nah, no worries. Like I said, I had to Google it myself. And, last but not least.
So how old are you, Matt?
reticulate.
No, I'm kidding.
I still don't know.
Oh, cool. Okay. This is like a little metal bar in the middle there?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay.
All right, moving on.
All right, moving on.
Feigned.
Like feigned surprise.
Yeah.
What?
And as I was
like
saying,
that.
I'm trying to figure out
I
how
was
to
so
pronounce
surprised.
his name initially.
Yeah, I've said Feond. I've said Feond. I've said I don't even remember what else I've said. There it is.
His piece is actually called Used Future Assembled. It's actually the name of the piece. Used Future Assembled.
Used Future.
Yeah, and it's his backstory to this is so much more amazing. Because like he's inspired by the not only the Blue Star Uze figures from Turkey, but Fein said that he was inspired by a passage by Walter Benjamin, who was writing about a painting owned by Paul Klee, and one of his quotes is it's really deep. It's just his face is turned toward the past, where he sees only a single catastrophe which keeps piling wreckage and hurls in front of his feet. And I was just blown away by that passage, and it's a longer passage that I'm not going to read here because it's not half as entertaining as me playing with toys. But
is that a foil sticker there?
Yeah. There's a little hologram
sticker. Yeah. Nice.
Yep. And on the back, each one is numbered.
I love his logo.
Ooh, hey,
I love his card art. It's collage work. It's great.
Yep.
Yeah.
Reminds me of the whole
Each one
thing.
is, numbered here.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
let's see.
Fein's got some great work, and as you can tell by the interview, he's just a really great guy to talk to.
Yeah.
He's entertaining. He's so good-hearted. He tells me to drink water. Or water.
Yeah, I saw that. That was
Depends
really
on if you're from New Jersey or not.
He's looking out for you, Matt.
He is.
Yeah.
I appreciate Marty. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Let's see what else we got here.
Now, as a reminder, these exclusives are all available on designertoymarket.com. And as you heard Toybox say, they're selling out quick because we didn't actually have too many produced because this is the first virtual event, so it's the first time we're doing it this way. This is not normally how the in-person event works, but they're selling out quick.
So far, we have Manor Monster sold out. Cherry Moth Cake is sold out. Now, I should warn people that Medusa's Wild is about to sell out. So, yeah, I mean, I haven't checked in a few minutes here, so we'll see once we get to the next break. But, like, it's almost out. I would hurry up.
And where can people find these things at?
DesignerToyMarket.com.
Yep.
And they can also find it through the Assembly Required page, right?
Absolutely. On the home page, you can also click directly to designertoymarket.com, as well as the event page where all the artists are listed. You can click over to designertoymarket.com. Pick up an exclusive today.
And while you're there, go ahead and sign up for the mailing list because the market will have things constantly being updated. So stay tuned that way. We're also on Instagram as well. So.
Plug.
Yeah, plug. Yeah.
All right, we've got up next Era Sculpture. This exclusive is incredible.
Yeah.
And it's the only one.
Yeah,
There's
oh yeah, that's
only
right. There's only
And
one
it's
of
his
those.
first UV
Yeah.
colorway. This thing is, you can see in the picture over there, it's the UV is really coming through in that photo.
Yeah, yeah.
But just holding this thing is just,
No big.
it's amazing. It's so beautiful.
And just for clarity, is this
there's-
resin or vinyl?
Nope. This is vinyl.
Yeah.
Area Sculpture works actually with a familiar name in the industry, Squibbles Inc., to help produce the vinyl. And Squibbles Inc. was actually at our premiere event in 2019.
Mhm.
But yeah, this is. I just Toybox talked about this in depth
Yeah.
when he had the when he had his piece on. But
Yeah.
it's just, to hold this thing is pretty amazing. The paint job, the color, the single colorway,
Yeah.
because there's only one.
Yeah.
Act now. Yeah.
All right. We'll see. What do
There's
we
the,
have coming up soon?
Dual face there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Is
you
that
like
the only
huh?
point of articulation? Looks like the arms might be articulated to some degree.
Yep, the arms work.
Oh,
The arms,
cool.
when I was talking about articulation before, when it comes to designer toys, this one is one of those exceptions where it's just, this is hand painted, so
Yeah.
you don't want to give it to your kid. Just gonna chip it up, but
Now, I got a question about that. You said that was a vinyl toy. See, I don't really know much about vinyl toys myself, so I've never done one. I think Magitarius did something,
Yes, he's
and
done
I was
several
talking to
at
him
this
a
point.
little bit about that, but I didn't really know much about that whole process of even making a vinyl toy.
It's
it's actually
complicated.
good you bring that up, Jay. Let Jay talk. Sorry to interrupt, but you probably know more about this process than both of us. All of us.
Not that much, but I just know it's real complicated. As a matter of fact, it's I think it's the most complicated part is actually trying to find someone that will produce it for you, because there is a handoff point where you're going to take your sculpt and hand it off to someone else, possibly even to modify it to make the joints work and things like that.
Oh,
Because it has to be made in pieces typically, unless it's a smaller piece or designed to be a one-piece item.
Yeah. Hmm.
Didn't you
Yeah.
guys make a roto machine thingy?
Right.
Yeah.
But that's not really for vinyl. That was for resin though.
Oh, right. My bad.
I did meet somebody. I can't remember. Maybe you'll remember, Matt. Last year at Assembly Required, there was I think it was last year. There was a guy there that had a factory where he produced the vinyl toys. I know I'm putting you on the spot here, but
No. I don't know specifically who you're talking about, but like I said, Squibbles Inc., who was at our first event, you might be thinking of Squibbles Inc.
maybe,
Yeah.
I didn't really know much about them at all, so.
No, yeah, they're really helpful in the design toy industry, because I know every time I hear somebody talking about vinyl, I always hear the name Squibbles Inc. thrown out there. So there's a
There's a plug. Well,
Yeah.
it's like there's a lot of insider information in this designer toy market, especially with the artists. We're always trading information back and forth, and like I'll tell you, as an artist myself, I'm a performer. I'm a 2D 3D artist. Now I guess this digital artist, but it's like there's the different communities based around those. A lot of times they're very competitive, backstabbing, communities sometimes. And I've noticed that with the toy world, everybody's like super open and willing to work together, and drop names, say, hey, check these guys out, hey, go over here and get this done. Like I used to listen to the Killer Bootlegs podcast that he did, and he was always talking about a specific type of paint. I won't name it now because it's out of print, or it's out of manufacturing, and I sort of like ran into a problem the other day trying to paint some a job I'm working on, and couldn't find the right kind of paint to replace. So I'm asking around. I think I probably messaged you guys at some point.
I'm sure. I'm just flashing some things while you're talking.
Oh, yeah.
Here he's throwing a bunch of stickers in. He's got a little pin.
Hey, Baykid.
You pick up this piece. Yeah.
Baykid Dead's on the line.
He's got, some
I'll say that
stickers.
one more time for everybody that's watching the show. If you're anywhere, there's lots of locations to watch the show. But if you want to participate in the commenting back and forth between artists and collectors and even some of us, although I just got banned, so I can't talk in there. But go to the Assembly Required Facebook page. Assembly Required Facebook page. That's where everybody's talking back and forth. If you want to just do a shout out to us on the air, it's really easy to comment from anywhere, and we'll see those comments. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, coming up next, we're actually going to go back to some short films and animation tracks and commercials. Some of the things that were really cool about the last segment is you saw some of the artist commercials in there. And like Mux had mentioned previously, that this is the first time that I've seen this kind of thing done in this industry.
Yeah. Cool. Take it away.
Don't you listen?
It's new Mecha Chicken figure from the Fantastic Plastics.
What's that?
It's a robot. It's got a gold head. It's a chicken. It's totally radical.
Oh yeah.
Help the Fantastic Plastics stop Dr. Disintegration. What? It comes with an awesome mega sword. Awesome. Play action. Whoa. Totally Mecha Chicken. Burger Disco. Get yours today from the Fantastic Plastics while supplies last.
These toys are fantastic.
Hi there, time for Timer, your roving reporter. I'm talking to you from inside a fantastic factory, your digestive system. You know what we build here? You! Not out of wood or metal, but out of food. You see, you are what you eat, from your head down to your feet. Things like meat and eggs and fish you need to build up muscle tissue. Uh-oh. Hello, appetite control, more protein. We need energy. Playing tennis today, you know. Whoops. All these motors in your body need a lot of fuel to go on, like carbohydrates, fats and proteins, vitamins, and so on. What's left over forms the building blocks you need, indeed, to grow on. Yes, you are what you swallow, so that next time you feel hollow, don't just fill your face with any old kind of treat. This goes for every kid or 6-foot athlete. All you really are is what you eat.
All of us up.
Congratulate in their great work.
Here is Skull Ghost, he's gonna fight you. Ninja Ghost Supreme. I don't like you, neither do I. Bam, 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 bam. I defeat you, you suck. Ninja Ghost, you're no fun. You don't have to tell no one. In the lair of the Minotaur comes a new challenger. Dada Ghost, everybody falls. I am Dada, do 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 do. I am Skull Ghost, you are Poo Poo. Dada reigns supreme. Who will fight Dada? Spectral Spire! Here comes Spectral Spire. He is a colossus of stone. Dada, you run. Who will fight Spectral Spire? Spectral Spire! Oh my God! Who will win in the Spectral Spire? You are a cat. Here is a sword. Spectral Spires are the focus of this video.
You get a big delight in every bite with wonderful Hostess cream-filled Twinkies. Delicious Hostess Twinkies pick you up, 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 and never let you down, 'cause they taste so good. Luscious, creamy white filling inside, surrounded by soft, golden sponge cake. Great for snacks and lunchbox treats. You get a big delight in every bite. Hostess cream-filled Twinkies.
I have a great plan. Let's invade Earth.
Yeah!
New from Mutant Pulp, Scordachian Capsule Toys. Landing soon in a vending machine near you. Pod action. Assembly required, all parts included. Characters sold separately.
Our plan is working! But there can only be one ruler of Earth.
What?
Black colorway, only available to assembly required while supplies last.
Greetings, Starfighter. How you doing?
Hey man, how are you?
All right.
I thought maybe that was like a to the audience greetings, Starfighter.
No, that's
and
you.
I was like, oh wait,
You're the
I'm
Starfighter.
Starfighter.
You're the Starfighter, right?
Hi, how you doing?
You're
oh
always.
man, And do I call you Matt or Matthew?
Well, either or is fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think of you as Matt.
You can do Matt. That's fine. You know, I honestly hated my name when I was growing up, my full name. So I've always gone by Matt. But for some reason, when I formed the LLC, like I use my full name, and I don't know. I don't know why that happened, but it just clicked.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Can I tell you a quick, as by means of introduction, I'll tell you a funny little story about my name. So my name is Marty Rogers. I live in Athens, and but you know my full name is Martin Rogers. It's a family name, and I grew up being Marty. And like 15 years ago, I started working at the University of Georgia here in Athens, and it was like a desk job. It's basically like a corporate job. And I came in on my first day, and they were like, "Oh, by the way, there's already somebody here named Marty, so you have to be Martin now." And I think they were joking, but they kept calling me Martin. And so for like 10 years, I was Martin. And one day at work, I was sitting there and I was like, I'm not Martin. I got to get out of here. Like, that's not, like, I'm not.
I want to be Marty. Damn it.
That's right. So there you go. That's me in a nutshell.
Well, okay, so let's take a step back and let's introduce you to the rest of the viewing audience that may not be familiar with who Marty or Martin is.
Thanks. Yeah, okay, so my human name is Marty, but I make toy art under the name Feond, and it one way to say it is Feond, like rhymes with rain.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, or Feond, but most people say Feond.
Yeah.
Like rhymes with beyond.
Yeah. I usually say Feond.
Yeah, and really, I'll accept anything at this point. But if you see something that looks like Feond, that's me. And
Fein.
Feigned, like Feigned, feigned, like fake.
Yeah. So where does that come from?
It's an old obsolete word that means like villain or foe. So it's probably coming from the same root words as the word foe.
Oh.
Yeah, and so I thought it was weird and cool sounding, but I made this bumbling error that nobody knows how to say it. So I came up with basically like a brand name that nobody can say. And I was like, okay, maybe next time around I'll go with something more simple. But I think of it as Feigned or Feond. I kind of like both of those.
How long have you been operating under Feigned?
Oh, 4 years, 4 years.
Yeah.
And that sounds about right.
You ever think about maybe like using the parentheses and like this is how you pronounce it with the?
Yeah. Yes, but I don't think people want to hear it. I think they just want to do what they want to do, and that's cool. And so, and plus, there's some weird, there's something attractive to me about the idea that it's like it's a name you can't even say, like some kind of weird H.P. Lovecraft thing where like
your stuff is your presence is very elusive. I think it's kind of cool because there is this whole mystery behind it, and I think the presentation of even the name and the way like your shirts there. Which are for sale right now, aren't they?
That's right. I've got a bunch of these. I just picked them up from the printer, and I'm pretty stoked about those. But they're going to be at the. I've got them at my table for the virtually assembled.
Oh, so. Cool. Well, that's great. Anybody can hop over to our event page, which is over there or over there. I don't know which side the tab will be on, but Marty will be over there, or Feigned will be over there. But I was looking behind you, and I noticed on the top shelf, I see that He-Man. Is that from Edwin Salas?
It is.
That's what I thought, because Edwin just dropped off his exclusives to me a couple weeks ago because he's here in Nashville as well, and he included one of those as a present, and I was like, oh my gosh, I've seen those around. Like some artists have them, and
yeah. Last year at Assembly Required, I saw somebody walking around with one, and I was like, "Where did you get that?" And they were like, "Dude, Edwin's got like 100 of them behind his table." And I ran to get one before he sold them all, and I was like, that was like my most exciting purchase of the whole time. Like, so excited. Yeah. I'm gonna go back to what you're saying though, is that I do thank you for using the word mystery, because it's like I like the idea that there's a kind of a there's a little bit of an impenetrability, right? It's like I'm definitely baking that in, and so it feels great to hear someone in the wild, experience that.
Right. No, yeah, it is cool because, we all have these names, we all have these personas, and sometimes the personas are the same as regular personalities or whatever. But some artists, I like yourself, there's a different persona to their online presence. And for instance, I had an interview with an artist who will air during the show, who will remain nameless, but the artist was like, well, my presence online is very different than my studio, and I would hate for people to see the mess that is my studio, because the presentation is a lot more clean cut. And I was like, okay, I respect that. And also I'm glad to know that your studio is a mess, because that justifies what my shithole looks like.
My studio is a complete wreck. We moved into this house in June, and we never really unpacked everything. And this space here that we're going to look at is like sort of the room where we just kept shoving boxes where we didn't know what else to do with anything. And so it's been a real, plus it's just a messy business, isn't it? Like pouring resin and
right.
There's plastic dust all over my desk, and
I think something just fell behind you.
That sounds about right.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So this place is a big mess. This is like the cleanest it's ever been, and so I feel that person's pain. I wouldn't say that my stuff is super clean looking in terms of presentation, but like, man, it's pretty chaotic in here.
But yeah, no, I was just using it as an example of like our online presence and how we, are perceived versus, obviously there's a huge marketing element to all of those things, which is pretty cool in of itself. And those who recognize the positives to social media versus the negatives to social media, marketing is primarily what social media is all about.
It does feel like that sometimes, doesn't it? And I try to sort of keep a lot of my, personal individual stuff off of the Instagram feed.
Right.
And because that's really the only famed, channel is the Instagram feed. I mean, I've got a store, but I'm not on Facebook, and I don't have stuff in a lot of physical locations or anything like that.
Right.
And I'm just, having the name, having the secret identity is a nice little buffer there.
For sure.
I get to,
For sure. There's even those artists that don't want to use their real names, like Sucklord. When I had him in for the first Assembly Required, at some point during our early communications, he responded to one of my emails like, Morgan? Who's Morgan? I was like, all right, I get it. Okay.
Yeah. Personas indeed.
I've learned. Okay. I got slapped down.
Well, that's funny, because you've got like, you have all these layers, because you're like you're Matthew J. Casale.
He is silent. Casale.
Yeah. You're Unboxing Asheville.
I know.
You're Assembly Required, but now you're also virtually assembled. Dude.
Right,
you're like a whole empire.
I am all over the place. Thankfully, my wife's a therapist and allows and helps me hone in all of those personas into one spot.
That's great. That's excellent.
And
I'm thinking about starting another thing, and that does kind of mess with you, because I make other stuff that doesn't really have anything to do with toys or the toy stuff that I'm doing, and I was like, maybe I can make this whole separate thing and not have it be attached to my toy thing at all, but then act like they're actually they have an adversarial relationship kind of thing. Like there's a bad guy in the Feond universe kind of thing.
That's great marketing, man.
Yeah, and just like have like pretend beefs with myself, like that.
That's
kind of
great.
Thing. Yeah.
That's a great idea.
We'll see. I just let the rabbit out of the hat, but I mean, I don't think I would try to make it seem real. Like I wouldn't be trying to do it as a like a hoax,
right?
You know, but I think it might be fun to just kind of do that. But
well, that's really cool because you know, I had you know Maggitarius, who is one half of Resin Underworld, who's one of our sponsors. Team Maggitarius is Mike and Tracy. And early on in the process, when I was trying to get artists for the first event, Maggitarius had, or I should say Mike, created another persona. Whose name I always butcher. And I'm sorry, Mike. Star Ravager.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So early on, Mike did not want to tell anybody that he was Star Ravager. He wanted to create this other persona. And I was trying to reach out to Star Ravager to be involved in the first assembly required. And he wasn't responding. And then eventually, Mike and Jason invited me to Winston-Salem for their Island of Misfit Toys show that they do out there on in Winston-Salem. And then I met Mike and I was talking to him, and he dropped he dropped his identity about Star Ravager, like almost in passing. And I was like, wait, what? That's you too? Dude, I've been trying to reach you. Yeah, why don't you respond to me? So he eventually came out.
I'm right here.
Yeah. He eventually came out of the closet, and I was like, okay, well then I get 2 artists for the price of 1. That's great.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's funny. Well, I'll have to work on this then.
That's a great idea. So when it comes to, you know, how did you get introduced into the designer toy community? What was it that like you saw that really led you down that rabbit hole?
Yeah, great question. I mean, I was an avid action figure and toy consumer when I was a kid, and as a young man, I mean, in college and stuff, I got seduced by all those Spawn figures, that McFarlane toy stuff. Just when I saw it, I was like, you got to be kidding me. What is this guy doing? Like, why would you make a toy that you can barely hang from the peg at the store? Like, it's like it. And I was buying them, and then at some point I put toys down. Like, just was like, I have to stop. Like, I got rid of everything, and went to graduate school, and then at some point got on Instagram. Wait, time out. There was a point where somebody sent me links to like that. What is that company called? They were selling urban vinyl stuff, right? All that graffiti looking stuff. And in
Kid
fact,
Robot?
yes, thank you, Kid Robot.
Okay.
And I thought that was super cool, and saw the Sucklord stuff there for the first time. You know, at the time, whenever this was, early 2000s or whatever, and thought, wow, that's crazy, and forgot about it. And then years later, Instagram comes along, and I thought, oh, I'll start an account. And all I was following was like tattoo artists, and some tattoo artist put up photographs of some Healy made stuff that he bought. And I just was like, what the fuck is that? And that was it, man. And I'm sorry to cuss, but
it's okay.
it was like, I went and looked at his feed and was just like, this is the toy art that I want to look at. Like,
right.
This is like,
right.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously doing something pretty special.
Yeah.
And so started following him, and then it was just, you know how it is, like popcorn, blah, 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 you know, all these other artists. And then I, like an idiot, started following these toy sellers on Instagram who do claim sales, and I got addicted to claim sales. You know, these guys like with a little grid of toys, and they're like $4 a piece, claim by letter. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And I just like, it's like crack. I'd be like, you know, logging in to try to, you know, be the guy who got that totally busted up Fisher Price Adventure Person cowboy or whatever. And I ended up buying all my toys back and just started seeing what I could do with it.
That's funny because you're delving into, you know, how it wasn't like just one moment. It was a variety of moments that like you put in the back of your mind, and you're like, you saw this, shelf that, I saw that, I shelved that. And then eventually I think Instagram is what brought everyone. I think it's what brought out all those pieces together for a lot of artists.
The idea that I would like thank a social platform for like opening up an artistic, you know, avenue in my life. But I always was into art in school, and I've always been a doodler and a painter, and you're right, man. It was like all these weird links in the chain were there, and then it all just, you know, clicked. Like it got turned the right way, and I just started. It was all I could think about.
Yeah, and if anybody from Instagram is listening and is interested in a sponsorship in future years, hit me up, because you're right. Instagram has, every time I talk to an artist and I say, you know, what brought you to this, a huge part of that, the last step to it, always ends up being Instagram. Because you see bits and pieces all over the place, and you're like, oh, that's cool. Oh, that's really cool. And that's really cool. And then you come to Instagram and you're like, oh my gosh, this is it. This is what I've been looking for. And why hasn't somebody showed me this sooner?
Yeah, indeed. That little burst of, you know, pleasure that you get in your brain when you get a like, or you click on something that you like. It's like mix that with the pleasure of like ripping open a toy for the first time, and like seeing pictures of what all these amazing creators are doing. I mean, besides just toy people, right? And it's like I can't get any more tattoos, so I follow tattoo artists on Instagram, right? And it's like a way to collect tattoos,
right?
And it's the same thing with the toys. Like my daughter asked me, "Why do you always look at pictures of toys?" And I was like, "Well, first of all, I can't stop. Like, don't ask me why. It's like there's no logic anymore. But also it's because I can't buy them all, right? Just like, look at that. So yeah, here we are. It's like a love letter to Instagram. I'm so embarrassed.
No.
What's the matter with me?
It plays a very large role, and we have to recognize it because it is really important. The social media in of itself, you know, when you talk about toy companies as we used to envision they existed, and Toys R Us, the conglomerates and the big names, the way they used to exist, social media has been the downfall to a lot of conglomerations, or at least online platforms like Amazon to Toys R Us. You know, these people just stopped going to Toys R Us and versus just ordering toys online. I'm not judging one way or the other, but you know, the same with toy makers. The availability of the materials and the accessibility of the public to the toy makers, as well as people who want to become the toy makers, it's all there. It's all there Indeed. For people to eat up. So social media, it's huge, and it really does deserve the kudos, because without it, a lot of us wouldn't be where we are. We wouldn't be able to learn from watching other artists. We wouldn't. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. It's me, Toybox, America's favorite cartoon witch. I was just hanging out with my friend here, Tentaclor. This was a delightful gift that I received from my good friend from Throwaway Toys. So I'd like to give them a shout out. They've been a part of our festival in the past, and Throwaway Toys is a master of knowing about all the good toys and a really good gift giver. Look at this thing. Look at how fun this is. I can do this for the whole time. Why wasn't I doing this before? Tentaclor, look on eBay. Maybe you can find one for yourselves. Now, we've been having a delightful time today with our live stream. Remember, our live stream is 8 hours long. It goes all the way till 9 p.m. and again tomorrow from 1 p.m. Eastern Time to 9 p.m. If you're just tuning in, you're watching Virtually Assembled, an assembly-required experience. It is a designer toy festival with interviews, artist spotlights, a virtual toy store, and if you go to the website, all of the artists have their own virtual tables, so you can find out their schedules there and go and visit them in person. Some of them have exclusives on the designer toy marketplace. Some of them have exclusives on their tables, and they can show them to you live, and you can hang out with them and ask them questions and meet some of these people that you see that you think are fascinating. And I should warn you all that many of the toys that you will see are selling out fast, so go and check that out. Now, a bit of troubling information that I'm just receiving here is that none of my toys are selling at all, so don't forget that I also have toys and you can buy them. You could, let me see here, over. We did find a few of these. There's 8 available in the store. It's an official Toybox action figure, so if you want one of those, go and get it. I don't know if you knew that was there, but you can find the link. We'll put it in the chat, and you can also find it on assemblyrequired-net, the homepage. Now, let's just check in and see what have we been doing all day. We've been having lots of fun. We've been looking at lots and lots of cool toys. It's almost mind-blowing how many cool toys we are getting to see all day long, and such an interesting variety. I really appreciate that there's so many different approaches by these artists, and they work in different mediums and make so many different things, different the types of colors that really attract different artists, and the way that they paint, and all of those things are fascinating to me, because even though sometimes you see maybe the same pieces that are used, they still appear so different. So that is amazing. And I think someone says that they got a Toybox figure last year. That's amazing. Well, thank you. I think that might be one of the cherry moth cakes. And cherry moth cake, I think they sold out of their exclusive. They sell out every year. They're very popular at our festival. Now, let's see, what did we see? We saw the second animation track of the day. We have animation tracks running all throughout the festival, so be sure to tune in for those. The schedule is on the homepage if you want to see when and where those happen. And we saw some very delightful things in that last track, including commercials by many of our artists, including Chickenburgerdisco, who we'll see throughout the day, and they're one of our sponsors and hosts. So check out Chickenburgerdisco. On their table, they're just playing their animations all day long, so you can go and see that. We saw a little video from Mac Sabbath. It's a, McDonald's Black Sabbath cover band. But the puppets were made by a very dear friend of mine from Rasputin's Marionettes, based in Los Angeles, California. And we, before we had the pandemic, did shows frequently, at least once a year, down in New Orleans. And we love Rasputin's Marionettes, so we always love a chance to share that with you. We also saw a delightful piece at the end of the block there from Ju Young Che. She is astounding. Whenever I see new pieces from Ju Young, my mind is just blown. I mean, it's just incredible work. So we quite enjoyed that. Well, just blew my own mind there. Let's see some. Let's talk about some of the things in our. Something happened there. So if you didn't hear me, we're going to look at some more artist spotlights of the day. Let's see what we have here. We have, coming up right here, some pieces by Slug Toys. I quite enjoyed these. Quite a bit of whimsy and originality. So here's a Banana Fett. I think this one is cool. Look at that. That is delightful. From Slug Toys. Now this one I really like, and I'm tempted to purchase it. This is one of the pieces that I have on my list of like, oh, I really like this one. It's a Mr. Coffee Man or something like that, but he's a coffee maker. But the coffee pot comes out so he can hold it as an accessory as well. And you know, I'm always drinking my coffee so that I don't, fall asleep while I'm sitting here waiting for me to finally get to say some words to you all. Because, that doesn't happen enough on this show. Why is that? Maybe we'll fix that. Maybe I'll take over the show. And it'll just be me. Just kidding. So the Mr. Coffee, the Coffee Man coffee figure, it is a 3 3/4 scale figure from Slug Toys. I really like that one. I think they're in solid colorways and they're delightful. Here we can see a nice little pun of E-Honda, which is a Honda symbol mashed up with a E-Honda from Street Fighter, classic video game. Probably, notably, I would say, one of the best fighting games of all time. I think definitely one of the most original and innovative, made by Capcom. We all know that, right? Some of us are old enough to remember playing that in an arcade. Here's a delightful play from Slug Toys on the AT-AT Walker, and you'll see a little IKEA symbol here. I think there was a special show dedicated to IKEA that happened a few months ago, and our good friend Figure Fetish, who is also one of the hosts and sponsors of this show, I think they had some pieces there as well, and very clever, very cool. I like that a lot. So there's that one. And now up next we have, what are we looking at? Some pieces from Medusa's Wild, and these are very cool. I like everything that I've seen from this toy company. I believe as our last update, their exclusive may have already sold out, or it's very close to selling out. So if you want to get that thing, go and find it. So here's one from Medusa's Wild, and let's see, we have coming up next. This one, delightful. I actually went to the shop specifically to see if I could find this one and buy it right away. Star Nuggies, look at that. It's very cute. Those of you that follow me and my exploits and the things that I like to collect know that I do love the McDonald's gang toys. So this play on the McDonald's gang, I really enjoy. However, I did not find that in the store. So that must be an older piece that is sadly no longer available. But, Medusa's Wild, if you're out there and watching and you want to be on What's in the Box, send me some nuggies and we'll do a show about you. Moving right along, we have this one called Fire Fett, because, if you're a designer toy artist, all you have to do is just put a Fett head on it. All right, enough of that silliness. This piece is great. I would surely love to have one of those. It looks like a sexy firefighter with a Mandalorian helmet. Coming up next, we have, this is personally, one of my favorites in the whole show. I love this. These are some pieces. Let me see if I can move out of the way here so we can get that full screen. Some pieces from Looming Doom, and we've seen the commercial roll at least once in the animation track, and we'll see that again. I love what they did with their commercial. It's animated and very fun, and the pieces are magnificent. This is a good lung and a bad lung from Looming Doom Toys. I love this. Love, love, love. I love the aesthetic. Crisp, clean, excellent work. Excellent work from Looming Doom. And we have this one also. Do I even need to say how good this is? I mean, look at it. Everyone loves this. You love it immediately. This is the best. Looming Doom. Amazing. So I don't even need to talk about that one, do I? Because it's self-explanatory. It's magnificent. Let's see what else we have from Looming Doom. One of their signature characters. I don't know if you can see in this angle, but I like this one quite a bit as well. That's why I chose it to show. But he's also smoking a little pipe. So, you know, for our friends at Joker TV, maybe you guys like this one, eh? Bing. Okay, let's move right along. Next do we have another from Looming Doom, or are we moving on? Oh, we are moving on to Mock Toys. I love what I'm seeing from Mock Toys from this festival, and I think we do have an interview coming up with Mock Toys on day 2 sometime, so we'll keep a lookout for that. Mock Toys has a bunch of really cool things. A bunch of them were designed after classic television and sci-fi movies that didn't have toy lines, which I love that. I love to see when designer toys, you know, when you see a movie that you really love and you're like, oh, I wish I had that toy. Or when you were a kid and you watched, say, Logan's Run, or Logan's Run's really a kid's movie. I'm not sure if that is appropriate for children, but I think I did see it when I was a child, so there is that. But, you know, these classic sort of science fiction, like when you see people do the StarCraft or things like that, it's so cool. Oh, and this one, okay, I was confused earlier. I thought a different artist had made this. Here it is. This is what I was talking about earlier. I apologize if I wrongly brought that up, and that's why I didn't have the picture, but this is a Mock Toys. This is absolutely one of my all-time favorite things I think I've ever seen. I love it. It is, if you don't know what this is Snake Eyes in drag, posing as a new wave band from a specific episode of the G.I. Joe cartoon where the Joes had all, for some reason, dressed in drag like they were Gem and the Holograms to do this fake concert to trick the Cobras that they weren't there. But it was so absurd because you have Snake Eyes here with a mask on. You had Shipwreck with a handlebar mustache. It's like, we know who you are. You're not fooling anyone, but somehow they fooled even Zartan, the master of disguise. So I love this one from Mock Toys. One absolute favorite designer toys I've ever seen. Excellent job there. Let's see. Oh, and this one, of course, if you recognize it, is very delightful. If you're a Cure fan, you know Spider-Man is having me for dinner tonight, right? That's what they're referencing here. Excellent, beautiful piece of work. I love what I'm seeing from all of these artists. The creativity and cleverness by designer toy artists is always astounding to me, and you know, it's quite magnificent to even be included with these great people and what they're doing. It's just, you know, it fills me with overwhelming joy, positivity, and inspiration to see all these things. Now, whoa, that was a little strange. Let's see. So we have a few minutes to kill. So what do you guys want to do? Do you want to send me any comments? I can chat with you live, but I'd also, of course, I've brought some of my own private collection to show and share and talk with you about. Now, we have been talking quite a bit about Chickenburgerdisco and the Fantastic Plastiks, who have been hosting us a couple nights this week on their show on Twitch, which was on Wednesday, and also last night they did our pre-party, which was loads of fun. And Chickenburgerdisco is the mysterious third member of the Fantastic Plastiks, who does a lot of behind-the-scenes work for them and some music as well. And he's just awesome. I mean, we can't really explain or overemphasize enough how awesome Chickenburgerdisco is and how much that they have contributed to this event and really to our lives at this point. So, bing! Let's look at some. I have some toys from Chickenburgerdisco, and let's look at those, shall we? These are in my own private collection. Now, I know that some of you do faithfully tune into my show, It's called What's in the Box. It's on my Facebook page on Saturday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And basically the show is a bunch of my friends who are puppeteers and artists and designers and sometimes strange people send me a mystery box. And then I open it and we talk about that artist and share their life and their work and hopefully promote what they do. Lots of puppeteers and toy artists send me toys. And so a few weeks ago, Chickenburgerdisco was our special guest and sent me some of their toys, which are available on our shop. Go to the shop if they haven't sold out. Find Chickenburgerdisco's link, and then you can go and buy some of these. So here are just a few. We go to the toy cam. There is. Look at that. This is Bulk Shogun. That's right, brother. I like snacks and punching bad guys in the face, brother. Yeah, brother. And you couldn't have anyone to punch him in the face without some bad guys, so I know that there were a few of these made for the show specifically. Whoop, let me go this way. This is a Newman. Look at that. So cool. That's a Newman from Chickenburgerdisco, and this one is actually on the card. These were in the shop. They may have sold out, I think, but, maybe you can pre-order it, and very cool. And the Newmans, of course, are the minions of this fellow, which is the arch nemesis of the Fantastic Plastics.
Dr. Disintegration! I will destroy you, Plastics! With my disintegration ray and my sweet tunes!
So, there we go. There's some delightful people. Oh, here's one more. I had one more to show. Is a TV head. And I feel like I saw somewhere that if you're lucky and you order from Chickenburgerdisco, he may just throw in a bonus TV head as a surprise. So those are they're very fun figures. Love that. Excellent. Now, jumping back a few times ago when we were talking, let's reminisce about moments that happened in the show just hours ago, which feels like centuries because this show is 8 hours long today. And if you didn't know, well, I'm not talking, I'm just sitting here waiting to talk. So I've been here all day with you, experiencing it in real time, and I'm having loads of fun. I've seen so many good things. The interviews we've seen today with Feond, excellent and informative and very fun. And the animation tracks, and then all of our artist spotlights and exclusive spotlights. Remember, go to the shops, go to the stores. You can find the virtual tables and their schedules on our homepage. Now, when I was just jumping back to have some commentary, I guess, when I was watching Yoyodyne Toy Industries and their video. Now, the reason that some artists do put this is not intended for children or this is not a toy, that is a legal matter. You do need to have a specific certification to market something as a toy for children, and you can get in trouble if you market a toy for children and it is not legally certified to be a product for children. So that's why some artists do put those things on there. It's not because they're trying, to be edgy or cool or artistic. It's not an artistic statement. It's just, it's socially conscious, and also they're trying not to get in trouble by the law. So those are some things to keep in mind. And now Yoyodyne was talking about his deep love for the 3 3/4 scale action figure. And so while we were here, I ran up the stairs and around the back and through the passageways, and I found my 3 3/4 room. We have a whole room in the Toy Castle dedicated to 3 3/4 scale action figures, and I just grabbed a whole handful off of a shelf and said, well, maybe if we have time, we'll just look at some 3 3/4 that maybe you know about, maybe you don't, maybe you love, maybe you hate. So I bought a nice variety of 3 3/4 scales. Now, recently, I'll show you this. I always wanted to have these, and thanks to the generosity of my friends and family and the fact that we do a show where you send me stuff now, I did get 2 of these. It's Metal Face. Look at how awesome he is. One of my all-time favorites. I always wanted to have these. As a child, never had them, but now I have 2 of them. And he is a total awesome warrior of the wasteland. Now, thinking about Feond's interview there, and something that came up was he was talking about his deep love and inspiration from Healy-made toys, and so I grabbed this and brought it down. Here's a very cool Healy-made that I have, a designer toy, of course, mashed up with Thrawn, General Thrawn from Star Wars, and also maybe some Mandalorian gear there. Very awesome 3 3/4 figure. So, maybe these metal faces can be his enforcers or bodyguards or something. Don't they look cool together? Look at that. So there's some cool 3 3/4. Let's see, who else do we have? Now, I brought this one down because, of course, this is just one of the most classic and revolutionary and inspirational 3 3/4 figures of all time. I've seen that they have had designer toy shows dedicated entirely to this figure, where everyone did variations just on this figure, so I thought he was important to show. Here he is. Everyone knows this one, right? It's Walrus Man. Deep love and admiration for Walrus Man, bringing back all those childhood feels. We love Walrus Man. Let's see. Now, I did bring this because, why not bring that into the mix too? I brought a 3 3/4 RoboCop off the shelf. He is very cool, so I thought I'd bring him and show him in case, those metal faces and Admiral Thrawn get into some trouble. He's going to go and put them under arrest. And let's see, this one is also a classic from childhood that many of us know and love, especially in the designer toy scene. We all love this fellow here. Who is that? It's a Clawtron. Look at that. Everyone loves Clawtron, especially the fact that he has these, sort of hiking boots on. Like, they just reused the legs and painted them like a robot. And then he's just got the motorcycle guy's head. But he's got these cool, gnarly claw arms. So a lot of people use that figure. And I know that you all love this one. Clawtron is a classic of all time. Everyone loves Clawtron. Now, let's see. Before we go, we just have one more. I had some other ones to show you, but I'm just going to show you one more little toy. Because, friends, do you know how many time zones there are in the Soviet Union? $11. Do you know how many time zones there are in the Soviet Union? 11. Time zones? Do you know how many time zones there are in the Soviet Union? 11. And so there we go. That's a little tribute to our good friends in Negative Land, who also, I think, are, part of the mashup and collage and cut and paste universe, which we all inhabit here as designer toy artists. Now, that's all for me until I return at 6:45. I'll see you again.
All right. That was awesome. Turn your mic on, Matt.
Your mic on.
All right. I'm good.
Man.
I'm good.
Peace out.
That was
good.
awesome.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
With the talking in the lips. Okay,
Yep.
good.
Yeah.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Virtually Assembled, an assembly required experience, a designer toy, online designer toy show. We've got lots of fun stuff going on. We've got lots of artists involved. We've got an amazing crew. You know, one of the things that I was unaware of, and I was hoping to ask you guys, how many time zones are in Russia? Is that what?
11, I think.
11? Is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah,
I
that's
just
what
wanted
I
to
hear.
confirm. I didn't.
You know.
I didn't know that. Okay. All right. Cool. So let's talk about some exclusives.
Actually, I've got a little bit of announcement I need to throw in here.
Sure.
I just was dealing with this on the last break, but we got all these toys available at designertoymarket.com. If you have any problems ordering toys off the website, let us know by messaging us on Instagram. That's Designer Toy Market on Instagram. I am in the Instagram message board right now, so I will get the message right away. We had somebody that ordered from I think it was Kansas, and or tried to order from Kansas, and for some reason it wouldn't let them buy the toy. So if anybody is having problems like that out there, let me know. I'll try to get with you right away. We can pull it off the site and take care of it. So
thank you for that, Mooks. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You have to be patient with me, though. So we're
it's
live.
Great, we're also doing this for 8 hours.
Exactly.
Yeah, but we're also managing the whole thing.
Time to mention about a lot of the artists at their own tables have additional exclusives as well. We were getting messages about some of those items selling out. Like, for example, the Cloud City Collective. I believe that they're getting low on the one that they have available.
Cool. Good.
What was that? A Gonkdroid planter? Was that?
Yeah, planter. Yeah.
Gonkdroid planter. Yeah, that was pretty cool looking.
Star Wars.
Oh yeah,
so,
I saw that. That was cool.
Over here, we got Medusa's Wild. This is our focus on D2P2.
And this is the one I was mentioning earlier. This one is, if it's not sold out now, it was almost.
Yeah, this might already be sold out. I mean, I'm sure that these things are going to sell out before we get to them. That's
That's
why you shouldn't wait for us to talk about it. Because
exactly.
Just go on Toy Market, snag it, because I would be willing to bet that this is already sold out. So this is a hand cast, chrome painted with custom illustration. I have one right here. She's working 9 to 5 to help the Jedi on their quest to stop the evil Empire, and looking hot while doing it. On the back,
got some great chrome work on it too.
Yeah, they're numbered, they're signed, and see how they're numbered there. Yeah, just point that out for Medusa's Wild there. The chrome work now. This is hand cast. This is something to keep in mind. And when I got this, I was like, oh, it's a resin sculpture, hand cast and chrome painted. This is, I swear to you, this is I can't tell the difference that this is not an original.
Oh wow.
It's that good. It's just so well done.
Is that a sparkly sticker on it? I mean, is that just part of the art?
It's the sticker. The sticker, it appears to be. It's like it's a sticker of sparkles. It doesn't really sparkle.
Nice. Okay, that fooled me. It fooled me.
Would those be called rhinestones? Is that accurate?
I don't know. Or maybe she's just wearing a sparkly top. Yeah, in the picture, she's wearing a sparkly top.
Yeah, this piece.
No, in the packaging picture at the top.
Yeah, no, I know she's wearing a sparkly top. I thought you were
that's
talking about
what
the
it
toy.
is. Okay.
We're focusing on the toy.
Yeah,
we're not talking about Dolly.
Oh, Dolly, you know.
Toy. Toy.
This is a toy event after all, right?
Can you see how detailed that is? Look at how well that's painted.
Such a great paint job, yeah.
I am really astounded that it wasn't an original. Yeah. Do we know if these are completely sold out?
It looks like we have maybe 2 left. So
2.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. 2 left. Yeah. Medusa's Wild. This is I should mention this is a collab which is a collaboration with Medusa's Wild and Mug Costanza Toys.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And if you follow, if I'm not mistaken, if you follow her link to her store, that will also be the Mug Costanza toy club or toy site. It says toy collab, and I called it a toy club. It's not a toy club.
Yeah.
It's a collab. That is what we term collaboration.
Yeah. A lot of artists do those in our industry. I guess you could say. In fact, leading into the next toy, Mock Toys, he's a huge collaborative artist. I've seen him collaborate with so many different people.
Yeah, this one's really nice, and there's a variety of different versions of this one.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get it up on the big screen there, and I can bring it up closer to the camera.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, this character is Tom Crook from Double Crossing Animals. I had to do a little bit of research on it because I don't know. I'm not familiar with Double Crossing Animal Crossing or Double Crossing Animals, but it's based on a video game.
Mm-hmm.
So those who are familiar, are either of you guys familiar with
is that one of those you had to ask your kid about?
No. I just feel it's really popular with young kids.
Yeah, I haven't played Animal Crossing. I've been seeing a lot of people playing it, but yeah.
Yeah, I probably should have done some research on who this character actually represents.
Yeah.
But one of the great things is, and I think Toybox actually mentioned this, we have a series of surprise interviews, and Mock Toys is a surprise live interview that we have tomorrow at 5:45 Eastern Standard Time. So we'll have him on, and we can ask him about the game and the toy and his inspiration, and why he. Each of them. Now, what's cool is each of them has either a gun.
Mm-hmm.
You see the gun there?
Yeah.
Or a knife.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they don't all have the same kind of weapon, and it's random. You know which weapon you're going to get. You can't. It's not like you can request which weapon.
Yeah.
It's numbered on the back.
1 of 5. Most of these toys that are available through this weekend are limited, very, very limited. At least I think there was like one toy that had more than 5 pieces, but most of the time it's under 5. So 5 or under. So.
And you know what's amazing?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, we lost it.
Uh-oh.
again.
We lose your
What?
voice. There,
Oh,
I hear it
there he
again.
I'm here.
Yep, we hear you. Okay.
Lips matching. Got me?
Mm-hmm.
You got? I'm good?
Yep. You're good.
Do my lips match up now? Do my lips match up?
You're going to have to leave the puppeting to Toybox.
Okay.
You know.
Wait. What? You don't like my puppetry?
You know.
No.
Damn, man. Call me out on live TV. No, one of the things that he mentioned though was the warning on the cards. Like I didn't think about that. I never knew that
Yeah.
you can't actually present it as a toy without that warning. It's
Yeah, I've never really put that warning actually on my toys, and it got me to thinking about that. Like,
What's a warning?
The warning, hey, this is not a toy.
What's a warning?
You know, I mean, I don't know. Like, you know, do you have to put it there? I mean, I think people kind of understand starting out, but, you know, like, a lot of the people around me don't know what really designer toys are and stuff like that. So they see what I'm doing and you know, so that, you know, I don't know. It's kind of like that. Do you want to put that on there or do you not? Watch
There's
your
a
back.
warning. Watch your back.
You never do
That's
it,
the
Jason?
warning.
No.
No.
I believe in common sense.
Yeah, you know, yeah, I believe in common sense as well, but not everybody
It's
does.
it's like you're selling
It may
this.
have small parts that you can choke on. If you feel urged to put it in your mouth, go ahead. And
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I had those Mego Star Wars Star Trek toys when I was a kid, and I distinctly remember this, taking the laser blaster, the laser gun from Spock, I think, and I shoved it up my nose.
You remember
Swear
that?
to God. I remember this because I was afraid to blow my nose when I was little.
Oh,
I don't know why.
Yeah.
But my parents actually, my dad was a cop, and my parents actually, so they called the paramedics to come, and I guess maybe they really meant they were concerned, but it scared them. I wouldn't blow my nose. And
Yeah.
it scared the hell out of me. You know,
You
paramedics
wouldn't
come to
blow
your
your
house.
nose
They're gonna...
before that or because of that?
I guess I just remember not like being afraid to blow my nose. I don't know why. So I had a Star Trek on stuck up my nose. Watch, somebody's gonna make a toy of this now. Damn it.
Yeah, right.
Damn it. I think I just shot myself in the foot.
Yeah.
It made much. You could take one of those heads of him and put a gun,
sticking out the nose. I'll send you one. I'll send you one soon too, so you can customize.
Limited edition.
There's the video of it. We can see it. Yeah. Oh yeah.
This thing's a raccoon, correct? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes.
Yeah,
he is.
I think
He is a raccoon.
Yeah. So it's funny us trying to talk about Animal Crossing. We don't even play it. Now I see a lot of my friends. Huh?
Let me give you a little background on this guy.
Okay.
After 6 years of doing in a federal penitentiary for racketeering and money laundering, Tom Crook starts a new life on a small island far away from his troubled past. He soon makes new friends on the island, but soon discover that the locals are just a bunch of double-crossing animals. Hand-cast, hand-painted resin figures.
If there's anybody in the chat right now, you should, and if you know anything about Animal Crossing, you should like.
It's on Nintendo Switch, which is why.
Oh, there you go.
Top hand corner it says.
Oh yeah, that's right. The blade switch. Yeah.
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 Nice.
I apologize to the audience. We know things are backwards when I do that, but that's because we're all facing that way, and then they got to flip it, and it's all technical, blah blah blah.
Yeah, just trying to make it.
Just trying to make do.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I got same time nickel and dime fan base. Kit bash hand resin casted. Yeah, this is a really really beautiful piece. He did a really great job with the card, like the card art. Like I was talking about the card art previously. This thing is solid. This thing is really really nice, and it shines. It's got a little nice shine like you would expect to see.
Yeah.
You know, on the shelf at a toy store.
He did the art right too. I mean, that's kind of like what I know Mock Toys for, is doing artwork for.
Yeah.
Different artists. I think he worked with Dane Marks on Buzzard Guts. He's worked. I don't know. Can't remember. Who
He's got
else.
a pretty extensive resume. I'm really curious to talk to him about that tomorrow. Again, that's going to be 5:45 Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah.
We're getting ready for another break and some more Toybox.
Oh, yeah.
It seems like in the chat everybody just wants to see more Toybox. What, we're not more entertaining enough for you, but
yeah. Well, you know, the animation tracks include some, commercials for toys and cartoons from different artists. You know, we got some puppeteers and stuff like that that submitted stuff for the live stream. So.
And get over to designertoymarket.com. Pick up those exclusives. They're not going to last.
And don't forget the artist tables.
The Brain Trust action figures, brand new from the Fantastic Plastiks.
I will get you over time.
No way you're gonna stop me, man.
Collect all these cool characters like TV Head, Overtime, Kid Assimilate, Obsolete, Disconnect, and Troublemaker as you battle the evil Dr. Disintegration. Play action now.
TV Head comes in. It's repeating and repeating. You can't stop us both. Boom, 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 boom.
Dr. Disintegrate.
Only $19.99 each. Buy them all and get evil Dr. Disintegration for free.
These toys are fantastic.
Hello and welcome. It is I, Toybox, America's favorite cartoon witch. I will now tell you an absolutely disgusting and disturbing story about a dream that I had just last night. It begins like this. There I was, floating through a stinky sewer, through raw sewage, when all of a sudden, I was caught in a net. I was then greeted by a disgusting elderly woman named Mrs. Guapimeyer, who looked like a cross between my second grade teacher and Godzilla. She demanded that I help her find the ingredients for her famous gross Guapimeyer slop stew. Then, all of a sudden, I was on the back of a rat that had the face of Billy Joel. We rode through Bourbon Street in New Orleans on a secret mission to find all of the ingredients to the stew so that I could be named the best cook in all of Louisiana. After that...
Excuse me. I am the real Toybox, America's favorite cartoon witch.
He's the real Toybox.
He's really real.
Not a fake Toybox.
Fake. The real Toybox.
What do you think you're doing?
Not him again.
Now I will tell you an even better story about my childhood. I was 7 years old, alone, playing in my room with my toys. Because I'm the real Toybox, of course. And all of a sudden, this weird spirit named Poos came flying into my room and made my toys come to life. There I was, dancing with my toys and letting my inner Poos shine, and I began to discover my true purpose. Poos took my hands and I screamed out.
Who the f*** is Poos? That is a really shitty story. Do not interrupt me again!
Do not question me. Poos is a beautiful spirit, and that night is so special to me.
You both need to stop. Neither of you are the real Toybox, and for your insolence, you will be punished severely.
Oh my goodness.
These knockoff toy boxes suck. I want the real toy box.
Happy birthday! That smells disgusting!
Baykid Dead presents an ancient world of warriors, cracked open with dark magic, summoned by a king. Who would have these warriors fight their eternal battles? Kaiju Kingdom. A universe of original characters. Over 100,000 in number. Handmade, resin cast, independently produced by Baykid Dead.
Now you too can get your very own virtually assembled heads from Mr. Blank Toys, featuring all your favorite live stream pals like Matt Cassell from MJC Toys, Jason Kinsey from Figure Fetish, Mr. Blank from Mr. Blank Toys and Joker TV, and of course, Toybox, America's favorite cartoon witch. Now you can create your own virtual toy event at home.
Hi, I'm Toybox. I know everything, and I got all the toys. And with my toy army, I'm gonna rule the world. Ha 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 ha. I want my Joker TV. Or you can make your own custom kit bash. Or turn them into zombies. Get your very own virtually assembled heads from Mr. Blank Toys, only available at Virtually Assembled.
What's wrong with me? Why am I in this bad mood? My head kinda aches because it's a crummy day. Ooh la la la, ooh la la la, ooh la la la, ooh la la la, ooh la la la. Guess we're having a bad day. I'm not feeling right. Watching TV all day and night. I'm okay, doing fine. Everything's just dynamite. Pitched out, brain fried. TV says I'm sick and I don't know why. I'm okay, doing fine. Everything's just dynamite. I'm not feeling right. Watching TV all day and night. I'm okay, doing fine. Everything's just dynamite. Pinched out, brain fried. Says I'm sick and I don't know why. I'm okay, doing fine. Everything's just dynamite. Guess we're having a bad day. Yes, we're having a bad day. What's wrong with me? I'm okay, doing fine. Guess we're having a bad day. What's wrong with me? I'm okay, doing fine. Guess we're having a bad day. What's wrong with me? I'm okay, doing fine. Things just dynamite. Dynamite. What's wrong with me? I'm okay, doing fine. Guess we're having a bad day. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me?
The pipeline. Joseph Elliott Cruz.
The sea has cobalt, it's full of mercury. Too many fumes in our oxygen. And all the smart now is cooking you and me. But Lord, when is it gonna end? Got to get it back.
These products and more available from Michael Morse Art Toys.
If you're just tuning in, you're watching Virtually Assembled, an assembly-required experience, a 2-day toy show featuring designer toy artists of all different types. Plus, we have interviews, animation tracks, a virtual toy store, virtual toy tables where you can go and visit the artist live and in person, and so much more. It's so exciting, and I'm here. My name is Toybox. I am America's favorite cartoon witch, and I'm doing little artist spotlights throughout the day to show you all of the artists that are participating this year in our amazing festival. Now, just a reminder, many of the toys are selling out very quickly, so don't forget to check in on the Designer Toy Marketplace and look at those exclusives, and if there's something you really want, try and get it, because we are actually sold out of a bunch already, which is great, because I guess we're achieving our goals of selling toys to you. We're plastic peddlers here for the weekend from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern Time today and tomorrow. We have all sorts of fun things. Both days are completely different programming, totally unique, and totally live. Well, about half live. Some of it's pre-recorded, but I'm live right now. As you can tell, I made some stumbly words, and it sounded like a buffoon. And so, that's just... I did that on purpose to prove to you all that I'm live, because... just to see who's watching and to check in on you. Now, let's see here. Let me do that. That looks better. Okay, let's look at some of the artist exclusives that we have and artist spotlights that we have here. If we could, first up, we have some pieces by Benjamin Maurer. Look at these, delightful, I will say. It's a beast man with looks like he has a merman leg, but then look at this little wicket, painted to look like Beast Man. Look at that. It's delicious. I mean, it's so adorable. I almost just want to eat it. That's how cute that is. And that really embodies the spirit of the Ewoks, because they're so cute you want to eat them. Am I right? Well, maybe I'm turning towards the dark side. Sorry about that. Let's move on. What else do we have from Benjamin Maurer? Here we have some sort of Cyber Kong figure. Looks delightful. I love those. Great, solid, sturdy-looking toy there. And it's cybernetic Donkey Kong, maybe. I don't know. Let's see what else we have from Benjamin Maurer. Oh, these... Yes! Yes! Look at this! I love it! It's Hazel and Cha-Cha, friends! Look at it! Hazel and Cha-Cha! If you don't know Hazel and Cha-Cha, they're from Gerard Way and Gabriel Ba's fantastic comic book series called The Umbrella Academy. One of my favorites. I think it's one of the best comic book series of the last 20 years. So if you aren't following The Umbrella Academy, these are some characters that I love from that comic book series. And look at, excellently rendered here. Fantastic. Kudos on making Hazel and Cha-Cha. I wanted to make them myself. Now, moving along, we have some toys from Mutant Pulp. And I really love everything that they're doing at Mutant Pulp. Completely adorable and delightful. Look at this little snowman. Maybe he's some sort of Sasquatch or Yeti, something like that. Abominable snowman. Adorable. Love it. Next, we have from Mutant Pulp. Some more things coming, that's for sure. Look at these little guys. I love these. These are for Mutant Pulp, and one of the things that Mutant Pulp does is make these sort of capsule toys that all the pieces you can snap on yourself. So you build them yourself, like the little capsule toys, and they're hand painted, I believe, and hand designed, and then you build it yourself, which isn't that fun. And then I guess if you get all of them here in the collection. There we go. You could mix and match their pieces, which, if you know me, I love toys that you can mix and match their pieces, and ones that you get to interact with and build yourselves, which brings us to this next piece from Mutant Pulp, which are little dinosaurs that looks like you get to put those together too. So that's always very fun, always something that I appreciate and love in toy design is when they're interactive and you can do more than just play with them, but you can customize and adapt and build with them as well. So fun. And we'll be learning about more toys like that throughout our feed and throughout our festival. I know there's something coming up tomorrow that I will talk extensively about. Let's see, who else do we have? Here we have, oh my goodness. Masterful. Absolutely masterful when it comes to toy art and design. Next in our list is Labmonkey number 9. I'm sure if they had a toy, it's probably sold out already because this is the best of the best. The cream of the crop. Absolutely love what Labmonkey number 9 does in aesthetic, design, color, concept. Everything about it is so beautiful and so immaculate to me. I think this is the standard that we all hope that we can achieve. So let's look at some other, even their photographs. I mean, they even know how to photograph everything perfectly. Perfection. Labmonkey number 9. Look at this one. It's like a droid Frankenstein Halloween kid with a little R5D6 or something. I don't know. It's a knockoff droid with a Frankenstein robot, or maybe it's just a C-3PO with a Frankenstein mask on. I don't know, use your imagination, but just go and buy it because look at how magnificent this thing is. Or buy one for me, or buy 2, and then send me 1. I guess that would be fine. Oh, and this, truly beautiful. I can notice some of the pieces here that were repurposed in a very excellent way, particularly the clawful chest from Masters of the Universe, how that was repurposed for this just beefed up looking Freddy. I mean, I love it. I can't explain how much I love this. I love this the most. Absolutely the most. Perfection. Do we have any more from Labmonkey number 9? Oh, yes, this thing. I mean, I'm speechless. I'm really speechless. It's just excellence of execution. Labmonkey number 9 is like the Bret Hart of designer toys. It's just excellence of execution. He should be world champion. We should make him a belt that says excellence of execution, a world championship belt for Labmonkey number 9, because this is beautiful. It's some sort of like Davros, cybernetic Davros weirdo, alternate reality. I don't know, but God, I love it. I just love it to pieces. I would actually marry that. That's how much I love it. So Labmonkey number 9, if you're watching out there, thank you. Moving right along, we have someone that's new to me, but I do love these as well. This is Oniromancy Toyworks, and from viewing a bunch of their work, I think that they're greatly inspired by Japanese tokusatsu shows, which are, like Kaiju, Ultraman, Godzilla, that sort of thing. Heavy influence there from the tokusatsu, and I think that this is the exclusive that's in the show. Is very similar to this one here. If it's not exactly this one, I don't know, but we'll cover that coming up. Here's another one, a very cool looking kaiju inspired piece by Oniromancy Toyworks. And let's see, what else do we have from them? I think we have something else coming. Here it is. Another, looks sort of like a Mecha Godzilla. Also adorable and awesome. Definitely influenced by tokusatsu, which, I love. I don't know where you grew up, but where I grew up, they streamed Spectre-Man. And I grew up watching Spectre-Man. I love Spectre-Man. I wish there was more good Spectre-Man toys out there. They're very hard to find. So, toy friends out there, if you're watching and you want to do a favor for me, make me a Spectre-Man toy and then put it in a mailbox and send it to me. Maybe I'll have my own toy show and it'll be called Toybox Loves Spectre-Man, and then everyone just makes their own version of Dr. Gory and we have a toy show or something. That's a great idea. I just came up with it off the top of my hat because I am a genius. It's my job to come up with these things. And last but certainly not least, we have some pieces from an artist called Goodwin, which are also very cool. Look at this. Some sort of trash monsters, trash beasts. Not sure if... Who is that? Is that a Dusty Rhodes or something in a trash can? I'm not sure. It looks like a pro wrestler of some sort. I can't quite name it. And the other one is a beast in a trash can. But, maybe they're friends of our favorite Oscar the Grouch. And let's see what else we have from Goodwin Toys. These very cool. It's some sort of maybe V-inspired or like a V... the television series. If you don't know what that is, look it up. Or Bosk, maybe? Now, an interesting thing that I thought of that I might just throw out here, because I did see some... Of course, we're going to see Bosk, the famous intergalactic bounty hunter, pop up here and there throughout our show this weekend, right? It's one of the famous bounty hunters, and did you know that Bosk is actually one of the original knockoffs? Because the spacesuit that Bosk wore was actually just a reused astronaut spacesuit from Doctor Who. So Bosk just stole his clothes from a set of Doctor Who, and that's how that costume came to be. So if you're ever wondering, why does he wear that weird flight suit? Well, it's because he stole it. Because he's scum and villainy, searching the cosmos to be mean to our friend Han Solo, who we love. But we love those intergalactic bounty hunters too, because we're all toy artists and we embrace the scum and villainy of the earth. Look at this one from Goodwin, also delightful. It's a repurposed Monsters Inc. painted like a Hoth Wampa, which is also just adorable and a brilliant idea. I love when toy artists see something and just repurpose it, and we'll see more artists like that throughout the festival. This is quite brilliant, though. I almost don't like it because I wish I would have thought of it. That's why I don't like this one, because it's so easy, and you can find these things all the time in the Goodwill bins or the discount toys, and then brilliant. I don't like this because it's brilliant and I didn't think of it and do it first, but good on you, Goodwin. Great concept and repurpose there. And do we have any more pieces from Goodwin Toys? Well, Who's having fun? I know I am. We've seen so many fascinating things, so many wonderful artists. Let me remind you all that we have an online toy shop where you can all go and purchase these things that you see throughout the weekend from the artists. There's also virtual tables where people are live. You can go there and interact with them, ask them questions, give them your money. Or, there's also a donate button, which we've failed to mention the entire time. There's a donate button, so if you appreciate us being here all day long, remember, we are not getting paid to do this. We're doing this out of love and for you, my friends. So you can donate to Assembly Required. You can also donate directly to me. That's a good idea. I love that because since the pandemic, I've basically lived off of your donations. But I'm doing fine. I'm doing good. The pandemic, we'll get through this. We'll all... Oh, what was that? That was Ferdy. That was our official mascot of Assembly Required. If you saw him, you'll see him pop up throughout the feed all weekend long. So I have a special thing to show you at some point when I have time. But let's see. I feel like... Friends, sadly, my time is almost up here with you, but I do have another sequence coming up at around 6:45, so be sure to tune back in if you leave, but don't leave. Don't go away, because up next, we're going to check in with our Assembly Required team, and they're going to show us some of the exclusives, so, back to you guys. Let's see it. Bring it! Bring it!
It's
We're
brought.
We're trying, Toybox. We're trying.
It's brought. It's on. All right. Welcome back to Virtually Assembled, an Assembly Required experience. That was Toybox, America's favorite cartoon witch. As he mentioned, our artists have Zoom tables over on our event page. I don't know if it's on that side of me or that side of me, but check out the tops at the top of the assembly-required.net page. They have Zoom tables. You can go talk to them. You can talk about the work. You can visit their stores over there. So be sure and support these artists. They're an incredible crew.
Yes,
Up
they
next,
are.
we've got Oniromancy Toy Works. And actually, Toybox just did a spotlight on Oniromancy, and the BC Bloodsucker, which is their exclusive for Virtually Assembled. There it is. And there are additional credits along with this piece. It is designed by Oniromancy Toy Works, but it is sculpted by a familiar name, Baykid Dead.
Oh, cool. I didn't realize that.
Spotlighted earlier, who also has an exclusive, and he has a surprise. Baykid's getting a lot of coverage on this one.
Yeah, he is.
Nice job.
Good for it. Good for them. Yeah.
Yeah. And the concept art by Eric Anderson.
Nice.
Give us a little spinny table. Do we got a spinny table?
Yeah,
There we
there's.
go.
Yeah, and when we were putting things together for this convention, one thing I wanted to mention was, well, I did mention earlier, these spinny videos are awesome. Okay, first of all. Number two, like you until you see like it from all angles, you kind of you don't appreciate some of the little details as much when you're just looking at it as a picture. So this one was one of those that I just didn't see as much of the detail in that face and the nose, and things like that until I saw it spinning like that.
Yeah, let me. This is the hand-cast resin piece. I'm going to read the description. Is BC Bloodsucker is a vampire from the time before the Cataclysm, in a strange world where time and space collides, wreaking havoc on the inhabitants of this dangerous apocalyptic planet. The Mechanical Menace paint scheme imagines this creature as the culmination of science and sorcery to create this machine of unending hunger and cold, calculating menace. Here's his box. I'm really impressed with this box. Now, this box is what it comes in. Yep. And you open it up.
Oh wow.
like this. Yeah, yeah. It's a really
Nice.
impressive little box. And then,
It's like a shoebox, like a mini
There he is.
shoebox almost.
yeah.
Cool. Is it articulated?
No,
No?
it's
Okay.
a solid cast.
Okay. You said
But this
resin,
colorway
huh?
is exclusive. Yep, solid resin. As
And
Toybox
the
said,
colorways are
he
all
showed
the
a.
same, correct?
Say that
What's
again,
that, Jay?
Jason?
The colorways are all the same, right?
For the exclusive on designertoymarket.com, yes, these colorways are the exclusive Mechanical Menace paint scheme. But I think Toybox showed one that was another paint scheme, and Oniramancy may have other versions of this paint scheme, but this one is exclusive to Virtually Assembled.
That's cool. I like that one.
Yeah, he's really cool, and he's got. I really love the colorway.
Yeah. Yeah, that took some. Is that airbrushed?
You know, quite honestly, let me see. Let me pull it out.
It looks like
It does, yeah.
It
The
looks
red
like
looks
it,
like
yeah.
it's airbrushed. It's a solid silver base, and then there's airbrushing red over that.
Yeah. Huh. I haven't done much airbrushing myself, so. But I see it and I really appreciate it. I'd like to learn it a little more.
Yeah, I had an airbrush a very, very long time ago, and I never got the hang of it, really, quite
No.
honestly. All my paint apps are brush, just literal, just straight on brush, but I love the airbrushing technique.
Yeah.
And how do you pronounce the name again? One more time?
Oniramancy?
Neuromancy.
Neuromancy. And of course, do they have a Zoom table?
They do, yeah. You can go over to our event page and visit with Oniramancy and see what other exclusives they have over there. I
That's
really
really cool.
would love an opportunity to go over there myself, but I think that
Yeah.
everything we're juggling over here, during the
One thing at a
in-person
time.
event, it's always great to be able to walk around and see what everybody's got. But it's not as easy when we're doing this, the virtual thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, maybe in the future we'll be able to figure out a way to kind of make that a little easier, but
Yeah, well, maybe.
Yeah.
I see we've got Mutant Pulp up there.
Yeah.
Mutant Pulp is our next exclusive for the event. Now, these things, I am really impressed with these little guys because, as Toybox said, he works with these capsule toys. He works with capsule toys, and he's got a couple. I'm going to bring it up on the rotating guy. The rotating. Oh, do we have a rotating?
The video, yeah.
There we go.
There it is. We just sold 2 of these on the Designer Toy Market, so I think, let's see, maybe look at my...
So what impresses me most
3
about this is, besides the fact that it is printed resin. A lot of people talk about 3D printers versus resin, and it's a little bit confusing because 3D printers do use resin, but there's hand poured resin and there's 3D printer resin. These are 3D printed, and the whole, I don't want to disassemble it, but the whole body, all the parts can be all stored in the head. Like this whole capsule comes apart, and every single piece of this can be stored inside the head. Every little piece. The ears come off, the arms come off. Comes with a little skeleton scepter.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if I missed you yet. Did we play the Mutant Pulp commercial yet?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I thought that was funny, the skull scepter.
I was browsing their IG feed and looking at the different capsule toys that they made.
Yeah.
And I noticed it's the one based on the Kinder eggs.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, they definitely have a lot more of these, I'm sure, at their table, because I know that I reposted at least 2 or 3 other versions I've seen of the capsule toy. I don't know if it's just a different colorway on these, but I'm pretty sure there's some originals too. And he comes with like a little pufferfish, which I'm not going to put in his hand.
Oh, a little accessory?
Little accessory there.
Oh, wow.
Comes with it
cool.
too. It's easier to put it down and stage it.
between each one, correct?
What's that?
Oh, some of the accessories they vary.
No, they all come with the skull scepter, and a little pufferfish.
Hmm.
Yeah, there was some other like American style capsule toys they had made as well that was on their feed. Real interesting. And you were saying that they were resin printed, but I believe they also make molds from those resin prints to produce the pieces.
I know that some of this is definitely molded. The skull scepter, I saw some silicone molds. I saw some for the pufferfish. It's hard, when talking about resin to resin versus 3D printed resin and hand molded resin. It's hard. These heads are so thin. I thought this was 3D printed. These heads and the bodies.
Maybe it's.
But I could be
mixed
wrong
up.
because I've never poured resin that thin before.
Maybe part of it's resin poured, or part of it's 3D printed or something.
Yeah, definitely. It's a mixture of two, and each of them. And I just noticed this, and I didn't know it before, but each one's numbered at the bottom.
Oh,
of his
cool.
foot.
Cool.
Did not notice that.
Yeah, Toybox commented, so zesty. That's a reference to the Fantastic Plastics. I saw they were on the chat earlier, so.
Yeah, we're not as high tech to have a zesty like the Fantastic Plastics.
Yeah. We need a
But just
catchphrase,
pretend.
man. We need a
Pretend
catchphrase.
the big words are coming at you. Zesty.
Hey, Chris, how's it going? Hey, Kevin, thanks for joining us.
So, if you are just joining us, once again, assembly required. We have gone to virtual event. So this is virtually assembled and assembly required experience. And this is a online designer toy event. We have artists over on the virtually assembled tab at assembly-required.net. So if you go over to the tab where the artists are, they have Zoom tables. So you can click on the table, you can visit with the artists. It's really important to support independent artists, especially doing this, because this is why I created this event, was to introduce people who have never seen this before to the world, to be like, hey, well, I shouldn't say to the world, because we're a small corner in the southeast, so it's really
we're worldwide, baby. Now
we are, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. People all around the world. I was seeing some of the orders coming in from all across the country. I haven't seen. Well, I think maybe I actually did see something coming from Canada. So we got people watching all over the place right now.
We definitely have a couple artists from Canada. We have an artist from the UK, Blue Monday Press. Put it in the chat where you guys are from. I'm curious to see how far reaching we are reaching.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. So, yeah, I'm.
What do we have coming up next?
Those were the two segments that we have. You got a schedule, Jay? You see that?
Yeah, it looks like Labmonkey number 9 is coming up next. It'll be his interview.
Oh.
Yeah, that'll be in a few minutes.
His pieces.
Jay, tell us what's coming up next if you got the schedule in front of you.
I did.
Toby, can you pull up the schedule in the scene?
Oh, and then an animation track, and then Toybox again.
Well, we're closing in. We're closing in, folks.
Yeah, we got about 4 minutes.
We're still going at 9 o'clock, so.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah, we're going. Yeah, there's the schedule. I had our guy back here pull it in. T-Chad, thanks so much for doing production for us.
That's cool. Yeah,
we don't
T-Chad,
think him.
thank you.
He's behind the scenes. You don't really see him most of the time, but we got to send him a little thank you for being the one to put us all together. And Jen Ben Media, thank you so much for helping out. You've been a huge help. Everything you do is amazing. We appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Is it T-Chad or T-Chode?
Well, depends how you feel about him.
I think I might have been mispronouncing that, but that's really easy to do with all these nicknames.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but it's T-Chad, Chad, like CH odd.
So as you can see, coming up is an interview with Labmonkey #9, like Jason just said twice, and I'm repeating it a third time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a lot. We still got a lot lined up. So I definitely wanted to thank also. I appreciate you, Mox, giving a shout out to T-Chad and Jennifer, because those two have definitely been integral with putting this event together. And I want to give a shout out again to our sponsors, Morgan's Comics, who I know is online. She's streaming it inside her store right now on Haywood here in West Asheville. We've also got Asheville FM, another sponsor of ours, Appalachian Pinball Museum. Normally they host video games in our actual artist alley. They have them in our event, so you can go up and play some video games.
Yeah,
Obviously,
last year they had a Qbert, and you don't see those very often. And I was away from my table a good 30 minutes.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, I was like, I got to play some Qbert. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, I really miss those guys. And COVID is definitely taking its toll. It's hard to have a pinball museum where people come in to play stuff, but during this whole pandemic, with people touching stuff, I mean that's their bread and butter right there. So I definitely wanted to give them a shout out. They've always been incredible supporters of our event. Obviously the Designer Toy Market, where you can find our exclusives. Hosted by Mux Blank.
Yeah. While we're at it, while we're giving some shout outs, Vera Lake, thank you so much. She's my webmaster. We've gone through a lot of troubles with putting the Designer Toy Market together, and I have to thank her out loud on this, because she was integral in putting this together.
You know who I have to thank right now? I have to thank my wife, Jenny.
Yeah.
And my son Ethan, who are watching this at this very moment. Jenny normally supplies gift bags at each of the artist tables when everybody arrives for in-person events. That's her. She thought of that, and I got a great spread over here because of that.
And then Sid, she's the webmaster for the Assembly Required. Thank you so much, Sid.
Thank you. Yeah.
And thanks to all of our wonderful artists that are participating.
Yes, definitely.
Of course.
All right, we're going to go to the Labmonkey #9, and we'll see you guys in a bit.
Greetings, Starfighter. How you doing?
Good. I'm good.
So we've got here on the call, Andrew. Why don't you introduce yourself and tell the fine people at home who you are?
My name is Andrew Heffron. I'm Labmonkey #9. This will be my first time at the Assembly Required, and pretty excited about it. It's virtual, but it's interesting times.
Yeah, interesting times call for interesting measures. And I had no network connectivity, so I had to troubleshoot this call for a little while. And I'm trying to get you involved with Assembly Required for years. As a matter of fact, before this call, I was looking at I was looking for your email address, and I found emails dating back to before the first event, when we originally first started talking. And I guess you guys had put together a show up there in Canada. I don't remember what it was called. It was like 2017, I guess, 2018.
Yeah, I've done a bunch of shows. Nothing like your Art Toy Con, but just like gallery shows in Toronto and stuff.
Right. Well, the benefit of, I guess I don't even know if there's a benefit to COVID, but the convenience of doing an online event is we get to have people like you.
Yeah. That was always the problem, getting there, like the cost, and then how do we get our stuff there? That was like a big problem too. Like trying to just get a head around all that, and then we're all busy with our jobs, and it's like it was just such a we wanted to be there, but And is this the third? This is the third year or second year?
Yeah. This will be year 3.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
So I just watched both of them through my phone, and they both look really fun.
Yeah, no, the in-person events were successful. You know, it's held in a brewery, and there will be an announcement about year 4 at the end of the last day of this event. So I won't blow it now because I'm not really sure where we're going to schedule your interview, but I'll have an announcement about year 4 22's event at that time. But yeah, I think we've got you, and I think there's at least 1 or 2 other Canadian personalities participating, and we've got one from the UK. So I think that that artist gets the award for farthest. Typically, it was farthest traveled, so I guess it's farthest zoomed.
Right.
So, you know, you and I have been communicating for years. I give you an immense amount of credit for your communication with new artists that are breaking into the industry, because, you know, when I was a new artist in breaking into it, I had a lot of questions, and you gave me a lot of feedback that helped out. So that was pretty amazing. And it's kind of interesting because, you know, a lot of people, I shouldn't say a lot of people in the industry, but there's a good portion of the industry that's very tight-lipped about their processes and their art. And so I give you a lot of credit. And one of the things that we're trying to do here in the Southeast is give more access to artists to learn more about the processes and the materials and how to use them. So as we grow in the Southeast, I think we're going to see a lot more of that information coming out, and being able to share that information with people who are interested in what designer toy artists are doing.
Yeah. I remember way back you were like Potato 6, right? Wasn't that it? Wasn't that your handle?
Potato Fish 4.
Potato Fish 4. That was it.
Yeah. Big difference. There's the whole fish and 2 more numbers in there. Right.
Yeah. No, that was a while back. Yeah, and I love helping people. I love their excitement and their energy about coming into a new scene. It reminds me of me coming into it and going, what the fuck? There's all these people like doing this stuff, you know, and it's mind blowing. Like, it's just like, oh my God, there's hundreds.
Well, tell me about that a little bit, because that was actually the first question I wanted to ask, was like when and how you discovered the toy community and why it spoke to you.
So I was making very large sculptures, compared to what is going on Instagram. I was making stuff like 12 inches, 13 inches, 14 inches tall, and one-offs, but I was doing all the molds and everything. So it was a hell of a lot of work to make one freaking toy. And I wasn't really calling them toys. They were more like pop culture sculptures. Mm-hmm. And I'd spend like a couple weeks on them to make one. And so I wanted, you know, like, I don't know, like $800 to $1,000 for, and I thought, you know, that was reasonable, but you know, who has that kind of money for and who has a space for this giant sculpture? And so anyways, I did all the galleries around in Toronto. I did what I could. I was in one gallery for like 3 years. I just kept on doing it, trying to like hustle in Toronto, but like Toronto, I don't know. I love Toronto, but so anyways, I was on Facebook, tried that. I tried Twitter. I tried DeviantArt. I tried Tumblr. And then a couple of my friends, Claire, she's a photographer, and she was working for me. And she's like, oh, you got to try Instagram. And then my friend Paresh, he's a model builder. He's like, oh my God, Instagram, you got to try this out. And I was like, not another fucking social media. Like, yeah, I hate all this. I want to find people, but I'm finding 1, 2, 3 people. I'm like, this is so terrible. And so I did Fan Expo 2014. That was amazing. That's when I met the Angry Beast. That was pretty monumental. And I came out with my first art toys. They were smaller, and I decided to go smaller for that. And then, because I had been going around on the internet just finding people, so I didn't know about Instagram yet, but I found Junk Fed. I found Manor Monster, Toys. Just a whole bunch of and I found a whole bunch of people doing RoboCop bootlegs. Like, so they were making Robert Cops.
Robert Cop, right?
Yeah, and I was like, oh my god, this is so hilarious. So I was like, I'm gonna make my own version of Robert Cop. So I did that, and like looking back, I'm like, why didn't I just come up with my own idea? Why did I just do something that people like I found 5 people that already made Robert Cops. I'm like,
right.
The 6th person to make the Robert Cop. Like, why? Why did I do that? Like, why did I just make up my own thing? But I didn't know. I didn't understand the whole scene really. Like, so I made Cop. I made a bunch of other like weird toys. I went to 2014 Fan Expo at the Angry Beast. Then 2015 Toronto Comic Con. I met 8-Bit Mike, and that was pretty much. He was just like, he was doing his free resin toys.
Yeah.
So he would go around and have these blind bags, little tiny blind bags, and he would leave them around for people. And he saw me, saw my stuff, and his girlfriend came by, and he's like, here's a toy. I'm like, what? I'm like, here, well, take something in return. Like, and he's like, no, these are free resin. Here's the hashtag. I'm on Instagram. I'm like, oh god, that Instagram again.
It is again. It's following me.
Oh god, I gotta check this out. He's like, you gotta get on there, and so I was telling him about. He was like, I was gonna open up his toy, and he's like, no, open it up when I leave. I'm like, what? I'm like, no, I open it. And his girlfriend's like, no, just his toys are terrible. I mean, it can't be. I said, come on, it can't be that bad. I mean, like, do you use a pressure pot? Because I just got into pressure pots. I just figured it out.
Right.
And he's like, oh no, I do it in my garage, and it's really not that good. And
so he was giving out his toys, but he didn't want you to open them while he was there because he thought they were bad.
Like, well, because they were blind bagged for a reason, because he didn't really want people to see them. It's like a confidence thing. Like, I mean, he has like he has a very special style, and it's filled with mold lines and bubbles and distortion and weirdness. But that's why I love his stuff so much. Like, he's so into the scene, and he's such a wonderful person. And his toys just have this weird thing about them. And some people like up about it, like, oh, these are terrible. I was like, no, these are amazing. Like, this is him working really hard in his garage, and he makes all this crazy stuff. And this is what he's come up with. It's become part of his style, right?
Right.
So I opened it up, and I'm like, oh my god, what do I do with this? This thing is terrible. But I instantly fell in love with it, because I was just like, oh my god. I'll grab it's my very first art toy. I'll grab it from other artists. All right, so I'm gonna try that feature where I turn it around.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is it here.
Oh, so I've seen that.
Loves Bosk. So there's Bosk on an R2, and this is a Casey Jones foot. And on the back, it's a G.I. Joe backpack. And like it's so, like, you can hardly tell that it's an R2. Like, there's so much stuff going on.
Right.
Yeah, I think you can see all that.
Rudimentary.
Yeah. Look at that. Look at that mold line right there. Look, that's a chunk of. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Like, how do you sculpt? Like, you can't even sculpt this. Like, it just happens because he's able. He is what he is, So yeah, so he got me.
I thought when I first saw that toy, I guess on his page or somebody, I saw it. I thought the Bosk head was like piercing through the R2, like it was coming out, kind of like the alien.
Yeah, I think that's what's going on. And there's like fingerprints. There's fingerprints in the plasticine that, yeah, it's amazing. Like, I think he was supposed to.
So was that the origin of Toy Ronto? Is that when you guys started meeting? Like, is that how Toy Ronto started with you and 8-Bit and?
Yeah, Angry Beast, 8-Bit, they were the first two, and also Modulicious. I saw him he was the first person I met. He was at, he's always doing the cons. Like he does all the, before COVID, he would do all the cons like right across Canada. Like he would go all the way to Vancouver and all over the place. And so I would see him always at Fan Expo. So, and he has a really big booth, and it's really quite something. Like all kinds of, he loves the
He's got a beautiful setup. I've seen his booth like online.
He's got it. He's got, I mean, he's got all these, it's worked out perfectly. He's got like all these milk crates that are the tiers, but then the milk crates are also for packing things. So he's got it all like completely worked out, right? He's you know, he's a pro and all that sort of stuff. So I met him first, and then I met Angry Beast at one of the fan expos, and then 8-Bit Mike. And then I started slowly like finding more and more people, like Naomi. We used to work together, the same toy company, Spin Master. So met her through, she was like an old friend from there. And then I saw her on Instagram. I'm like, what? This is where you are? Like, because she left Spin Master to do her own thing. I didn't know what her own thing was. And then I was just like, oh my God, you're making these beautiful, like she's the Keiju sort of factor.
I am familiar with her work, yeah.
Beautiful stuff, yeah. And along with Liege. Liege is like the other sort of Keiju sort of type in the group. And Liege, I found Liege through Sculpture Supply Canada is the place that we all go to for, it's the mecca for all our resin and silicone and everything. They're great. And one of the guys there, Andrew, became really good friends with him. And so he would, everyone who came in, and if he found out they were into toys, he would tell me about it, because he knew I was looking for people in the Toronto area who were like, you know, like-minded people. So he's like, there's this guy, you know, Razi, and you got to check him out. So he connected us through Instagram, and Razi became Liege Toys. And then, yeah, everyone else just sort of like trickled in from there, like just.
Why is there such a large resin community and designer toy community in Toronto?
Well, it's not really so much Toronto because 8-Bit Mike is from Buffalo, but Toronto a lot, so we just consider him Torontonian.
How far is that?
What's that?
How far is that from Toronto?
I think it takes him like, I don't know. It's quite a few hours to get. Like it's he comes. When before COVID, he would come for all the fan expo stuff. So like it'd be like a weekend excursion.
I'm just curious because it feels like Toyronto in Toronto. Like I've heard, it just seems like there's such a dense population of designer toy artists. How does that happen?
It's weird though, because there's not a lot of. There's a little bit of support for like, because like all my toys go to the States, like the States, a little bit to Europe, a little bit to you know, like maybe down like South America a bit, but like it's mostly all going to the States, and there's like a bit of support in Toronto. So it's weird that there's so many toy makers and we don't really have the support. So that's why we need Instagram so badly, is because all the support is out there, and it's so much easier. They see the process, they get it, they see all your stuff. We would do all these like art toy markets in Toronto, and it's like we're there's like the punk rock flea market. There's a great one in Hamilton, Toronto. There's all kinds of. Seascapes has a good one. They're like a video game bar. But like it's you do them and you're like, the people are like, what are these? And you're like, and you're going through this whole like explaining an art toy like over and over and over, and we did it for like up until COVID. We did it for a few years and just kept on doing it, hoping that people would get it. But the Toronto scene, it's for buying, it's hard. They don't understand. Right. And I think also like, I don't know, Americans love collecting. Like they just get it. Like or maybe just because America's so much bigger. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but and a lot of my toys go to California for some reason. California is like.
Is it the pop culture aspect of America? You think that the pop culture, like,
sure, and they're comfortable with buying, right. like they're buying stuff is like second nature to them. Whereas it seems like in Canada, it's like, I want it, but where am I going to put it? Or I gotta put up a shelf, and like I don't know. It seems like there all these things are going through their mind. Like my girlfriend will like, I don't know, you know. I don't know.
That's sort of what I went through when I, started in the industry. Was like I was a avid toy collector growing up, and like sold off most, if not everything, that I had, and then in later years started picking it up again. But I don't have the space for that shit. And then once I started getting into the designer toy culture, I was like, I need to own some of this stuff now. Like, but like I couldn't afford it. I didn't have the space for it. But eventually when we formed, I formed the LLC to create Assembly Required, then it, then it became a business. And I was like, well, now I need to, I need to purchase research. So that's my research. That's my research shelf right back there of all the research that I do.
I like your research.
Yeah, I like it too. It's very inspiring.
I'm starving.
She's amazing! 18 songs about the best cat in the world, sung by America's favorite cartoon witch!
It's Wednesday, got us knocked down with Wednesday. Everybody's looking forward to my baby.
Nothing compares to this collection.
Nothing compares to Wednesday.
It's never sounded so good. The songs you crave from the witch you love. Hey now, you'll love this amazing collection. Only $18.99, plus you can handle it. Hey now, she's my baby, she's on fire. Oh no, hey now, I will save her. Would you do anything to own these top hits by Toybox today?
Anything for Wens. Oh, I would do anything for Wens. I would do anything for Wens. Because she's my cat.
We won't let you down.
She's my favorite.
Order now with credit card or check, and you'll get this limited edition CD holder for free.
Never gonna give her up. Never gonna let her down. Never gonna do the pound to replace her.
Be a model citizen and call now.
And look, she's in a box and she is very cute. She's a super fighter and she licks her tail.
To order Meow, that's right, call Toybox Volume 45. Call the number on your screen. Rush delivery available. Call now.
I have a great plan. Let's invade Earth.
Yeah!
New from Mutant Pulp, Scordachian Capsule Toys. Landing soon in a vending machine near you. Pod action. Assembly required, all parts included. Characters sold separately.
Our plan is working! But there can only be one ruler of Earth.
What?
Black colorway, only available to assembly required while supplies last.
Hey everybody, my name's Sassy, and I'm awesome as balls. I bet you want to be awesome too, just like old Sassy. So let's take a look at some poor sucker that could use some help making an impression.
Hey Hepcats, what's going down in Groovetown?
That was weak sauce. Let's try again with a great big steaming dollop of rad.
What's up, jabronis? Time to drop trow, cause it's a no pants party! What? Yup. There you go.
Bam! You all just pooped yourselves. And what made everything so much more awesome? You got it, buddy. A sassy catchphrase. Boosting my charm rests on a framework of sweet, sweet catchphrases. For example, people love it when I talk about butt stuff.
Hey baby, are you down for some butt stuff?
This is Detective Butt Stuff on the case, ready to investigate some butts.
My good sir, I would like to partake in some butt stuff.
And my best friend Nessie, he owes all of his sexual success to the exclusive catchphrase that I wrote for him.
What are you talking about? I never used that stupid catchphrase that you wrote for me.
Roll the video. Hey, what's up? It's your good friend Nessie. Sit up and beg lapdogs, cause your alpha wolf is here. Woof woof.
Oh, what an effective catchphrase. But that's impossible. I never said those words. How did you get that video? Is it CGI? Did you overdub my voice? My whole life is a lie.
See, if you use one of my tailor-made catchphrases, you will be like 75% cooler. That is a scientific fact.
That is not a scientific fact.
So if you're ready to be like way more awesome, like a wild boar that breathes fire, or Anne Hathaway doing a lip sync battle, leave a link to a picture in the chat box of you being rad, and I'll write you a catchphrase to scream when you knock down helicopters with a high kick. And like, I promise, your catchphrase won't be some bullcrap made up thing like Bazinga, although some of your catchphrases may just be punching. So, if you want to be scientifically more awesome,
stop defiling science!
Send an awesome photo to me in the comments. Bazinga!
I gotta go, Joey. It's past my bedtime, and I'm dog tired.
No, Bad Dog, don't go!
I'll talk to you later, Joey.
Bad Dog!
Bye-bye.
Don't go to sleep!
Damn it, Joey, you need to switch to decaf.
Bad Dog! No, Bad Dog!
Talk to you tomorrow,
don't Go
Joey.
to sleep.
Bye-bye.
Don't go to sleep!
Shut up! If you're not patriotic, you're a terrorist!
I think that we should see other puppets.
And a happy new.
Looking for a vet you can trust? It's me! Bring me all of your sick pets! Right, Roscoe? Acupuncture, electroshock therapy, euthanasia. Oh, hey, Bad Dog.
What is this crap?
Don't go anywhere.
What?
Cats.
What the hell's going on here?
Congratulations, Bad Dog.
Ah!
This one of Fritz Saya!
Let me down from here!
Bad Dog, don't you know that
Smoking's bad for you. My cigarette! Time to quit! I'm gonna puke. Let's listen to your insides. Sounds like the heartworm. This is crazy. You're a psychopath. Somebody, get me out of here! Time for your vaccinations.
Help! Joey!
Robo-struts.
Now you can construct what may be the ultimate robot monsters.
Robo-struts.
Each sold separately, batteries not included. Then you can unleash the power of Robo-struts.
Robo-struts.
But who could have known these robot monsters would be this incredibly powerful?
Robo-struts.
Only you can build them. Only you can control them. Or can you?
Robo-struts.
Robo-Struts robot monsters are sold separately and ready to construct. New from Tomy.
Wow! This has been absolutely incredible. My mind is blowing. I can't even believe it. So much fun, so much exciting things, so much fantastic artistry that we've seen in this live stream. Now, if you're just tuning in, we're watching Virtually Assembled, an assembly required experience. It's a 2-day online toy show streaming marathon. We've been here since 1 o'clock this afternoon Eastern Time, and we will be here until 9 p.m. tonight. Also, we're doing it again tomorrow with an entirely different set of broadcasting. So I'd like to take this moment to remind all of you who are watching at home, you can share this on your social media. Share the stream right now. Go ahead, do it. I'm waiting. Share our live stream with your friends. Tell them that you tuned in today and you were like, man, it was so cool. It was so fun. It was packed with all of this awesome stuff. I learned about amazing artists and saw awesome cartoons and puppet shows from the Wham Bam Puppet Slam. I bought toys at the virtual toy store. I saw artist interviews. I learned how to make a Boba Fett head with an R2-D2 body with a foot on it made out of plastic, and it looked amazing. I know it was actually Bosk, but Boba Fett, everyone puts him. Anyway, you know what I mean. Yeah, put a Boba Fett head on it. Let's do it. All right. Anyway, share this with your friends. Tell them tomorrow that we'll be here. Say, hey, I watched that thing and it was awesome. You should really watch it. Recommend it to others. Tell your grandparents to watch. They'll like it too. Or maybe they won't. I know my mom loves my show, and she's a grandmother, so do the math. Now, where were we? What should we do? We have a little bit of time to kill because it's my turn to talk to you, and I can do all sorts of magic and fun just for you because we're spending this time together live. This is live, so if you have a question to ask me or anything, go ahead and try, and maybe that'll come through in the little chat thing that says, Toybox, what's your favorite snacks? Toybox, how many pieces of cigarette gum do you chew a day? I don't know, think of something and ask me, because I do have a few pieces of nicotine gum left for today, and that's not a fun thing to talk about, so let's move on. Because as we saw in our animation track, smoking's bad for you. So let's talk about that animation track. It's amazing. We saw a bunch of pieces curated from one of my shows called the Wham Bam Puppet Slam. If you don't know what that is, it's a puppet variety show that I've been doing for the last 10 years. Yes, 10 years. 11 years now, actually. I forgot about last year, which sort of didn't exist because it was all spent sitting around in the house. But we did do episodes of it virtually online, and we're going to do more of them. So in those Wham Bam Puppet Slam pieces, we saw a little commercial by Gen Ben Media, who we graciously thanked during our last sequence as being amazing and helping out. And she made a little commercial for an album dedicated to my cat, Wednesday, who we call Wenz, W-E-N-Z. We just call her Wenz because it's easier to call someone by a nickname when their name is Wednesday. It's 2 syllables, so we just say, Wens, come here, come and lay down with me. And then she does it. She's amazing. She's incredible. You've probably never met a better kitty cat in your entire life. And that, of course, if it's coming from me, it has to be true, because I would never lie to you. I'm a Sagittarius. We're brutally honest, as my friends at Assembly Required will tell you, I'm sure. Now, let's see, what else did we see in that little animation track? We saw a bunch of commercials from our friends that are presenting toys all throughout the weekend. Remember that you can go to the homepage of Assembly Required and visit their virtual tables. Also find links directly to their shop so you can buy all of their toys. There's some amazing pieces there, so be sure to check that out. And also, just so you know, you can also go to the Designer Toy Marketplace. That is where all of the exclusives for the festival will be, and those are selling out very quickly. Many of them have sold out, so if there's something that you saw that you really want, go over there, try and find it. And hopefully you can get one, or, make sure to follow those artists on social media and see what the next thing is that they're coming out with, because all of these people are productive and creative, inspiring, and amazing. Also, let's talk about a little bit more about what we saw in the animation track there. We saw a piece by our good friends from the Shadow Circus Creature Theater, and Sassy the Sasquatch was telling us about catchphrases. Of course, I have my own catchphrase. It goes like this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. There it is, oh my goodness. That just sort of happened. I don't know why. It became my catchphrase, but now people use it and say it all the time, and there's even an animated GIF you can find in your GIF search. If you can find Toybox GIFs in your GIF search. You know this, right? What are you, living under a rock? Just pull up your GIF search and type the word Toybox, and I'll be there. Now, also in that little, oh my goodness, also in that set of animation, we saw another little cutscene from our good friend, Ju Young Che. She is amazing. She's a prolific puppeteer and painter and multimedia artist based in Texas. We saw, what else? We saw Nightmare on Puppet Street from Digital Smoke Studios. You can go and find out about them and see more episodes of their show on YouTube. And stick around, because we may have some more pieces from them coming up throughout our animation tracks, and they're always very funny and very bizarre. So we saw a piece from Digital Smoke Studios, and there was also a very cool, dark, stop-motion animated piece from our very good friends from Brooklyn, New York, called Cookie Tongue. So if you like weird freak folk music and puppetry blended into a fantasy sci-fi realm that defies explanation, go and check out Cookie Tongue. They're amazing. That's, really. And also remember that you can always follow me, Toybox Theater, and the Wham Bam Puppet Slam. And we do have our own store online, and you can find that shop as well at the Assembly Required homepage. It's right there at the top with the picture of me on it. So go there and click on that. And we have a question from the audience. An 80s cartoon cat name. Some from Nintendo wants to. Why don't you just call it Alf? That's a good name to, call your cat Alf. How about that? Because Alf liked to eat cats, and so that's a little funny play on the 1980s. It's not. Alf had a cartoon. It wasn't the best, but it was good enough. I'm gonna say Alf. And then you can make up your own acronym there. I guess that's fine. Now, let's see. Should we look at some of our artist spotlights that we have for the festival? I think we have a few that are very fun to look at, so let's take a look. Here we go. we're just tripping out a little bit with some background animation. That's fine. You know, the day's going on and you need to do something to keep up your spirits for this long, I guess. So first we have, now these I really, really, really love. This is one of my personal favorites of the whole festival. I believe our friend Matt from MJC Toys said that they are from the UK, so they're our first international artists that we've spotlighted at our festival. These are from Blue Monday Press, and I think they also do some comic books and some zines and stuff, but they make designer toys, and they are remarkably good. I really, really love these. I did go to the shop. There was the first thing that I was like, ooh, I want to buy these, and I didn't see them there, so maybe if you're watching, throw some of these in here. But all of them that I saw were based on classical representations of art pieces. So here we have one that is Frida Kahlo. Very, very cool. I love it. I would have that in my collection immediately. Here's another one I also loved, based on Picasso. So Pablo Picasso piece, very cool. And this one here, we can bring that in. Look at that. That is awesome. It's the Goya devouring, the Titan devouring its child. It's so, this is beautiful to me. I absolutely love this piece. Really all of them by Blue Monday I really, really like. Very cool, and an inspired idea and concept, and extremely well executed, I would say, as well. Also, do we have another one from Blue Monday? That is all we have from Blue Monday, so we're moving on to Choose Plastik. Next company in our artist spotlight is called Choose Plastik. Also some really nice pieces. I love this mashup here of a more modern Joker look with, of course, Travis Bickle from Taxi Driver, which is very cool. And let's see what else we have here coming up next. This one is a piece referencing the Suck Lord. So I'm sure all of our fans of designer toys know who the Suck Lord is, but if you don't, he's a famous artist of designer and bootleg toys. So this one was very cool. I like that. Here is some Ninja Turtles. Of course, we all love those, right? That's a given. Do I even need to talk about Ninja Turtles? I mean, look at these. They're great. So there's some pieces from Choose Plastik, and their shop is also on the website, so you can go there and see what they have in store for you. And finally, we have some pieces here. So good. And really, the name, commendable. They're called Think Outside the Toy Box. So they're trying to, like, one-up me. They're trying to be like, think beyond Toy Box. Like, if that's even possible, I admire your challenge, my friend. Think outside the Toy Box. Like, why do you think I wear this big hat? It's to keep my big brain. So if you're gonna think outside of this, well, remarkable. And I love these pieces by Think Outside the Toy Box. Very cool. Oh wait, let's go back to that one for a second. This one here is the Moon Man from Mac Tonight commercial from the 80s, maybe early 90s. Was the Moon Man from McDonald's. Very cool. This was, I think, something that as a kid, I think we all wanted an action figure of this, and it was never really produced. I know they had little Happy Meal versions, but this one as a 3 3/4 scale action figure, very cool. And this is something that I really enjoy about Think Outside the Toy Boxes. They have produced toys that I think we always wanted but never had, and I love when designer toy artists do that sort of thing. So here we have just some really interesting colorways here, and if you can see the heads are actually all of the Empire Strikes Back bounty hunters onto one head. So it's like, they did think out of the toy box here on this one, and they were like, hey, you love this wretched hive of scum and villainy, these intergalactic bounty hunters. What if I put them all in one toy? Genius. Who doesn't want that? all in one. Then you only have to get one thing and not, 6 things. So that's very cool. I like that quite a bit. And then here we have a series. Now I found a very interesting series by them of Star Wars characters that they have made that never existed as toys. So some from animated series here. I think this one was from Droids, or maybe Ewoks, but I think it was from Droids. And then we have coming up next this one here, which is remarkable. This is the senator from the first Star Wars movie. I forget what her title is. Figure FETTish. If you know what that is, type it in the comments. We'll just call her, Senator Amy Palpatine or something. I don't know. I forget what her name is, but we never had this toy. And Think Outside of the Toy Box made one, so now you can have one. Genius. Also, let's see. We also have this one. I love it. This was also something that I really did want as a child. This little bat-headed alien from the Mos Eisley Cantina scene. And look at how beautifully it's rendered. I mean, it looks like it could have actually been a toy, but it never existed, but now it does exist. So that is just mind-blowing. Boom. Love it. And do we have anything else from Think Outside the Toy Box? That was all. So there was a couple artist spotlights from our festival. We saw from Blue Monday, Choose Plastik, and Think Outside the Toy Box. Some very cool things. Really, I am overly impressed with all of the artistry and ideas that we've been seeing all day long. And we're going to continue to do that because we'll be here for at least another 2 hours, 2 hours and 10 minutes to be precise. But we're going to be here for another 2 hours, so we'll have more animation and more artist spotlights. We'll be looking at some exclusives, some artist I think there's one more interview left, so we have that and some other things. Now, friends, I don't know how many of you follow me or my exploits or even know very much of who I am, but my name is Toybox. I am America's favorite cartoon witch, and I also am a bit of a, toy fan, I would say. So when I like to do, when I have, these shows or, even next to my bedside table or on my desk, I always like to have a few little toys hanging out with me, in case I need a friend to talk to share a personal moment with, or tell a joke, or, maybe just give to my cat to play with. I don't know, but I do always like to have a few toys around, and, just looking around at my area here, it's littered with toys everywhere. There's just boxes of stuff. Here outside, it's a little bit windy now at the Toy Castle and a little spooky. I think it's snowing outside right now, but we do have some toys to look at. Let's see, who do we have here? I see some good friends of mine, and maybe we can go to the toy camera, and I'll just share some of the toys that I'm hanging out with today. So here we have a very good friend of mine. Hey, y'all! Hey, y'all! It's me! Yeah! Hey, y'all! What y'all doing out there? TV land! Woo! It's me, y'all! This is my friend. His name is Mandal $1. And how do I know what his name is? Well, I'll tell you. I got him at a antique mall in Columbia, South Carolina, when I was there to do a big puppet festival called Indie Grits. That's a film festival and also Puppet Slam, and they have puppet films and all sorts of things. I've done it for many years. Indie Grits Festival, so you can look at that. There's another free plug just came up. But I was there one year for Indie Grits, and I found this guy at an antique mall, and he asked me if if he could come home with me, and I was like, well, okay. And then I figured out his name was Mandal $1 because right here on the back of his leg, there was a little sticker, and it said Mandal $1. And so there he is, Mandal $1. So, some of you might think that he is not the coolest toy of all time, but I like him quite a bit, and we hang out. I like his fashion sense. It's very reminiscent of 1991, I would say, with those baby blue pants and the pink long sleeve button-up shirt. It reminds me of 1991, which was a time period that I was alive. So there's that. And now let me show you this. I brought another friend to hang out with us here, and we'll look at this. This is made by LJN Toys, and it is none other than the Beast Reborn. Look at him. I'm a despicable, vile, evil sociopath. I mean, really, the Beast Reborn is like one of the most vile and despicable, disgusting creatures. He's from the Harkonnen family. And I don't even know why they would make a child's toy of the Beast Reborn. He's so vile. Look at him. But then why is he so happy? Why does he look like such a nice guy? And, he almost looks like also, that they just modeled this off of Benny Hill. Like, what's going on here? What's going on with the Beast Reborn? And why does he look like Benny Hill? I don't know, but I did bring him down to hang out with Mandal $1, and they're just hanging out with me today while I do this show, to give me emotional support, and Mandal's here to be my positive, and the Beast Reborn is to be my negative, because I need to be somewhere in between so that I am completely balanced with the cosmos. It's very important for me to ride the line in between dimensions of light and dark. These are just life lessons from me as Toybox that I think are important. You can make your own choices, but I would recommend going more towards the light and less by the dark if you're looking for advice, because we need more light in the world. I mean, look at it here. It's cold and dark and windy and well, let's see who else we have hanging out with us here. Oh, look at this. This is very cool. And we have hanging out with us here. We're going to everyone's seen this pop. There we go. Pop in and out throughout the day. Let's see, one more circle there. It's Ferdy! Ferdy, the official mascot of Assembly Required. I have my own here in Toyland. A very cool thing to have. This was a gift from my good friend at MJC Toys. And look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Now, this one was purposefully just done in white here in primer so that I can paint it however I like. So that's very fun. Unfortunately, I've been so busy putting this show together that I haven't had a chance to paint him yet. But this is a toy that is created by our host and founder of Assembly Required, and this is the official mascot of the entire festival, Ferdy. And you'll see him pop in and out all day long through the feed as a little cartoon character just running through. So that's very fun. And also, I just another bit of housekeeping, because, we have some time to do housekeeping, and I should tell you these things because I am seeing all of the news coming in, and everyone's doing better on their toy sales than I am. and I don't quite understand that, but maybe it's because I haven't properly shown you this. We have these, the last in our series that exist in the world. There's only 8 more in existence. The mold has been retired. It is no longer good. So we have 8 left. You can buy them now. Buy them before they sell out. This is, I guess, my exclusive for the festival is a Toybox action figure done in 3 3/4 scale, and we'll do the toy cam here so you can see it. You can see the card. There is 3 variations of the card. They will be chosen randomly, and so there's 3 different pictures. This one is in this pose. So there you see, and it says Toybox, America's favorite cartoon witch. And there's the figure. See a little side view. There you go. Very fun. That's a toy of me. And then on the back, there's a little story that you can read. And there's a picture of my house. That's where I live. And there's little Easter eggs in there. See if you can find all of them. Or, you know, if you don't know what they are, ask me, and I'll gladly tell you about all the Easter eggs hidden within this picture. There's a little story that you can read about me. And then down here is my file card. Look at that. I have my own file card done in the style of a classic Transformer. So you can see all of my statistics if you have one of those little red pieces of film to place over that. And then you can read... You can read about me there in my bio. Oh, and look, there's a picture of the time that, here it is. It's the time that I had the Infinity Gauntlet. If you didn't know, it's a fun bit of trivia. Once a year, on my birthday, I do travel the cosmos, collect all of the Infinity Stones, put them in the Gauntlet, and take control of reality. It happens once every year. It's been happening for several years. Happens on December 12th. So next year at December 12th, be sure to check out what I'm doing at that time, because that is when I will be all-powerful and have the Infinity Gauntlet and take control of reality. But sadly, at this point, my control is dwindling, and it's time for me to go, but I'll be back in approximately 45 minutes. Until then, see you soon.
Hey. Oh, turn your mic on, Matt.
By Ecamm. There we go.
Okay.
My mic is on. I was muted by Ecamm.
Oh, okay. Turn his mic on.
So, welcome back to Virtually Assembled, an assembly required experience. That was Toybox, America's favorite cartoon witch. Once again, we are hosting an online designer toy con, and it's all live coming to you till 9 o'clock tonight Eastern Standard Time. And then again, we'll go to 1 o'clock to 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on Sunday as well. And we are going to talk about some exclusives now.
Yeah.
We got.
We want to let everybody know, if you want to chat with us, go on Facebook and chat there. There are a few people that don't have Facebook. You can join us on YouTube or Twitch, because we're streaming to a couple different platforms this weekend. So.
Yep, and we saw some of the comments earlier while Toybox was on that Twitch is acting twitchy. So we apologize for that. We're not sure what's going on over there, but that's why we have multiple platforms. You can go to assembly-required.net, view it straight on the webpage. You can visit our artist tables through Zoom links from that webpage at the Virtually Assembled tab. All of our artists are over there as well, including Think Outside the Toy Box.
Think Outside the Toy Box. I love this one.
It's awesome, Pete.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go buy one right now from the designer toy market.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna buy one right now?
Yeah, I'm gonna buy one right now. Yes.
Dude, we're live. You're literally buying one right now.
Well, I saw a couple of them selling, so yeah.
We're all right. Well, while Jay goes and buys that,
well, he goes and buys that toy.
Great.
I might have to get one of these too.
Well, maybe we could just take a break and let you guys go buy some toys.
Go buy toys.
While we...
But yeah, I love Max Hedren. I'm a big fan of Max Hedren. I've talked to a couple people recently about like this toy or some ideas I had, and like it's funny how many people don't know who Max Headroom is anymore.
Really?
You know? Yeah, it's weird. Like, you know, they're like, I was like, you don't remember the guy in the TV? Like, you know, I mean,
that show was so ahead of its time.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I love
I
it so
forgot
much.
for a short while that there was a TV series. Like I remembered the commercials. I think it was like Coke commercials, but I forgot until I looked at this figure and saw Network 23 up here on the back. I forgot that was actually a reference to the television series.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the television station was called Network 23.
Mm-hmm.
And then do you remember the movie where what was his name? Reggie Blanks? I think is his name. I don't know. I'm getting probably the name
Blank
wrong.
Reg.
Blank Reg. That's what it was. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's sort of you know, it's kind of funny. Like he was doing his own pirate broadcast.
Right.
We're doing our own private broadcast.
Right.
And my name's Mr. Blank. So you know, there's a weird little thing going on here. I'm freaking out, man.
Why are you freaking out?
No, I love this toy. I just love this toy. Yeah. So.
Yeah, this is like his latest one. Back to his Instagram feed. There's been other previous versions of this prior, even a Coca-Cola version one as well.
Oh, really? Damn.
They're all awesome.
This is one of those toys that I wanted to do myself. Like I wanted to do a Max Headroom, and you know I might steal at some point, but I kind of like. The reason I hadn't done it yet, and this is the honest truth, is I wasn't sure, should it be a figure from the waist up and not have legs?
That's a serious question.
Or maybe even like, the TV is on top of a body. That was another idea. You know, like this far onto the body, so you'd see that part of the body in the TV, and then you'd have the legs and stuff like that. So like, I really couldn't decide which way I should go with it, and I just never did it.
Yeah, another thing outside the Toybox work is it's got some really awesome card art. Like I was talking about the Coca-Cola version of this one. It's actually in the shape of a Coca-Cola can. So
cool.
It's flat, but it has the form. And he does a lot of formed card art across the different figures, which is really awesome because you don't see that too often.
Yeah. Wow,
I don't know if
that's
they're
really cool.
cut by hand or cut by like a cutting machine or whatever.
Yeah. Well, your toy just like flipped backwards and then flipped
Yeah.
right, and it's like it's got
T-Jode's
some
on it,
magic
man.
going on there.
T-Jode's on it.
Some of that Max Headroom glitchiness.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
Matt.
Yeah.
Yeah, my favorite. I think Matt Frewer is the actor that played
Yes.
Max Headroom. I think
know if we
his
got
best. I think his best role was I really enjoyed him in I think it was Dawn of the Dead. The remake. Did you guys see the Dawn of the Dead remake?
I don't remember.
Oh, no?
Really. No.
Because you're used to him portraying, semi-comical characters, but he started portraying some like serious characters, and I think even in the original Stand television series, he played it was still kind of awkward, strange character, but he's a good actor.
Yeah, I like him. Yeah. Okay, check something out. This is a theory or an idea that I've had for a long time, and I'm not connected with Hollywood or anybody like that, so I can't like make this idea happen. But I think there needs,
from me right now.
There needs to be like a remake of Max Headroom, and the only reason though is because we have new technology was not available when this movie, like cell phones, things like that. So whereas he was in the, I don't know if I can't remember in the movie if they said it was digital or not, but he was in the, the airwaves basically in the TV, in the, he was a glitch in the system. It would be a different glitch nowadays, and Max Headroom could like take over the world right now. All right, so along with that, I think it should be Jim Carrey that plays it.
Whoa. Whoa.
It's interesting.
Yeah, I know that's. I know. I like Jim Carrey, but like if you watch Jim Carrey from when he was young, and you watch Max Headroom back to back, I swear to God that Jim Carrey stole his whole act from Max Headroom.
You're onto something. You're onto something. Jim Carrey used to be on that television show,
Living Color.
Living Color, right? And he used to do a character, fireman.
Mm-hmm.
He used to do a fireman character. He had his teeth.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like, yeah, go back and look at early Jim Carrey, and you can really see it because he's developed as an actor since then. But it was an Altered Carbon? Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, I forgot. I was trying to remember what it was called too. Altered Carbon. That was a great show.
Think outside the Toybox work, though, to kind of recap something that Toybox was saying.
Yeah.
If you go back through his feed far enough, he has a lot of great Star Wars customs. And for people that don't know, there's a lot of folks out there making Star Wars custom figures, which are the figures you wish they had made. And he does some really awesome work on those. It's worth checking them out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go look at that.
Yeah, I think it was Toybox was wanted you to chime in on the chat because you couldn't remember Mon Mothma's name. Fire Marshal Bill. Yeah, Fire Marshal Bill. Thank you, Lee. This is Lee. This is also one of the participants.
Remakes Plethora.
Right there.
We'll be talking about him tomorrow, right?
Fire
Have him
Marshal
on,
Bill.
I believe.
Jeez, let's just get through the next couple hours. I don't even know what's happening tomorrow.
What time is now? It's 7 something. We've got like 2 more hours of this to go. I wonder how many people are sticking with the whole broadcast. I'd like to, if you are, send us a chat and let us know you've been here since the beginning. Except for the go buy your toys, of course. You had to get off the toy stream to go buy the toys. So.
Toybox wants to know if somebody could do a Mon Mothma Fire Marshal Bill mashup.
Oh yeah. Do I say that again? I'm sorry, I missed it. What?
That would look incredible. That would be gold. Nice job, Toybox.
So we got a surprise guest coming up.
Right. Whoop whoop.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do we?
Not even on the schedule.
Not even on the schedule. Yep. You want to just go ahead and go to that?
Bring him in. Baykid Dead. Yeah, we got him here. Bring him in.
Is he ready? Is he in the
the
green room?
I can't see the green room.
Yeah. No, you can't see the green room. I don't see him yet. We're bringing him. We're trying to bring him in.
He's been there for half an hour. I've been texting with him.
Yeah. He's been holding on for a while.
So while you guys work on that, we've got our artists over on the virtually assembled tab of assembly-required.net. You go over there, visit our artists on Zoom. You can talk with them directly, including Baykid Dead.
Yeah, Baykid Dead. There's another one somebody's going to make.
He's his own mashup.
Edwin, are you on that?
Baykid Dead.
I know. Edwin's going to have a whole line of characters by tomorrow morning.
Yeah, by tomorrow, yeah.
Me with a Star Trek gun up my nose.
Yeah.
A Mon Mothma Fire Marshal Bill mashup. You guys get on this, man. I like this. This is nice.
You got your
from last
badge? Oh, that's nice. I should have wore mine. Damn it. Didn't even think about that.
That's our lanyard from last year.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Uh-oh. Can't hear him.
Hey. Nope, don't hear you.
Oh, we can fill in the words for him.
Is he muted in the green room?
We're looking.
Should I just do his voice?
Oh,
nope.
We hear you now. Yeah, you're a little low. Is there any way to turn him up?
How's that?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's a lot better. Yeah.
Right on.
Thanks for coming.
Is that whole
on.
setup behind you? Is that real? Is that virtual background?
That is 100% real.
Woo! You got your booth set up then.
Ooh!
Oh, you got 2 cameras angles here. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, that's a zoom in. Okay. Yeah, that's
You called it
nice.
your physical virtual table yesterday, something like that.
Yeah. This is my normal booth setup, so I figured why not.
Cool. You got any visitors on your Zoom table?
Not right now. I told everybody to go elsewhere while I speak to you guys.
Go away.
Good.
Go away.
They'll still be able to make sales because right under your Zoom table is a link to your store, man. So they can go over there and purchase stuff while you're not talking it up.
It's been a
I'm
fun
gonna step
day
up
so
and I'm
far.
gonna grab your exclusive.
Oh
All right,
yeah,
right
yeah.
on.
Let's show that off. Did we have the picture?
So we were
to pull
talking
up?
about this earlier.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you heard me talking about it because I didn't actually know what a 50/50 bar was, and I had to actually Google that.
I was fortunate enough to be able to catch that entire segment, and I put something in the Facebook comment where you guys nailed the pronunciation perfectly. That's exactly how you pronounce that character's name.
Maurer.
Maurer, right.
Yeah.
Right.
I couldn't figure it out. I had to ask. I wasn't very.
Maurer, yeah.
Maurer. Yeah.
So
It's all made up.
So tell us, tell the audience, tell everybody, how did you get started in this? What we met at 5 Points a couple of years ago for the first time before I started doing Assembly Required. And I remember seeing your setup there, and I was just like, wow, this is great work. This is great setup. All original characters. Tell us how you got started. What exposed you to the industry?
I got my introduction into designer toys actually through the world of paper toys. That's what started me on my collecting path. And then once I found paper toys, then that was my rabbit hole. So it goes back to when I was a stay-at-home dad, and my daughter and I were hanging out on a rainy day, and I looked online for something really cool to do, and I came across a website, long gone now, called ReadyMech. And the concept was print out this template, cut it, fold it, glue it, and you will be able to create your very own paper toy.
Oh,
cool.
And then, so that led me to discover people like Macula here.
Wow.
Oh, sweet.
Wow. And it's all paper?
And then, that's all paper, yeah.
Wow.
Then the artist that really just sent me over the edge is an artist by the name of Shin Tanaka. He's in Japan. This is his Gritty.
Oh, man.
Oh, wow.
yeah, sound effects.
Yep, definitely on that one.
So, and then this one, so Gritty, the form, was engineered by Shin Tanaka. And then this has been customized by an artist named Green Elf, who's in Scotland.
This is incredible because I haven't been really exposed to the paper toy artists, and we're always looking for. That's incredible.
Wow.
This is Marko Zubek. He's from Croatia.
Oh wow.
Real vibrant, fascinating subset of the designer toy community. You see the these guys right here.
Yeah, I noticed you've done. How long have you been producing those guys up there? Because I saw you had lots of pictures of different like customs with that and stuff like that.
Well, that one goes back to 2012.
Wow. Okay.
Those are paper?
Those are custom.
The ones on
yes,
top
those
there?
are paper.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man. Can you grab one and bring it closer to the camera?
Sure.
Wow.
Yeah. I was checking out the Instagram and I saw he had a whole bunch of.
Oh, they're huge.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, those are amazing.
Oh man, look at that.
So
are these for sale on your website right now?
Well, okay, so this was a special project that I did 2020. I approached a whole bunch of artists who, were affected by the pandemic. And I offered up the platform as a way for them to have one more means to get their work out there, hopefully sell some things.
Cool.
So I had them send me the design. I put it into the template. I printed it out. I folded it. We put it on Instagram. They were able to sell their toy.
Wow.
Hopefully did a little bit of good.
So you are primarily a resin artist, is that correct? Would that be a correct assumption? Or do you balance between paper, toys, and resin?
Right. Predominantly, it's been resin for the last couple of years. I've got a number of ideas on the burner for paper. It's just a matter of time. But I'm also a photographer. That's kind of that's how I make a living, if you will.
No.
So number of different irons in the fire from the artistic side.
Yeah, usually that's the way you have to do it.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
and
actually,
it's, I've always wanted to be an artist. Even growing up, being real young, I was always into art, interested in art. Was never really offered as a means of making a living in my household. But the call was just too strong.
Yeah, exactly. You just can't help it.
Can't help it.
Yeah, that's how I was
Figure
too.
out a way.
Now this piece,
yes,
you also had a hand in.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, and
Oops.
actually, so the custom that I showed you of my paper toy, this guy, Eric Anderson, aka All My Friends Are Skeletons on Instagram, he's the concept artist who drew the art that I based my sculpt from. So that's a nice little tie in there.
Got it. Yeah, your name's all over this thing, man. You're gonna be hosting it next year.
Now, real stoked in the piece I did for Nick. I think it turned out great. I really like it.
Yeah. I haven't seen many artists doing paper. Is there anybody else now that's doing it? Like I know there was, like, Toybox did a show in Asheville, like I guess that was last year or year before that sometime, and I think it was Lion Hill from Columbia, South Carolina, did some paper toy, and that was sort of the first time I had heard of. I mean, I've seen paper doll, I've seen different kinds of paper toys from the past, but that was the first time I'd seen anybody in the toy scene doing paper toys. And so I don't know how many different artists you've run across that do similar things.
Well, there's thousands of paper toy artists out there, whether they did one toy or they're continuing to work in the medium. Nice Paper Toys is a great kind of central landing spot. I will have to say the scene has kind of faded a little bit. It's built on a model of giving away your toys.
Yeah.
Just about everything in my collection, and I have over 1,000 paper toys in my collection, were all acquired through downloading a free template.
Yeah.
My only cost was my time and printer ink.
Yeah.
So a lot of the artists will use the paper toy as kind of a three-dimensional calling card or business card that leads you to find what they do in real life, graphic design or some other form of artwork.
So how did you make the leap from paper toy to resin art?
Well, when I get into something, I get really, really passionate about it. And when I got into paper toys, I really felt like it deserved to be up there with all of the other designer toy stuff. And so I went and approached the good people at Clutter Magazine, offering my services as a freelance toy writer focused predominantly on paper toys. And after a while, they gave me an opportunity to interview for one of their publications, the quote-unquote toy ruiner, Lucifer. You familiar with Lucifer's work?
No.
No.
He's got real famous customizer. He worked with Super 7 for a release of his own toy, the Hanu. It's the little flame with the wood stumps. Well, I did an interview with him, and we just had a sprawling 2-hour conversation, and he just talked about all the different worlds of designer toys. And so when I went back to research what he was talking about, to learn more about what he was talking about, that's when the hook got set. I started seeing all these great toys. I really fell in love with kaiju. That was what drew me in. And so just like with the paper toys, I went from a collector to wanting to be the creator. That's the artist in me.
Yeah.
So it just became a thing where, well, all right, I thought I got to a pretty good spot with paper. I, met some challenges that I'd made for myself, and then I saw moving into this world as the next challenge.
Does all your work fit into the Kaiju Kingdom universe? Is that like the whole line of all your stuff, or like certain pieces?
No. Kaiju Kingdom is its own entity, and everything else is either in its own world or a different shared world. But the Kaiju Kingdom universe is just those toys. And the exclusive I have for you guys is a version of the Kaiju Kingdom universe.
You want to show us some of the
short.
You want to show us some of the other items you have on your table?
Well, so here's one of the Kaiju Kingdom variations.
Okay.
And so what Toybox was talking about was the interchangeability.
Right. So you could take the head off of this guy and put him on that guy.
And put it on this guy.
Yeah.
Cool.
And so it started with 10 different toys. I sculpted one. And I knew, after having experimented with some mold making, that the toy I wanted to make would have to be in 5 pieces. So I sculpted one guy head to toe, and then gave him his arms. And as soon as I was done, I was looking at the body without the head on it, and I said, well, why don't I make another head? So I made another head, but as soon as I made another head, I had to make its body. And any collector knows 2 is not a collection, it's just a pair.
No.
So I had to have 3, and I ultimately ended up with 10.
Wow.
So I've got
10.
10 heads, 10 torsos, 10 sets of legs.
Wow. And they're all
And
interchangeable.
And they're all interchangeable.
Yeah,
And
nice.
then, as
I
any other
could honestly
collector
say-
knows, you got to have a chase. So I have an 11th chase head. And at least it was conceived as a chase.
That's smart.
So when you do the math, you've got to have a head, you have to have a body, you have to have legs, and you have to have a left arm and a right arm. So when you do the math, 11 heads times 10 bodies times 10 legs, so on and so forth, gives
Is
you
that new math or old
110,000.
math?
That's Baykid Dead math. So you might need a calculator to check it.
Yeah.
This I can honestly say is my favorite of your characters. And I don't
Cool,
know if
thank
it's
you.
because I think it's also because of the stunted size and the lack of arms. Because like as you can see by the Ferdy character that our little mascot, he's got those legs and he's got wings. But I like the smaller characters. I think it's the shape, the aesthetics of the shape, and quite honestly, the articulation on the head is cute. I love them.
Yeah.
And your
the
stuff
short
stands
came
out.
about kind of almost accidentally. Like I said, so there's 55 total molds for the whole Kaiju Kingdom.
Yeah.
Because some pieces needed to be done in 2 parts, and one guy holds a spear, so that's a second mold. So I was almost all the way done sculpting the entire line, and I was working on the last head. And my workspace was crowded with all the pieces, because you build one, you got to make sure it fits on this, make sure it fits here, make sure it fits there. And so I was done with this head, and I had no place to put it on the tabletop. The only flat surface was an empty set of legs. So I put the head on the legs, and it was like,
a new one.
a new one,
Nice.
price
Yeah.
point.
Yeah. Oh man.
What about some of your other pieces that you have on the table behind you?
Well, okay, so here is the companion to Raw lore.
Oh wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
That's really cool.
I
Look at
like.
that
Is
face.
that 2 different colors resin?
Yes.
Oh, we just lost you, Bo.
Lost his feet. Lost his picture.
Still there?
Lost you
Still there,
both.
Bo?
I'm still here.
Huh?
Lost you both.
Oh, I see why. We're almost out of time.
We are moving on, so Bo,
Yeah.
I apologize for cutting you short like that. That's like
That
the
one
Gong
was
Show
really
hook
cool.
coming in.
We were intense on that one.
Oh, there. We're back for a second. Show's good.
It's all right. We're gonna in about a little while. We're gonna roll to our animation segments and move along. But that piece is really cool. I would love to see more Can you send me some photos of that, or is that on your website?
Yes, I believe it.
Okay.
No, it's not. But you'll find it on my Instagram, which is @Baykid Dead.
Okay. All right. Cool. I want to check that out. Thank you for joining us, Bo. I really appreciate it. Baykid Dead.
Thanks, man.
Thanks.
Bye.
crazy! You're a psychopath! Somebody, get me out of here! Time for your vaccinations!
Help! Joey! Bad dog! No!
No more scary games.
Grandma, you don't understand. She's gonna kill me.
Joey, nobody's going to kill you.
But Grandma, she is gonna kill me. The girl with knives on her fingers.
Knives? On the fingers? Oh my. Many years ago, when I was your age, goodness, I was just a child then.
But Grandma, I'm a teenager.
Don't interrupt! Those were different times. All the neighborhood children would play outside together. There I am. And everything was hunky-dory until she moved in.
Stupid puppet! You should learn! Don't mess with my stuff!
She was the most evil person I've ever known. Sent here from the devil himself. She was a nightmare on Puppet Street. No one was safe from her reign of terror. Our friends started to disappear. We knew that it was her. There were many rumors that she would torture and kill puppets in the basement of her workshop. But no one ever survived to tell their tale. Was the last that we heard from her. But now she's back.
I know, Grandma. What are we gonna do?
Joey, only you can stop her. Now, in your dreams.
But Grandma.
Go to sleep.
My
buddy and kid sister. Each sold separately from Play School.
Guess what, Plastics? The Newmans are here to attack now.
I've built an evil army of Newmans. My Newmans will help me stop the Fantastic Plastics and disintegrate the world.
The all-new Newman action figure from the Fantastic Plastics.
Newman.
Many colors and styles to choose from and collect. No articulation, so they do anything. They get into battles. They fly. They run. Newman. They play sweet tunes. They even sit on a shelf and collect dust.
Evil dust.
Newmans, time to disintegrate.
Each Newman figure sold separately, just $9.99 a piece. Collect them all now.
These toys are fantastic.
Coming soon, Perfect Strangers, the Dimensional Traveler figures from the Fantastic Plastics.
Fantastic Plastic.
Turn off the lights to see something?
No, really. It's my great new offer inside packages of Quake cereal. Look.
You glow in the dark.
There's Mama, too, and the Cave Cat. Actually, kids, they are glow-in-the-dark stickers. You can put them anywhere. On a wall, on a lamp, even on you. You'll glow wherever you go. Let's see you top that, Quisp.
Okay, how about a real working spacecraft that fits in the palm of your hand? You just fold in the chute, seal the cockpit, and throw it. In a few seconds, pop, a recovery chute blossoms out, and your spacecraft floats back to Earth. Get yours today. 50 cents and 2 box tops from Crisp Cereal.
Aha! But there's one glowy inside every specially marked package of Quake cereal.
Get my spacecraft.
Get my glowies.
But mine's better.
No, mine is.
No, mine.
Mine is better.
Greetings. Quisp, the Kuwaiti Energy Cereal. Here to tell you about our great new offer.
Right. It's my free Quake adventure book.
But
And here it is. 20 big pages, chock full of games, puzzles, adventures, hours of fun as you kids and I work together to outwit that nasty Simon Legreedy.
My mini movies are better.
Mini movies?
See? On the outside of each package of Quisp, an exciting adventure in outer space. On the inside, the special mini viewer. Clip the strip, slip into the viewer, and you got a mini movie.
You can get my adventure book free for 3 box tops from Quake, the Earthquake Power cereal.
My mini movie comes right with the Quisp package, and there are 4 different ones.
But you get 6 color crayons with my book.
Mine's better.
Mine's better.
Which will you choose? Quake's adventure book or Quisp's mini movie?
Pipeline. Joseph Elliott Prune.
Oh, happy day. So much fun we've been having, full of surprises and inspiration, artistry, so many amazing things. Well, like I've said before, if you enjoyed our show today, be sure to tell your friends that it's going to be happening again tomorrow from 1 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time. I can't even believe all of the awesome stuff that we managed to cram into 8 hours. 8 hours. And we're doing it again tomorrow, just for you. Full of toys, more animations that you didn't see, artist commercials, interviews, a studio tour at 3 p.m., virtual tables, exclusives on Designer Toy Marketplace, and more. All for virtually assembled. An assembly required experience. Now, this previously was a live show that we did before a live audience, and now we're going on the internet because we want to, be more comfortable for you so you can watch it in your bed or your easy chairs and not have to, get in your car and drive somewhere and hang out with us in person. Just kidding. We all know why we're here and why we're doing it like this, and it's still tons of fun. If it wasn't, there's many of you out there that probably wouldn't have even seen it, right? Now, before we go for today, I have some really fun things that I want to talk to you about, because as we've been doing all of these artist spotlights, I haven't done anything about myself. So I think that, I'd like to show you some of my toys. Who wants to see that? Is there any... Some toys that I made. Oh, wait, look at this. It's my buddy! My buddy! Wherever I go, he goes. My buddy. Hi, buddy! Okay, enough of that. I'll just put him back down here, and he can go upstairs and feed the cats or something. So, anyway, moving right along. It's got a knife. I don't know what you're doing with that knife, but there's nothing to cut here. Just go up. Ow! Stop doing that. It's pretty annoying. Anyway, let's talk about some Toybox toys that you can find in my shop right now. Of course, as I've told you, we do have our very own Toybox action figure. Those are in the shop now. So that is fun. Look at that. Magnificent 3 3/4 scale. Plays with your Fisher-Price adventure people, or your G.I. Joes, or your, what are those other ones with the light swords? Those guys. And then we also have, I made a 5.5 figure here, which we'll look at that. Now this is a 5.5 He-Man style. It does have 2 points of articulation at the arms, and all originally hand-painted here at Toybox Theater, kit-bashed by some of your favorite parts from around the universe to become a master. These I'm calling the Los Mutantes del Espacio. And then on the back, there's some, some toys that are coming soon in that line. We haven't quite got to making them yet, but they'll be there. And we do have this one, and we have quite a few of those available. If you're interested, you can go to my shop and find those. Now, I'd like to tell you about another toy that I have developed over the last 2 years now. And this toy is part of an art game, a local art game that I used to host once a month, live in person with my community. All sorts of people of all ages. It was an all ages event, children and grown-ups. We would do a little art game where we would draw pieces, 3 sections of a monster or a mutant or a superhero or whatever. It's a game called Exquisite Corpse. And I hosted the event every month, and then what we did was we documented all the artwork, and then every 6 months we would pick our top 15 and make magnet sets that you can play with on your refrigerator. So let's just cut to the close-up camera here, and we'll show that. So these are magnetic, and you can mix and match them. They're magnets on the back. And you get 5 heads and 5 legs and 5 bodies in every set. So look at how fun those are. And then there's it's all different pieces that you can get there. So look at that. And then if we wanted to go to there. Whoops. Oh, look, it's an entirely new monster. Look at that. So there's some entirely new pieces. And then here's some other pieces. Look at that. Now, I should point out that these pieces were created by the community of Asheville, North Carolina, by anyone that came to our event. So sometimes some of the artwork was made by really professional artists, sometimes just our friends that wanted to come and have fun, and sometimes some of the artwork was made by children. So you can see here there's some pieces that some kid made, some kids. So everybody was included, and look, you can see that clearly those are some kids' drawings as well. So you get artwork by children and by grown-ups in every pack. And we have two packs of those available, Series 1 and Series 2. We do have Series 3 ready, but we're waiting to have it made until we, can make some money. So maybe all of you out there in TV land can help me to do that by buying some stuff from my shop, or, just donating some money. There's a donation link right in my store. You can just mash that and send me money. You don't even have to buy anything. Or you could buy some stuff, because we have all sorts of fun things for you to buy in our shop. Now, one thing that I am fairly known for in my toy making. Of course, pre-COVID, I was a live puppeteer and entertainer. That is what I did. Now we're doing these sort of virtual shows. And one thing that I do is I make hundreds of these little ragdolls, and I call them ragamuffins here. You can see here's one. Each one is handmade, and maybe we'll go to the close-up cam. They take me about 5 hours a piece to make. They're all completely hand-sewn and one of a kind, made from different fabric scraps and fun things, bits of stuff that I found and put together. So here's another one. We'll show you this little fellow. So I have debuted 12 brand new ragamuffins in our shop now, specifically for the festival. That's another exclusive toy that we're releasing for Assembly Required. You can find all 12 brand new ragamuffins in the shop now. Here's just a few of them. Look at how fun those are. So you can buy them up. There's over 100 to choose from now in our shop. I've been making them for quite a few years now, and we have so many of them. There's so many that are available there for you to purchase for your very own. So what a happy day. You know, the ragamuffins are sort of like my minions, if you will, but you know, they're cooler looking than the minions and less annoying. You know, well, I mean, what's the thing with those minions? And then why did they name that Star Wars character? They made a Star Wars character in one of those new Star Wars movies. It looks just like a minion. She was called like I don't know, Desi Arnaz Jr. or something. I forget what it's called, but you know what I'm talking about. And she had a lightsaber in a box or something. Like, what? Why is there a grown-up old lady minion in Star Wars? Get that out of here. Where's the intergalactic bounty hunters? Well, they learned their lesson, and then they put out a show that was longer than the movie about an intergalactic bounty hunter, and finally all of us were like, yes! This is the Star Wars we want! We don't want this... What? Desi Arnaz Jr. telling us myths about lightsabers? It was okay. I mean, it's fine, but why did they... It looks like a minion. Really, it does. It looks like a minion crossed with that costume designer from the, Incredible family. Well, anyway, we are working on developing a ragamuffin, an animated ragamuffin. Here, let's look at that. Look at this. We could just play with this for the next 10 minutes to fill time. This was illustrated by a friend of ours who works at Titmouse Animation House. Some of you may be familiar with Titmouse. They do a bunch of animation that you're familiar with, like the Venture Brothers, Uncle Grandpa, Super Jail. You love Super Jail, right? So we have a few different drawings from an artist that works at that animation studio, and we're developing those into little animated friends that we can use to, you know, come out and maybe play around with us or something. Look at that. This is great. What more do you need from me? I've been here all day. I mean, we have this. We debuted this here at the festival. So, you know, if you like these sort of things, if you want to buy some, there's 12 new ones in the shop right now, plus some action figures, Monster Maker magnet sets, and more. You can get Toybox t-shirts, magnets, buttons. We have little glow-in-the-dark toy boxes if you want just a little one that you can put on a shelf, and then it glows and haunts you at night. We have those. And before we go, enough about me. I'd like to just go, speaking of glow-in-the-dark. Now, earlier today, you can go. Enough. You can leave. Thank you. Before we go, I did want to go back. I wanted to jump back some and show you some other toys that I had because I didn't have time to quite show them, and I wanted to show you these because they're very cool, and we just have a couple minutes left. But our host and one of our hosts and sponsors is the Resin Underworld, and I do have some toys from them. I can't show you them all because we're running out of time very quickly, but look at this one. I have one of these from Maggitarius, talking about glow in the dark. Look at that. I don't know if you can really see the details of this. Maybe he'll come a little closer to the camera, but he's got like a little face in his crotch. Look at the sculpt on that. I don't know if you can see the details, but super awesome. It's a vinyl figure with 2 points of articulation and quite a beautiful piece. I love this one. Sort of like a weird demon kaiju awesome guy. So look at that. That's awesome. And I wanted to show you this, one of my favorite pieces that I have from Figure FETTish, which I don't think that these are available anymore, but you're gonna love it and want one of these. It's a Greedo Star Wars discotheque. Look at that. Let's see if we can see that in the toy cam. So go and buy some things from Figure FETTish because they make some cool stuff, and then tell them that you want one of these play sets. And it comes with this little Disco Greedo figure too. That's inside the box, so that's super awesome. So there was some things I wanted to show those earlier, but I ran out of time. And I'll have more things to show you tomorrow that are totally different than what I showed you today. And perhaps I'll do some more antics. I'll be even crazier. It'll get even more wild, more unpredictable. I'm promising you this now. For you special few that are still tuning in, share this with your friends. Go and buy some toys. Tell everyone that you had so much fun at Assembly Required this year, virtually assembled. I'll see you tomorrow.
Greetings, Starfighters. How you doing?
Great. Good, man. Doing good.
How's that's a awesome little table you got there. What's spinning right in the front?
This one right here is it's a Namakubi figure that I did under Maggitarius. It's the original piece was a resin figure actually, and that's like my newest soft vinyl toy.
I didn't realize how big it was. Like I'd seen pictures on Instagram, but
it's a good size. Like it's chunky. Like it's got a good feel to it.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know, roughly 7 inches.
Yeah.
And then I have some. That one that's spinning is a painted one, and then some of the other ones I have like these glow in the dark, like super glow in the dark, a flesh color one, and this and a peach one, and the glow on it's amazing. Like the phosphorescence is really nice.
Well, let's take a step back and let's do some introductions here. That way, the audience that's watching knows who we're talking to. So you guys go ahead and introduce yourselves and tell us who you are.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm Mike, and I run a toy company called Maggitarius. It's actually me and my wife Tracy who run it. She helps out with like some of the card art stuff that we do, and drawings and paintings, and I do all the sculpting and the kind of the toy end, and us both working together is what Maggitarius is.
Okay, cool. And the creepy guy to your left?
And I'm Figure FETTish. I do my own stuff, but we also work together as under the title Resin Underworld.
That's cool. So so tell me about Resin Underworld, because by the time this airs on the stream, we will have announced that Resin Underworld is a sponsor of Virtually Assembled and Assembly Required for this year's virtual event. So thank you for the input and the creativity and the time that you've put towards that up until this airs. But tell me about Resin Underworld. How did that come about? How'd you start that?
So basically, when I relocated back from Baltimore to North Carolina, been going to gallery hops and things like that, and I was getting started with making toys, and just so happens I saw one of Mike's shows, and I'm like, oh my gosh, somebody else is doing this, and they're in my hometown, and so we happened to find each other out, and we started talking together and bounce ideas off each other and things like that. So eventually we decided to create something that was to indicate our collaborative efforts. And also, originally the thought was it was an umbrella to add anybody that we want to collab with as well. So, it has the potential for other artists to maybe come on board and do things with us. So, but right now it's just us two.
Oh, okay.
When I say us two, it's Team Magitaria. So it's Tracy too and myself.
plus we do we did, the time now is standing, but like traveling, doing shows together, like it's been nice to have like a travel partner to like deal with all that stuff and split table costs and all kinds of things like that, because it's hard to do it all on your own. It's just, if you have somebody else, you can split up the work and kind of, there's all kinds of stuff, all kinds of benefits for doing that. And like I said, started as a umbrella company that we could hopefully like bring other artists in under it, if they wanted to. But yeah, right now it's kind of Magitarius and Figure Fetish, and that's just kind of like a show name almost.
Right. That makes sense. That would make it easier to if somebody, if Resident Underworld wants to do a show, but not everybody can be at that event, then you have a representative there, and you can have multiple, artists work at your table.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea behind it.
Sure, that makes sense. How did you guys? So each of you, I'll start with you, Mike. How did you discover the designer toy community?
So for me, I've always kind of been into toys. Like ever since I was little, I just love toys, and I was into puppets for a long time, and really that was kind of because I sculpt, and that was, I wanted to make my own figures, and I didn't know how to, so puppets and still figures were basically prototypes for that, and so it was just like this inevitable route to toys, and having access to the internet and just seeing it. I mean, I just kind of stumbled across them, and I was already looking at casting and molding and creating all that, because I used to make a lot of slip casts, which is like ceramics and plaster molds and that kind of thing, like sculptural pieces. And so I don't know, I spent probably 10 years trying to find resins and that kind of stuff, because it didn't used to be really available like it is now. Like now you can, smooth on, everybody knows about smooth on, you get a pressure pot. My first stuff was pretty gnarly for a while, before I got a pressure pot, and it's one of those things that it's dangerous, you don't know how to do it.
Right.
And you're basically building this bomb if it doesn't work right, and so I don't know. I mean, I watched a bunch of YouTube videos and just built up, courage to be like, okay, well, I'm just gonna try it. Basically just feeding all this air into it and did it, and and it worked, and it helped. It took the resin sculpts to another level. So, and I guess I've just been fascinated with that, with puppetry and the mechanics. So, creating articulation and magnetic joints and that kind of thing. It's just, it's all part of it, and so it's kind of hard for me to dissect, what was the point when I saw this? It's all this. It's
sure.
This is what I think about and do every day. So it's just for years just doing that. I mean, I've had Magitarius for probably 8 or 9 years now. So.
How about you, Jay? When did you discover it?
Oh, my story is, I don't know, somewhat complex, I guess, because it was one step after another. I started out as a collector. I collected things like Star Wars toys and things like that from my childhood. And I was living in Baltimore at the time, and I would go into this store that sold zines and it was like an alternative bookshop. And at the time it was called Atomic Pop, and now today it's combined with Atomic Books. But they sold designer toys, and at the time I didn't really know what designer toys were, and so there were things like Kid Robot and Frank Kozik pieces and Ryan English and things like that. And I go to this place and I see these things like, wow, these things are really neat. And I still didn't kind of grasp the whole concept. And then one day I was doing a Google search, and
that's saying now that you've grasped the concept, or is it still in question as to what is designer toys?
I'm sorry, say it again.
I said, is it still? Have you grasped it, or are you still like trying to define what designer toys actually are?
I think I have a good understanding now. It's still a broad area, but yeah. You know how it is. It's like you get started in doing this, and people that are new to seeing art toys, you can tell they like them and they want them, but you can see almost their wheels turning in their head. They're like trying to wrap their head around,
right,
what is this thing? And I want it, but I don't really know what it is and where it fits into my life and things like that. But
right, yeah. What the hell am I going to do with this? Yeah.
Right. So that's where I was, in the beginning, and but then one day I was doing a Google search, and it was on Star Wars, and I mistyped Star Wars because I'm a terrible typist. And Google suggested, did you mean Star Warseers? And I was like, oh, so this must be a thing if it's suggesting it. So I happened to click on it. And so it took me to this guy's page, and he had these 3 crazy bootleg Star Wars type figures, and one of them was called Master Puppet, and it was like a combination of Yoda and Mr. Miyagi from Karate Kid.
Uh-huh.
And it was bagged and headered, and it had the header art was like a zine, and that really drew my attention to it. And so I was like, oh, I gotta have one of these. So I bought it, and the guy that was selling was I never get his last name right. It's like Brad McGinty of Core or something like that. He's a graphical artist, and I later found out that Battle Babies actually did a collab with him on these Star Warseer figures. But anyway, I got this thing and I absolutely loved it, and then so I started looking up, more about the whole scene of like bootleg art toys, and I found Killer Bootlegs, Dead Greedy, the Suck Lord, and oh my gosh, I started collecting, and then eventually I got to the point where I was like, oh, I want to do this, and I started rapport with Dead Greedy, and in several conversations, he's like, man, just do it. And so that's where I got to start into doing it. And I just, it's like anything else, a lot of trial and error.
Mm-hmm.
Great thing is a lot of people do post YouTube videos, and or they just, on their Instagram feed, they happen to post a work in progress photo. And, I can glean information from that, like, oh, use this tool or use this product and, try it out. Sometimes it's just simply following the instructions. And,
right.
And then, applying it to your own ideas. And, yeah, so it went from there.
It seems, just looking at the table, I see 3 3/4. I see resin. I see, I see a mix of a resin. Now, Mike, resin and vinyl it's a mixture. The character right in the center, right?
Which, this one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a mix of.
So like this one in particular, the top half is vinyl, and then the bottom is resin. But then I went another step further and chopped this top vinyl in half, and so like this is what it did look like, and then I chopped this off, and then I took a piece of clay. I actually used monster clay, and sculpted that, molded it, and poured it into out of resin, and then attached it and sealed it. And so this is like a true hybrid. but the Orion in general is a hybrid. It's vinyl and resin.
So you're it seems to be like everyone seems to lean towards a certain format. I see a lot of your work in vinyl, and I see it in resin. Jason, I see yours. I know it's resin, and I see it's 3 3/4 size. Are there any other like
are there any other formats that you want to explore in the I know it's endless, you know. You know, like we've got artists that work in wood, you know. That's not something I ever want to explore. I don't but I know you mentioned puppets, so is there something that you have yet to try that you'd like to explore, you know?
You know, to be honest, I like the look and the feel and the things that you could do with fiberglass, but it's such a messy is one word, but and toxic. Like
because nothing we do in this industry is toxic. We don't use toxic materials.
Right. Well, you know, I can rationalize breathing these fumes and you know, I don't know. The fiberglass is just like a whole nother element of scary because, like, you know, it's just really nasty. And I have a beard, so it's like my respirator doesn't fit so well.
Oh, yeah.
I know better, but, you know. But yeah, because like fiberglass, you could do bigger things, like big sculpts. And I made pretty big stuff out of clay, and I was really digging that. And, you know, something like vinyl, like, it's so expensive that, like, trying to do, you know, a bigger piece, or even like, you know, Shogun Warrior size or something like 2 feet tall.
Sure.
Just,
now I own one of those pieces right in the middle. It's up there behind me. It blows my mind how gorgeous that is, and the box that you had it in, it was just.
Yeah, well, that's part of the draw. It's like it's fun to create the next piece. So like when I'm working on a piece, I usually almost every time I'm like so ready to get to the next piece that, you know, I have to make myself finish it out. Like some parts, you know, are a little bit, I don't know. It just never stops. Like you just, you're into it, and then, you know, got a bunch of ideas. But yeah, larger stuff, in answer to your question, I think fiberglass and, you know, bigger stuff, just because.
So you want to go bigger. That's your aim, is you want to get bigger and bigger.
I'd like to.
Yeah.
I mean, I go back and forth. Like I make small stuff, you know, I'm getting ready to do like some micro sculpts, which is a whole nother thing. Cause we've, with Resin Underworld, we've worked on some stuff like 3 3/4 figures where I sculpted the heads, and it's like the smallest stuff I've ever tried to sculpt. And it's really difficult for me. So it makes me want to do more of it just because of the challenge, I guess. And, you know, at the same time, I can see myself making these big pieces. So, yeah.
I've found as a sculptor, like working bigger is easier, and as you get smaller and smaller and older, the shakier your hands get, the worse your eyes get.
Yeah, and like with clay and stuff, I use minimal amount of tools. Like I use my hands. You know, I like smoothing the stuff with my thumbs, my fingers. Like it's real tactile. There's a whole like, you know, something there that, like the attraction there for it. It just feels right. You know,
Agreed.
Like
Agreed.
Smaller you go, the different types of tools you have to use, and you just have to learn how to like push and pull with it. You know?
Sure. Jay, what about you? You know, I see. You know, I like right over here. Those are your pieces, right laid back right there. That, you know, I picked up at the last show. And you know, I know I see. Actually, I think I have another piece of yours up there. And it's mostly 3 3/4. You know, that I don't know that I've, besides the disco play set that you did. Outside of that, I don't remember seeing too many outside the 3 3/4. Is that your comfortable zone? Are you sticking with that? Do you want to like do something outside the 3 3/4?
Yeah, I know. I know that I will always do 3 3/4 size figures and things that go along with that. There is some things we've talked about where we're talking about going a little bit larger scale on a few things. That's to come hopefully in the next year. It was supposed to happen this year, but with the way of the world, you know, that kind of went to the side. But I know that I'm currently starting to move along with some other formats. But that and dealing with vacuum form pieces, because I want to expand on making play sets, but using vacuum form parts.
Oh yeah, you guys made a Did you the vacuum form that you recently got? Tell us about that and the roto casting machine you guys.
Oh, well, the RotoCat. I'll start with that. Actually, the first thing that we ever made was a vacuum forming machine, but it didn't do so well. There was a problem with a lot of the heat loss by the time we got over to the suction table. Plus, I think we also, now that we've got a real vacuum form table, I think the other issue was the suction that we had going on in the one that we built. We needed to improve on that, but we put that aside and we have a vacuum forming machine now, and so far it's worked pretty well. The rotocasting machine we also built, that has worked really well. We've had a few issues with the belts, the belt material. Yeah, they slip off and sometimes they break and things like that. So that's something we want to tweak, but we haven't done I haven't done any rotocasting in quite a while, but we do have some stuff lined up to where we will be returning.
It's been kind of difficult, like with things going on, to get together and collaborate on things. So we've kind of been doing our own solo projects.
So we should say that this is being recorded during the weekend of DCon, because you guys this is your table set up now for DCon, and outside of this, you guys, like, I get the feeling you guys, because of COVID, aren't together half as much as it used to be.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So
this is the first time that we've been together for the longest time.
Sure.
And in this close proximity, usually
I
pull up outside of his house and we talk at a great distance.
Yeah, that's being separated like this, just sign at the times,
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, it was great that we were able to have you guys together in one room, because we had talked about doing this interview, and I figured it was just going to be screens, zooming in on different screens. But it was great. It was your idea, Jason, to have you guys do this while you had your table here.
Had it not been for DCon, then it probably would be, because I've been really paranoid about hanging out with anybody outside of my family. Like, I don't hang out with anybody. It sucks. That's how it is. But the way we have it set up now, I really needed to do that, and so we, we're just doing it, and I figured, why not?
So, we are familiar with Figure Fettish and Figure Fettish's work, and we are familiar with Maggitarius and Maggitarius's work. Can we discuss the elusive Star Ravager? What is it? The Starvenger. That's is Starvenger there in the room? Can we speak to Starvenger, or is there?
Yeah, well, his face is covered up right now, so yeah. So the Starvenger is that's it, like an offshoot of Maggitarius that I do also, and I was gonna try to keep it elusive and stuff, but to be honest, it's really like another branch of what I do. So far, it's mainly been 3 3/4 inch figures,
right?
Kind of like an experimental playground of figures that I don't do for Maggitarius. Like, Maggitarius is more geared towards kaiju figures, monsters, and that kind of thing, and the Starvenger is more I'll deal more with kit bash type
right.
figures, like other people's figures, chop them up, but I sculpt too, so it's a mix of that and just more of giving me another opportunity to make other bodies of work. Basically.
Now, what's funny is when Assembly Recorder first started our first year, and I was talking to different artists, to see if they wanted to be involved. Early on, or at some point, you had already been involved, and I was messaging Star Ravager. Am I pronouncing that right? Starvenger. I was messaging Starvenger like crazy, and I wasn't getting a response. And I'm like, who is this dude? And I don't know, at one point, I guess I found, actually, I think it was the first show that you guys host over on your side of town, down at the...
the Christmas show.
Pretty?
Yeah, the Island of Misfit.
Yeah, I think it was there. You guys invited me, and I came down, and I was talking to you, and you dropped the bomb that you were actually Starvenger. I was like, what the fuck? Are you serious? Like,
Well,
I've been messaging you, man.
I was trying to keep it under wraps and stuff, and then it got blown up on a couple other like toy forums and stuff. Like,
I think that was the big reveal.
That
right
was
there.
one, and then another one with DKE, and it's just kind of like, oops, sorry. And I'm like, all right, well, like, cat's out of the bag, you know.
Well, that was partially exciting because I was getting 2 artists for the price of one.
Yeah, well, and that's kind of like I still like approach the work like that. Like I try to have it be 2 different bodies of work, but it's nice to think about it like that. It gives me a space to work in a different attitude about it.
Right. Now, what if from a practical aspect, the creative process, what advice would you have for newcomers that you wish you knew? Like, is there a specific method or a specific tool or one thing that you learned that you were just like, damn, I wish I knew this when I started?
I think for me, it was just knowing what was available in terms of materials. I think
access to the materials.
Yeah, like and knowing what to go look for.
Right.
That's always the hurdle for almost anything. Is that if you don't know that something exists, or you have an idea but you don't know the specifics, it's kind of hard to get started until you know like where to go find those things and like how they function. Or that's maybe the next step. Once you obtain materials, because that was my biggest hurdle. Because when I first started out, I knew I couldn't sculpt, and I was seeing people sculpt, and I was like, okay, I want to get this 3D printer, and I'm gonna, since I'm already working in a technical field, I justified I can kind of kill 2 birds with one stone. I'll learn this new technology, and also be able to do things to make up for my lack of being able to sculpt. But at the time, the 3D printing technology, I didn't like it for these purposes. And the resin printers they have nowadays, that would be perfect. But so anyway, I abandoned the whole 3D printing part, and I got lucky enough to come across the knowledge about the smooth-on materials, and so I started just doing research there, and then went forward from there. But I think that's like a lot of hurdle for newcomers, is just like knowing what to get started with. Because once you have something you can work with, then you can experiment with it.
Oh,
right.
Great, Carlin.
Right.
How about you, Mike? What's the one thing that you think that would have been most helpful in the beginning?
For me, it was all like learning where to get resin and how to use it, like in combination with a pressure pot and making the mold. I mean, I was already making molds and that kind of thing, so I just needed to know about the materials.
Mm-hmm.
And I had enough toys in my lifetime to kind of wrap my head around like what a toy is and how, like assembling it and stuff. Because even as a kid, like I would take apart G.I. Joes and put them back together and kind of make my own stuff. So that, and I think the YouTube community has been good, because there are some toy makers who are real secretive and that kind of thing, but there's a lot of toy makers who are totally open, and they'll share some knowledge, and kind of break it down for you. And it's I think if you don't have any type of maybe sculptural background or like do-it-yourself background, I think the mold making could be a little something difficult to wrap your head around.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't know anything about it. You're like, well, how does a toy get produced?
Right.
Okay. You gotta figure that out, and that's where like something like YouTube would open up all kinds of doors. You know what I mean? Because you could type in whatever, like different types of questions, and more than likely somebody has done something similar or asked a question similar to that, and can kind of get you on the right path.
Well, the social media has been a huge part of this growing community for sure. I think nobody would disagree about that. And a lot of people, like myself, discovered this community on social media and taught themselves how to do it by watching all the other artists and different techniques. And I had 3 notepads, and I had molds, casting,
and painting, and I would watch videos and follow artists and see what they were doing and how they were doing it, and I would find little tidbits of information that I liked. I'm like, oh, I'd like to try it that way. I like that way. I like how they're making their keys in their molds, or do I want to do a 2-part mold, or do I want to do block molds, and you go down those rabbit holes, and it's almost like a buffet, and you walk up to it and you're like, oh, I want to do molds like this. I want to use this kind of material, whether it's the silicone or the resin, and I want it to look like this, so I need this kind of thing. And and you just walk down the line and you just pick it all up, and then you start to create your own way of doing it. But you got to start somewhere, and social media has been incredible with it.
Well, and that's key too. I would think is that it doesn't really matter where you drop in at, but as long as you start somewhere, it gives you a place to work off of.
Right.
Like I know with me, sometimes I don't know what I want. I'll just sit down and start creating stuff. Like sometimes I have a preconceived idea and I can roll with that, and so I kind of have an idea. How do I make it? And so then I start researching that and going about it that way. And other times it's just experimenting. I mean, that would be my advice, is to experiment and don't lock yourself into
and don't be afraid.
Exactly, like you have to.
Don't be afraid, because you're gonna mess up.
You're probably gonna mess up.
Yeah.
It can be the most frustrating stuff, but it's also the most satisfying.
Yeah.
So it's like it's not for everybody.
Right, for sure. All right. Well, I got 2 questions, Jason. I'll start with you. Favorite toy growing up?
Favorite toy? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna put Star Wars aside. It was anything Micronauts. That was like
really.
Yeah.
Oh.
Those are my favorite. And I think it was you could basically kit match those. They were designed to kit match, right?
Right.
So
and where can people see more of your work and purchase any of your work?
I would start with my Instagram profile, which is just Figure FETTish, and that's it. And also have a website, which is www.figurefettish.com, and that's fetish with 2 T's, like Moth.
Gotcha. Mike, favorite toy growing up?
Yeah, I would say Adventure People. Really
nice.
Adventure People and G.I. Joes, and back in the day, like they had all the a lot of toys were scaled. You could mix them up. Like I had Micronauts and G.I. Joes and Adventure People all riding in the same vehicles and that kind of thing.
That's how I roll.
Yeah.
Love it. And where, if people wanted to see more of your work and purchase your work, where would they find you?
Okay, so Magitarius.com, that's my website, and Instagram under Magitarius. And that's, I put most of my newer work on there, pictures. I try to put some in progress shots and all that. And I try to do really good with the direct messaging.
Okay, and quite honestly, if you jump over to our event page, anybody viewing this could also click on your links right there and see your work.
Awesome.
All right. Well, thank you guys for participating. I appreciate everything you guys do for the community, as well as Assembly Required, and consider you guys friends as well.
Oh, thanks, man. Thank you. Thanks for having us. Yeah. This is cool.
Woo! All right. Uh-oh. We gave away the green screen. Oh, that was awesome.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Whoa.
Sorry about
zombies.
Okay. Let Toybox go to sleep.
Just sort of.
That was awesome.
This is it. This is the end of our show, folks.
Day one.
We
still got one more day tomorrow.
Oh, crap. We're doing this again?
Yeah. Let's do it again. Come on. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, let's do it again.
It's going to be bigger and better than today.
Yeah.
So you won't want to miss it.
Whoa. I think we're getting a little bit silly. I think
silly.
that tomorrow we're going to have even more stuff to see and more toys to... Whoa. Okay, more toys to... Hey, whoa. Oh, more. All right. Listen up. We had a great show.
No more silly thoughts.
Yeah, but this is pretty spectacular. You guys happy?
Yeah.
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 I'm a little bit worried that that last interview clip, though, people are going to think me and Mike are running some kind of
It's
toy
not.
terror.
Yes, it
or
was
something.
great.
That was our propaganda
Toy
video.
Terror Coalition.
Yeah.
Now,
I didn't
one of the
realize that until
Fantastic.
after looking at it.
One of the things that that Toybox brought up in the last segment was a great mashup. So we've got a whole line of toys that need to be made now. Toybox brought up Minion, mashed up with Edna from The Incredibles, mashed up with Maz Kanata from Star Wars. So Edwin, you can start working on that one. We've got Fire Marshal Bill mashed up with Mon Mothma. Again, I think that was Toybox that came up with that one.
With Mothra.
Edwin can do that one too.
Put some big Mothra wings on it and a moth head.
For people
No,
Yes. For people
Mon
that don't
Mothma.
know, Edwin is Edwin Salas. We featured him on the show, and he's known for something happening in real life, and he immediately has a toy made for it, and it's freaking amazing toy. And it's made out of wood, and he carved it out like that night. What is
Look,
that?
I got a mustache. It's half of my mustache.
You got a half
It's like-
a mustache.
It's like half of it's virtual.
What's going on there? That's weird.
Edwin is an incredible artist, and we'll have lots to say about him and to show his exclusives tomorrow. So we'll all want to tune in and see that.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. We got a lot lined up for tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
For I think of today was I'm seeing. Oh, hey, and there we go with tomorrow.
Is
Look
that
at
tomorrow's schedule?
Yeah, it's so small.
Bring it out.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's so small.
Let's
it's all
look
the
at
way
the
over there.
schedule for tomorrow and
Gotta
go
move
over
some
and
people
review
around
it
a little
for
bit.
all of our fans that.
Yeah, Toybox can peek over the top.
Oh my goodness! We're going, look at it.
Oh no!
It's gonna be under
I just
here.
fell off the screen.
I'm just gonna be over here. Point at it from here.
Here's the schedule. Read it.
Yep.
Read all the words right there.
Quick.
Yep.
Quick. There's
There
gonna
it
be
is.
a test.
Yep. So what we got? Edwin tomorrow. We got Labmonkey number 9. Manor
Yeah, we've
Monster,
got Labmonkey
wow.
Mine number 9 studio tour. So it's like a part 2 of today's.
Yeah.
Yeah, continued after his interview
that's
today.
why I
and
said
then
there'd
we've
be.
got-
Okay.
Oh, the Geddes interviews tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
That's a special
that's our big
interview.
that's our big grand finale.
Yeah, that's gonna be really special there. So I needed to mention this, that the am I holding the right one up? Yeah. The it's not oh no. Well,
Yeah, you
this,
can see it. I can see it.
It's the weird color scheme on there though. But this is the zombie colorway that we were talking about earlier today, and I just posted it on MrBlankIsDead.com. So it is now available. Oh, you're green screening me. That's why, because they're green faced.
Oh, hey, look.
Ah, that's what it is. Okay. It's still not focusing, so we're gonna have to deal with that. Oh well. There you go. Oh yeah, there. Now you can see the color. All right. So I just posted that on my personal website. That's MrBlankIsDead.com, and so we also still have some of the regular colorways. Those are available on DesignerToyMarket.com. We have a lot.
That's great.
We have a lot of exclusives on Designer Toy Market, so be sure to get over there and buy them before they sold out.
Yeah, we've got a lot of stuff over there. I think we've sold probably 50% of our inventory today. Do you think
did.
that's a fair estimate?
I'd have to count it up and see, but we sold a lot. It looks
just feel like
I know
sold
I have
really.
12 new ragamuffins to sell.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's a great point, Toybox, because we've all got websites on the virtually assembled event page where you can go
All
to
the
Mr.
artists.
Blank's. You can go to Mr. Blank's store. You can go to Figure Fettish's store. You can go to my store. You can go to Toybox's store. They're also all linked along with all the other artists on the event page.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that Toybox brought in one of my Ferdies earlier because there's still some Ferdies available on my website. As well as all the rest of the artists are over there. We've got just short of half an hour left to head over to the virtually assembled tab and check out their goods.
And I'm looking at the list here to see what's sold, and it looks like we're almost sold out of Mutant Pulp. That's the Finn the Fish alien. You remember that? That was the piece that comes apart and fits inside the head. That was really cool.
Yeah, Finn the Fish.
Yeah. And then it looks like Medusa's Wild, the D2P2. That's the Dolly Parton R2. That is
Did
getting
you ever know
close
how
to
big my
selling
hat
out.
is? Look at how big my hat is.
I know you keep hitting me in the face with it. Dude, you got a license for that?
It's dangerous.
And
Yeah,
I think we have around 15 artists to show you tomorrow that weren't seen today, so you want to tune in and see that. We have about, I just did a quick count, I think it's at least 15 things that we'll be showing you tomorrow that are entirely different than today. And you can go to the online store at any time, right? It's not going to expire.
No, it'll be
it's not
there
expiring anytime soon.
until the things sell out. They'll be listed, so they're not going anywhere.
So you can go over there now and go and buy all the things that you like.
Yep. And join the mailing list too. And as we get new toys posted on there, you'll be notified and you'll see some of the newest, coolest stuff.
I want to let's zoom in on the schedule again. We talked about the interviews and the studio tours we had. We've got Manor Monster tomorrow as well. We're going to focus on their exclusives as well as have that interview. We've got the big two-parter, Greenplastic Tunnels and Stephen Geddes, Kenner artist from the 70s and the 80s. We got Pikmin vinyls. If you've checked out his stream at all today, he's had a whole bunch of stuff going on over there.
Unfortunately, we'll be talking about the Manor Monster exclusive after it has sold out. So that was one of those ones that sold out already.
Well, we couldn't squeeze them all into the beginning of the show.
Couldn't squeeze it all on the first day.
Gotta save some people.
I think that he's going to be he'll be reproducing that figure, I'm sure, in a different color scheme and in a different style. He typically does that and remixes his own toys, which is very fun about what he does. So.
Well, if you remember, I think that was a prototype. So that was something that was pretty special. So we'll see. Maybe he release it for real, not just prototype.
Well, we could focus on that more tomorrow.
Yeah. Something to ask him about, Definitely.
Yeah, well, that's a pre-recorded interview, so.
Oh, you already did. Damn it.
Right, yeah, I already did it. So before I actually got the toy. It's a whole time thing.
Yeah.
I need a DeLorean to ask me that question. Hey, there's Ferdy.
There's Ferdy.
A Mandalorian, yes. So thank you to Morgan's Comics. Thank you to Asheville FM. Thank you to Appalachian Pinball Museum. Thank you for Designer Toy Market, Toybox Theater, Resin Underworld, Chickenburgerdisco, Joker TV. Without all of them, none of this would be possible, or some of it would be, but in very small parts.
Oh, you're hiding behind my beard there. Did you see that?
This is all chaos.
No. Yeah, it is. This whole thing went to hell. What happened?
Try it again, Matt.
What the hell is going
behind
on?
My beard.
Well, we have 20 more minutes of this nonsense, so I hope you're tuning in for the first time, and this is what you're seeing as part of our show, because this is exactly what it's going to be like tomorrow.
Yep.
Utter chaos. Little cartoon characters that make no sense just popping up and running around. Let's see some dancing girls, maybe. Can you give me a rainbow effect? I don't know. Do it all. Throw it all up there. Give me oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, there they are.
And look, can you give me a rainbow? Or no?
Can you give me a rainbow? I want a rainbow too.
No, you can't do my magic. Only I can do my magic.
I want some of your magic. I want some of your magic.
You can have some broccoli.
Oh yes.
There's some broccoli.
You can feed the Ferdy some broccoli. And we could have a rainbow without green, with invisible as a color selected. We did that on purpose.
So we're all just acting really goofy here at the end, because we're just relaxing, we're kicking back. We had a very long day, and we're just having a good time. But I also want to thank all of the artists who participated in this event. We've got Baykid Dead, we've got Benjamin Maurer Visual Arts, we got Blue Monday Press, we got Cherry Moth Cake, we got Chickenburgerdisco, we got Choose Plastik, Cosmic Evil Toys, Dan Jaworsky, Edwin Salas Art, ERA Sculpture or Era Sculpture. I apologize, Josh.
Yeah,
if
we'll
I'm
have
not
to.
pronouncing that right. I think it's Era. Yeah.
ERA. I wasn't sure either.
I don't know why. But we got Feond, Food Stamps, Figure Fetish, Goodwin, Greenplastic Tunnels, Labmonkey number 9, Looming Doom, Sagittarius, Manor Monster Studios, Medusa's Wild, Michael Morse Art, MJC, Mock Toys, Mothman Republic, Mr. Blank Toys, Mutant Pulp, Oniromancy Toy Works, Pikmin Vinyls, Quest for Beasties, For the Beasties, Remakes Plethora, Simian Cheese, Slug Toys, Think Outside the Toybox, Toybox, America's favorite cartoon witch.
Try thinking outside of this!
Yeah. Yo-Yo Dine Toy Division.
I loved it how we followed up Toy Box's segment with a Think Outside the Toy Box segment today. That was fun. So, like, if you're just tuning in now and you're seeing this craziness, we're about to cut out of here. But you'll be able to check out the show and watch the whole thing. It'll be on YouTube, Assembly Required YouTube after this, and I believe it'll be on Facebook too. But I'm not sure how that works. So we don't do the Facebook as much with Joker TV, but
will there also be a Twitch replay?
Yeah, the Twitch, unfortunately, sound like we are having some problems with Twitch, but we're still sending it to Twitch. Hopefully you guys on Twitch or... Huh?
Maybe the replay will be fine.
Yeah, hopefully. We heard there was a little glitching over there, and we're not sure why that is. We were looking into it, and we haven't figured out why, but... we appreciate you guys tuning in from Twitch. Twitch is super cool. Fantastic Plastics are on Twitch, and we're big fans of them. So.
Look, it's like an Adult Swim program. We're on Adult Swim. This is what it's like when you watch Adult Swim late at night.
Late at night.
We definitely got to give another shout out to Fantastic
Plastic. I put a fat on it.
Definitely.
I'm glad you brought that up, Mux.
They did our theme song.
Last night our kickoff show was awesome.
Yeah, it was.
Fantastic Plastics played our theme song, which was pretty cool to hear.
Yeah, they did it live.
Yeah,
that was cool.
That was pretty cool. That was really amazing to hear that.
Yeah, we were. We're just a bunch of old guys that don't
hey,
know how
look
to
at
use
that.
Twitch.
There's my buddy Nick.
Oh, there we go.
Give my buddy Nick a shout out.
Oh yeah, Traumatic.
Bye, Nick.
Thanks, Nick.
Thanks for showing up, Nick.
So
good timing.
Traumatic Creations was posting that he got they got the what was it, the Jason Remakes Plethora one? I think it was Jason.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I have to
yeah.
Yeah. So like that was the only one of that one, so that one's gone. So
when I got those, I was such a fan of those. When I received them, I actually sent Nick some photos, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, you got to get these!"
Yeah, he did it. So that one sold out. There's 3 more or 4 more?
3 more exclusives if they haven't sold. Michael Myers, Freddy Krueger, and Leatherface.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go look back and see if anything else sold since last time we were on, but.
He's gonna attend next year's con.
You should. You got.
Was that a Toybox? You said that. Who made that?
This toy?
Yeah.
This is a Fisher Price Imagine Next.
Oh.
It was given to me by our good friend from Throwaway Toys.
Okay, that's
as a gift.
That's it.
Because he loves this toy.
Yeah.
And he thought that I should have one too, and so he gave me one, which he was right.
Yeah.
I should have this. Look at it.
Oh,
It's
cool.
awesome.
That is spectacular.
It's called Tentaclor.
Tentaclor.
Wow. That is amazing.
It's a Fisher Price toy.
Yeah, my kiddo, he loves the Imaginext series. I never saw that thing. It's probably
I think it's
like
a part of their
$200.
space alien. They did it. They also did like retro restylings of the original like see-through people in Clawtron and stuff like that.
Yep. They did an X-Ray Man. They did Clawtron. They do a lot of throwback stuff.
Do you remember the little canoe that you could put your Star Wars guys in when you were taking a bath?
Oh. Yeah. Whoa! Don't do that, Ticho, man. I'm gonna get sick. Whoa!
Or you could just pretend that when you were a child and you had that old the newscaster's little van, then that just turned into the A-Team van, and you put your guys in it and drove them around in the sandbox.
I gave my kiddo a huge bin of Adventure People when he was like 4. I think I recollected all the Adventure People, all the Fisher Price Adventure People, and a couple of the vehicles, and I gave him this big bin of Adventure People when he was like about 3 or 4. And those things are gonna last. Everything else will break. Those things will last.
Well, thank you for making me jealous.
Yeah.
We have some extras.
Why didn't you give that to me? I actually wanted it. He was probably like, Dad, these are lame. These are like 40-year-old lame-o toys.
Lame-o toys.
I would have appreciated them by not playing with them and putting them on a shelf.
Well, what's fun in that?
As we do with our toys now.
No, that stuff is to be played with, man.
I'm just kidding around. Look at my Tentaclor.
Oh, whoa. Hey.
He's got his assembly badge on. He's an official exhibitor.
There's our lanyard from last year. Keep popping up.
Well, maybe we should wrap it up.
Yeah, let's roll some animation or commercials or something.
All right.
I think we have a closing credits to run.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Roll the credits.
Roll the credits.